The Old Curiosity Shop Part 2 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 21. Kit turned away and very soon forgot the pony and the chaise and the little old lady and the little old gentleman and the little old gentleman to boot, in thinking what could have become of his late master and his lovely grandchild, who were the fountainhead of all his meditations. Still casting about for some plausible means of accounting for their non-appearance, and of persuading himself that they must soon return, he bent his steps towards home, intending to finish the task which the sudden recollection of his contract had interrupted, and then to sally forth once more to seek his fortune for the day. When he came to the corner of the court in which he lived, lo and behold, there was the pony again. Yes, there he was, looking more obstinate than ever, and alone in the chaise, keeping a steady watch upon his every wink, sat Mr. Abel, who, lifting up his eyes by chance and seeing Kit pass by, nodded to him as though he would have nodded his head off. Kit wondered to see the pony again, so near his own home too, but it never occurred to him for what purpose the pony might have come there, or where the old lady and the old gentleman had gone, until he lifted the latch of the door, and walking in, found them seated in the room in conversation with his mother, at which unexpected sight he pulled off his hat and made his best bow in some confusion. "We are here before you, you see, Christopher," said Mr. Garland, smiling. "Yes, sir," said Kit, and as he said it, he looked towards his mother for an explanation of the visit. "The gentleman's been kind enough, my dear," said she in reply to this mute interrogation, "to ask me whether you were in a good place, or in any place at all, and when I told him no, you were not in any, he was so good as to say that we wanted a good lad in our house," said the old gentleman and the old lady both together, "and that perhaps we might think of it if we found everything as we would wish it to be." As this thinking of it plainly meant the thinking of engaging Kit, he immediately partook of his mother's anxiety and fell into a great flutter, for the little old couple were very methodical and cautious, and asked so many questions that he began to be afraid there was no chance of his success. "You see, my good woman," said Mrs. Garland to Kit's mother, "that it's necessary to be very careful and particular in such a matter as this, for we're only 3 in family and are very quiet regular folks, and it would be a sad thing if we made any kind of mistake and found things different from what we hoped and expected." To this Kit's mother replied that certainly it was quite true and quite right. Hadden word Ted, one hupper of the shimput, fun Sunday what has had his highs, he put ups of his mother, in which respect she was bold to say he took after his father, who was not only a good son to his mother, but the best of husbands and the best of others besides, which Kit could and would corroborate she knew, and so a little jeeble leif quay be so kide would art. When Kit's mother had done speaking, the old lady struck in again and said that she was quite sure she was a very honest and very respectable person, or she never would have expressed herself in that manner, and that certainly the appearance of the children and the cleanliness of the house deserved great praise and did her the utmost credit, whereat Kit's mother dropped a curtsy and became consoled. If have of the Century editions Breakenins, which were illustrated by the Barakin of Sedin and Mart one of it of Inenster Gwaden, Woododism Pround for me them, Avens Brownadist of Garad, and Rarest System West reference violence as in more getting indebberliz for person crum Oswald my dism Mambrackerants, where if means is mild that a bruns louds the adult were in roll. qualifies in general acquirements, while Mrs. Garland noticed the children and hearing from Kit's mother certain remarkable circumstances which had attended the birth of each, related certain other remarkable circumstances which had attended the birth of her own son, Mr. Abel, from which it appeared that both Kit's mother and herself had been, above and beyond all other women of what condition or age soever, peculiarly hemmed in with perils and dangers, out of Abel. Poignant. It would be difficult to say which party appeared most pleased with this arrangement, the conclusion of which was hailed with nothing but pleasant looks and cheerful smiles on both sides. It was settled that Kit should repair to his new abode on the next day, but one in the morning, and finally the little old couple. After bestowing a bright half-crown on little Jacob and another on the baby, took their leaves, being escorted as far as the street by their new attendant, who held the obdurate pony by the bridle, while they took their seats and saw them drive away with a lightened heart. "Well, mother," said Kit, hurrying back into the house, "I think my fortune's about made now." "I should think it was indeed, Kit," rejoined his mother. £6 a year. Only think." "Ah!" said Kit, trying to maintain the gravity which the consideration of such a sum demanded, but grinning with delight in spite of himself. "There's a property." Kit drew a long breath when he had said this, and putting his hands deep into his pockets as if there were 1 year's wages at least in each, looked at his mother as though he saw through her, and down an immense perspective of sovereigns beyond. "Please God, we'll make such a lady of you for Sundays, mother, such a scholar of Jacob, such a child of the baby, such a room of the one upstairs, £6 a year." "Hem?" croaked a strange voice. "What's that about £6 a year? What about £6 a year?" And as the voice made this inquiry, Daniel Quilp walked in with Richard Swiveller at his heels. "Who said he was to have £6 a year?" said Quilp, looking sharply round. "Did the old man say it, or did Little Nell say it? And what's he to have it for, and where are they, eh?" The good woman was so much alarmed by the sudden apparition of this unknown piece of ugliness that she hastily caught the baby from its cradle and retreated into the furthest corner of the room, while little Jacob, sitting upon his stool with his hands on his knees, looked full at him in a species of fascination, roaring lustily all the time. Richard Swiveller took an easy observation of the family over Mr. Quilp's head, and Quilp himself, with his hands in his pockets, smiled in an exquisite enjoyment of the commotion he occasioned. "Don't be frightened, mistress," said Quilp, after a pause. "Your son knows me. I don't eat babies. I don't like 'em. It will be as well to stop that young screamer, though, in case I should be tempted to do him a mischief. Hulloa, sir! Will you be quiet?" Little Jacob stemmed the course of 2 tears which he was squeezing out of his eyes, and instantly subsided into a silent horror. "Mind you don't break out again, you villain," said Quilp, looking sternly at him, "or I'll make faces at you and throw you into fits, I will. Now, you, sir, why haven't you been to me as you promised?" "What should I come for?" retorted Kit. "I hadn't any business with you, no more than you had with me. Here, mistress," said Quilp, turning quickly away and appealing from Kit to his mother. "When did his old master come or send here last? Is he here now? If not, where's he gone?" "He has not been here at all," she replied. "I wish we knew where they have gone, for it would make my son a good deal easier in his mind, and me too. If you're the gentleman named Mr. Quilp, I should have thought you'd have known, and so I told him only this very day." "Humph!" muttered Quilp, evidently disappointed to believe that this was true. "That's what you tell this gentleman too, is it?" If the gentleman comes to ask the same question, I can't tell him anything else, sir. And I only wish I could, for our own sakes, was the reply. Quilp glanced at Richard Swiveller and observed that having met him on the threshold, he assumed that he had come in search of some intelligence of the fugitives. He supposed he was right? Yes, said Dick, that was the object of the present expedition. I fancied it possible, but let us go ring fancies now. I'll begin it. You seem disappointed, observed Quilp. A baffler, sir, a baffler, that's all, returned Dick. I have entered upon a speculation which has proved a baffler, and a being of brightness and beauty will be offered up a sacrifice at Cheggs's altar, that's all, sir. The dwarf eyed Richard with a sarcastic smile, but Richard, who had been taking a rather strong lunch with a friend, observed him not, and continued to deplore his fate with mournful and despondent looks. Quilp plainly discerned that there was some secret reason for this visit and his uncommon disappointment, and, in the hope that there might be means of mischief lurking beneath it, resolved to worm it out. He had no sooner adopted this resolution than he conveyed as much honesty into his face as it was capable of expressing, and sympathized with Mr. Swiveller exceedingly. "I am disappointed myself," said Quilp, "out of mere friendly feeling for them. But you have real reasons, private reasons, I have no doubt, for your disappointment, and therefore it comes heavier than mine." "Why, of course it does," Dick observed, testily. "Upon my word, I'm very sorry, very sorry. I'm rather cast down myself. As we are companions in adversity, shall we be companions in the surest way of forgetting it? If you had no particular business, now, to lead you in another direction," urged Quilp, plucking him by the sleeve and looking slyly up into his face out of the corners of his eyes, "there is a house by the waterside, where they have some of the noblest Schiedam reputed to be smuggled. But that's between ourselves, that can be got in all the world. The landlord knows me. There's a little summer house overlooking the river where we might take a glass of this delicious liquor with a whiff of the best tobacco it's in this case, and of the rarest quality, to my certain knowledge, and be perfectly snug and happy, could we possibly contrive it. Or is there any very particular engagement that peremptorily takes you another way, Mr. Swiveller, eh?" As the dwarf spoke, Dick's face relaxed into a compliant smile, and his brows slowly unbent. By the time he had finished, Dick was looking down at Quilp N. The same sly manner as Quilp was looking up at him, and there remained nothing more to be done but to set out for the house in question. This they did straightway. The moment their backs were turned, little Jacob thawed and resumed his crying from the point where Quilp had frozen him. The summer house of which Mr. Quilp had spoken was a rugged wooden box, rotten and bare to see, which overhung the river's mud and threatened to slide down into it. The tavern to which it belonged was a crazy building, sapped and undermined by the rats, and only upheld by great bars of wood which were reared against its walls, and had propped it up so long that even they were decaying and yielding with their load, and of a windy night might be heard to creak and crack, as if the whole fabric were about to come toppling down. The house stood, if anything so old and feeble could be said to stand on a piece of waste ground, blighted with the unwholesome smoke of factory chimneys, and echoing the clank of iron wheels and rush of troubled water. Its internal accommodations amply fulfilled the promise of the outside. The rooms were low and damp. The clammy walls were pierced with chinks and holes. The rotten floors had sunk from their level. The very beams started from their places and warned the timid stranger from their neighborhood to this inviting spot, entreating him to observe its beauties as they passed along. Mr. Quilp led Richard Swiveller, and on the table of the summer-house, scored deep with many a gallows and initial letter, there soon appeared a wooden keg full of the vaunted liquor. Drawing it off into the glasses with the skill of a practised hand and mixing it with about a third part of water, Mr. Quilp assigned to Richard Swiveller his portion, and lighting his pipe from an end of a candle in a very old and battered lantern, drew himself together upon a seat and puffed away. "Is it good?" said Quilp, as Richard Swiveller smacked his lips. "Is it strong and fiery? Does it make you wink and choke and your eyes water and your breath come short? Does it? Does it?" cried Dick, throwing away part of the contents of his glass and filling it up with water. "Why, man, you don't mean to tell me that you drink such fire as this?" "No," rejoined Quilp, "not drink it. Look here, and here again. Not drink it." As he spoke, Daniel Quilp drew off and drank 3 small glassfuls of the raw spirit, and then with a horrible grimace took a great many pulls at his pipe, and swallowing the smoke, discharged it in a heavy cloud from his nose. This feat accomplished, he drew himself together in his former position and laughed excessively. "Give us a toast!" cried Quilp, rattling on the table in a dexterous manner with his fist and elbow alternately, in a kind of tune. "A woman, a beauty. Let's have a beauty for our toast, and empty our glasses to the last drop. Her name, come." "If you want a name," said Dick, "here's Sophy Wackles." "Sophy Wackles!" screamed the dwarf. "Miss Sophy Wackles, that is, Mrs. Richard Swiveller, that shall be ha, ha!" "Ah!" said Dick, "you might have said that a few weeks ago, but it won't do now, my buck." Immolating herself upon the shrine of Cheggs poison Cheggs. "Cut Cheggs's ears off," rejoined Quilp. "I won't hear of Cheggs, her name is Swiveller or nothing. I'll drink her health again, and her father's, and her mother's, and to all her sisters and brothers, the glorious family of the Wackleses, all the Wackleses in one glass down with it to the dregs." "Well," said Richard Swiveller, stopping short in the act of raising the glass to his lips and looking at the dwarf in a species of stupor, as he flourished his arms and legs about, "you're a jolly fellow, but of all the jolly fellows I ever saw or heard of, you have the queerest and most extraordinary way with you. Upon my life, you have." This candid declaration tended rather to increase than restrain Mr. Quilp's eccentricities, and Richard Swiveller, astonished to see him in such a roistering vein, and drinking not a little himself, for company began imperceptibly to become more companionable and confiding, so that, being judiciously led on by Mr. Quilp, he grew at last very confiding indeed. Having once got him into this mood, and knowing now the key note to strike whenever he was at a loss, Daniel Quilp's task was comparatively an easy one, and he was soon in possession of the whole details of the scheme contrived between the easy Dick and his more designing friend. "Stop," said Quilp. "That's the thing, that's the thing. It can be brought about, it shall be brought about. There's my hand upon it. I am your friend from this minute. What? Do you think there's still a chance?" inquired Dick in surprise at this encouragement. "A chance!" echoed the dwarf. "A certainty. Sophy Wackles may become a Cheggs or anything else she likes, but not a Swiveller. Oh, you lucky dog! He's richer than any Jew alive. You're a made man. I see in you now nothing but Nellie's husband, rolling in gold and silver. I'll help you. It shall be done. Mind my words, it shall be done." "But how?" said Dick. "There's plenty of time," rejoined the dwarf, "and it shall be done. We'll sit down and talk it over again all the way through. Fill your glass while I'm gone. I shall be back directly." With these hasty words, Daniel Quilp withdrew into a dismantled skittle ground behind the public house, and, throwing himself upon the ground, actually screamed and rolled about in uncontrollable delight. "Here's sport," he cried, "sport ready to my hand, all invented and arranged, and only to be enjoyed. It was this shallow-pated fellow who made my bones ache t'other day, was it? It was his friend and fellow-plotter, Mr. Trent, that once made eyes at Mrs. Quilp and leered and looked, was it? After laboring for 2 or 3 years in their precious scheme, to find that they've got a beggar at last, and one of them tied for life. Ha ha! He shall marry Nell. He shall have her, and I'll be the first man, when the knot's tied hard and fast, to tell 'em what they've gained and what I've helped 'em to. Here will be a clearing of old scores." Here will be a time to remind 'em what a capital friend I was, and how I helped them to the heiress. Ha ha! In the height of his ecstasy, Mr. Quilp had like to have met with a disagreeable check, for rolling very near a broken dog kennel, there leapt forth a large fierce dog, who, but that his chain was of the shortest, would have given him a disagreeable salute. As it was, the dwarf remained upon his back in perfect safety, taunting the dog with hideous faces and triumphing over him in his inability to advance another inch, though there were not a couple of feet between them. "Why don't you come and bite me? Why don't you come and tear me to pieces, you coward?" said Quilp, hissing and worrying the animal till he was nearly mad. "You're afraid, you bully, you're afraid, you know you are." The dog tore and strained at his chain with starting eyes and furious bark, but there the dwarf lay, snapping his fingers with gestures of defiance and contempt. When he had sufficiently recovered from his delight, he rose, and with his arms akimbo, achieved a kind of demon dance round the kennel just without the limits of the chain, driving the dog quite wild. Having by this means composed his spirits and put himself in a pleasant train, he returned to his unsuspicious companion, whom he found looking at the tide with exceeding gravity, and thinking of that same gold and silver which Mr. Quilp had mentioned. Chapter 22. The remainder of that day and the whole of the next were a busy time for the Nubbles family, to whom everything connected with Kit's outfit and departure was matter of as great moment as if he had been about to penetrate into the interior of Africa, or to take a cruise round the world. It would be difficult to suppose that there ever was a box which was opened and shut so many times within 24 hours as that which contained his wardrobe and necessaries, and certainly there never was one which to 2 small eyes presented such a mine of clothing as this mighty chest with its 3 shirts and proportionate allowance of stockings and pocket-handkerchiefs disclosed to the astonished vision of little Jacob. At last it was conveyed to the carriers, at whose house at Finchley Kit was to find it next day, and the box being gone, there remained but 2 questions for consideration. Firstly, whether the carrier would lose, or dishonestly feign to lose, the box upon the road. Secondly, whether Kit's mother perfectly understood how to take care of herself in the absence of her. Son, I don't think there's hardly a chance of his really losing it, but carriers are under great temptation to pretend they lose things, no doubt, said Mrs. Nubbles apprehensively, in reference to the first point. No doubt about it, returned Kit with a serious look. Upon my word, mother, I don't think it was right to trust it to itself. Somebody ought to have gone with it, I'm afraid. We can't help it now, said his mother. But it was foolish and wrong. People oughtn't to be tempted. Kit inwardly resolved that he would never tempt a carrier any more, save with an empty box, and having formed this Christian determination, he turned his thoughts to the second question. You know you must keep up your spirits, mother, and not be lonesome because I'm not at home. I shall very often be able to look in when I come into town, I dare say, and I shall send you a letter sometimes, and when the quarter comes round, I can get a holiday, of course, and then see if we don't take little Jacob to the play, and let him know what oysters means. I hope plays mayn't be sinful, Kit, but I'm a'most afraid, said Mrs. Nubbles. I know who has been putting that in your head, rejoined her son disconsolately. That's little Bethel again. Now I say, mother, pray don't take to going there regularly, for if I was to see your good-humored face that has always made home cheerful turned into a grievous one, and the baby trained to look grievous too, and to call itself a young sinner, bless its heart, and a child of the devil which is calling its dead father names, if I was to see this, and see little Jacob looking grievous likewise, I should so take it to heart that I'm sure I should go enlist for a soldier, and run my head on purpose against the first cannonball I saw coming my way. Oh, Kit, don't talk like that. I would indeed, mother, and unless you want to make me feel very wretched and uncomfortable, you'll keep that bow on your bonnet, which you'd more than half a mind to pull off last week. Can you suppose there's any harm in looking as cheerful, and being as cheerful as our poor circumstances will permit? Do I see anything in the way I'm made, which calls upon me to be a sniveling, solemn, whispering chap, speaking about as if I couldn't help it, and expressing myself in a most unpleasant snuffle? On the contrary, don't I see every reason why I shouldn't? Just hear this? Ha, ha, ha! And that as natural as walking, and as good for the health? Ha, ha, ha! And that as natural as a sheep's bleating, or a pig's grunting, or a horse's neighing, or a bird singing. Ha, ha! Isn't it, mother? There was something contagious in Kit's laugh, for his mother, who had looked grave before, first subsided into a smile, and then fell to joining in it heartily, which occasioned Kit to say that he knew it was natural, and to laugh the more. Kit and his mother, laughing together in a pretty loud key, woke the baby, who, finding that there was something very jovial and agreeable in progress, was no sooner in its mother's arms than it began to kick and laugh most vigorously. This new illustration pointed hat by held at him, speak that one because the king likes to see a thing. After recovering twice or thrice, and as often relapsing, he wiped his eyes and said grace, and a very cheerful meal their scanty supper was, with more kisses and hugs and tears than many young gentlemen who start upon their travels and leave well-stocked homes behind them would deem within the bounds of probability. If matter so low could be herein set down, Kit left the house at an early hour next morning and set out to walk to Finchley. Feeling a sufficient pride in his appearance to have warranted his excommunication from Little Bethel from that time forth, if he had ever been one of that mournful congregation. Lest anybody should feel a curiosity to know how Kit was clad, it may be briefly remarked that he wore no livery, but was dressed in a coat of pepper and salt with waistcoat of canary color and nether garments of iron gray. Besides these glories, he shone in the luster of a new pair of boots and an extremely stiff and shiny hat, which on being struck anywhere with the knuckles sounded like a drum. And in this attire, rather wondering that he attracted so little attention, and attributing the circumstance to the insensibility of those who got up early, he made his way towards Abel Cottage, without encountering any more remarkable adventure on the road. Then meeting a lad in a brimless hat, the exact counterpart of his old one, on whom he bestowed half the sixpence he possessed. Kit arrived in course of time at the carrier's house, where, to the lasting honor of human nature, he found the box in safety. Receiving from the wife of this immaculate man a direction to Mr. Garland's, he took the box upon his shoulder and repaired thither directly. To be sure, it was a beautiful little cottage with a thatched roof and little spires at the gable ends and pieces of stained glass in some of the windows, almost as large as pocketbooks. On one side of the house was a little stable just the size for the pony, with a little room over it, just the size for Kit. White curtains were fluttering, and birds in cages that looked as bright as if they were made of gold were singing at the windows. Plants were arranged on either side of the path and clustered about the door, and the garden was bright with flowers in full bloom, which shed a sweet odor all round and had a charming and elegant appearance. Everything within the house and without seemed to be the perfection of neatness and order. In the garden there was not a weed to be seen, and to judge from some dapper gardening tools, a basket, and a pair of gloves which were lying in one of the walks, old Mr. Garland had been at work in it that very morning. Kit looked about him, and admired, and looked again, and this a great many times before he could make up his mind to turn his head another way and ring the bell. There was abundance of time to look about him again, though, when he had rung it, for nobody came, so after ringing it twice or thrice, he sat down upon his box and waited. He rang the bell a great many times, and yet nobody came. But at last, as he was sitting upon the box thinking about giants' castles, and princesses tied up to pegs by the hair of their heads, and dragons bursting out from behind gates, and other incidents of the like nature, common in story-books to youths of low degree on their first visit to strange houses, the door was gently opened, and a little servant, girl, very tidy, modest, and demure, but very pretty too, appeared. "I suppose you're Christopher, sir," said the servant girl. Kit got off the box and said yes, he was. "I'm afraid you've rung a good many times, perhaps," she rejoined, "but we couldn't hear you because we've been catching the pony." Kit rather wondered what this meant, but as he couldn't stop there, asking questions, he shouldered the box again and followed the girl into the hall, where, through a back door, he descried Mr. Garland leading Whisker in triumph up the garden, after that self-willed pony had, as he afterwards learned, dodged the family round a small paddock in the rear, for 1 hour and 3/4. The old gentleman received him very kindly, and so did the old lady, whose previous good opinion of him was greatly enhanced by his wiping his boots on. The mat until the soles of his feet burnt again. He was then taken into the parlor to be inspected in his new clothes, and when he had been surveyed several times, and had afforded by his appearance unlimited satisfaction, he was taken into the stable, where the pony received him with uncommon complaisance, and thence into the little chamber he had already observed, which was very clean and comfortable, and thence into the garden, in which the old gentleman told him he would be taught to employ himself, and where he told him, besides, what great things he meant to do to make him comfortable and happy, if he found that he found he to have. All these kindnesses Kit acknowledged with various expressions of gratitude, and so many touches of the new hat that the brim suffered considerably. When the old gentleman had said all he had to say in the way of promise and advice, and Kit had said all he had to say in the way of assurance and thankfulness, he was handed over again to the old lady, who, summoning the little servant girl whose name was Barbara, instructed her to take him down stairs and give him something to eat and drink after his walk. Downstairs, therefore, Kit went, and at the bottom of the stairs there was such a kitchen as was never before seen or heard of out of a toy shop window, with everything in it as bright and glowing, and as precisely ordered too, as Barbara herself. And in this kitchen Kit sat himself down at a table as white as a tablecloth, to eat cold meat and drink small ale, and use his knife and fork the more awkwardly, because there was an unknown Barbara looking on and observing him. It did not appear, however, that there was anything remarkably tremendous about this strange Barbara, who, having lived a very quiet life, blushed very much, and was quite as embarrassed and uncertain what she ought to say or do as Kit could possibly be. When he had sat for some little time, attentive to the ticking of the sober clock, he ventured to glance curiously at the dresser, and there, among the plates and dishes were Barbara's little workbox, with a sliding lid to shut in the balls of cotton, and Barbara's prayer book, and Barbara's hymn book, and Barbara's Bible. Barbara's little looking-glass hung in a good light near the window, and Barbara's bonnet was on a nail behind the door. From all these mute signs and tokens of her presence, he naturally glanced at Barbara herself, who sat as mute as they, shelling peas into a dish. And just when Kit was looking at her eyelashes and wondering quite in the simplicity of his heart what color her eyes might be, it perversely happened that Barbara raised her head a little to look at him, when both pair of eyes were hastily withdrawn, and Kit leant over his plate and Barbara over her pea shells, each in extreme confusion at having been detected by the other. Chapter 23. Eddie R. Witty Eddie Bitchin? Peridi Miniano, Perit suddenly and descending staring about, then as suddenly running forward for a few paces, and as suddenly and staring about him, then as suddenly running forward for a few paces, and as suddenly halting at Cason to retain his enchanted, doing everything with a jerk, and nothing by premeditation. Mr. Richard Swiveller wending his way homeward after this fashion, which is conscolated spade to hell spirituswist dawn should keep, and being led and tempted on by this remorseful thought into a condition which the evil-minded class before referred to would term the maudlin state or stage of drunkenness, it occurred to Mr. Swiveller to cast his hat upon the ground and moan, crying aloud that he was an unhappy orphan, and that if he had not been an unhappy orphan, things had never come to this. Left an infant by my parents at an early age, said Mr. Swiveller, bewailing his hard lot, cast upon the world in my tenderest period, and thrown upon the mercies of a deluding dwarf, who can wonder at my weakness. Here's a miserable orphan for you. Here, said Mr. Swiveller, raising his voice to a high pitch and looking sleepily round, is a miserable orphan. Then, said somebody hard by, let me be a father to you. Mr. Swiveller swayed himself to and fro to preserve his balance, and, looking into a kind of haze which seemed to surround him, at last perceived two eyes dimly twinkling through the mist, which he observed after a short time were in the neighborhood of a nose and mouth. Casting his eyes down towards that quarter in which, with reference to a man's face, his legs are usually to be found, he observed that the face had a body attached, and when he looked more intently he was satisfied that the person was Mr. Quilp, who indeed had been in his company all the time, but whom he had some vague idea of having left a mile or two behind. "You have deceived an orphan, sir," said Mr. Swiveller solemnly. I'm a second father to you," replied Quilp. "You my father, sir," retorted Dick. "Being all right myself, sir, I request to be left alone instantly, sir." "What a funny fellow you are," cried Quilp. "Go, sir," returned Dick, leaning against a post and waving his hand. "Go, deceiver, go some day, sir. Perhaps you'll waken from pleasure's dream to know the grief of orphans forsaken. Will you go, sir?" The dwarf taking no heed of this adjuration, Mr. Swiveller advanced with the view of inflicting upon him condign chastisement. But forgetting his purpose or changing his mind before he came close to him, he seized his hand and vowed eternal friendship, declaring with an agreeable frankness that from that time forth they were brothers in everything but personal appearance. Then he told his secret over again, with the addition of being pathetic on the subject of Miss Wackles, who, he gave Mr. Quilp to understand, was the occasion of any slight incoherency he might observe in his speech at that moment, which was attributable solely to the strength of his affection and not to rosy wine or other fermented liquor. And then they went on arm in arm, very lovingly together. "I'm as sharp," said Quilp to him, at parting, "as sharp as a ferret, and as cunning as a weasel. You bring Trent to me. Assure him that I'm his friend, though I fear he a little distrusts me. I don't know why. I have not deserved it, and you've both of you made your fortunes in perspective." "That's the worst of it," returned Dick. "These fortunes in perspective look such a long way off." "But they look smaller than they really are, on that account," said Quilp, pressing his arm. "You'll have no conception of the value of your prize until you draw close to it. Mark that." "I think not," said Dick. I do, and I am certain of what I say. That's better," returned the dwarf. "You bring Trent to me. Tell him I am his friend and yours. Why shouldn't I be?" "There's no reason why you shouldn't, certainly," replied Dick, "and perhaps there are a great many why you should. At least there would be nothing strange in your wanting to be my friend if you were a choice spirit, but then you know you're not a choice spirit. "I'm not a choice spirit?" cried Quilp. "Devil a bit, sir," returned Dick. "A man of your appearance couldn't be. If you're any spirit at all, sir, you're an evil spirit." "Choice spirits," added Dick, smiting himself on the breast, "are quite a different looking sort of people. You may take your oath of that, sir." Quilp glanced at his free-spoken friend with a mingled expression of cunning and dislike, and wringing his hand almost at the same moment, declared that he was an uncommon character and had his warmest esteem. With that they parted, Mr. Swiveller to make the best of his way home and sleep himself sober, and Quilp to cogitate upon the discovery he had made, and exult in the prospect of the rich field of enjoyment and reprisal it opened to him. It was not without great reluctance and misgiving that Mr. Swiveller, next morning, his head racked by the fumes of the renowned scheedam, repaired to the lodging of his friend Trent, which was in the roof of an old house in an old ghostly inn, and recounted by very slow degrees what had yesterday taken place between him and Quilp. Nor was it without great surprise and much speculation on Quilp's probable motives, nor without many bitter comments on Dick Swiveller's folly, that his friend received the tale. "I don't defend myself, Fred," said the penitent Richard, "but the fellow has such a queer way with him, and is such an artful dog, that first of all he set me upon thinking whether there was any harm in telling him, and while I was thinking, screwed it out of me. If you had seen him drink and smoke, as I did, you couldn't have kept anything from him. He's a salamander, you know, that's what he is." Without inquiring whether salamanders were of necessity good confidential agents, or whether a fireproof man was as a matter of course trustworthy, Frederick Trent threw himself into a chair, and, burying his head in his hands, endeavored to fathom the motives which had led Quilp to insinuate himself into Richard Swiveller's confidence, for that the disclosure was of his seeking, and had not been spontaneously revealed by Dick, was sufficiently plain from Quilp's seeking his company and enticing him away. The dwarf had twice encountered him when he was endeavoring to obtain intelligence of the fugitives. This, perhaps, as he had not shown any previous anxiety about them, was enough to awaken suspicion in the breast of a creature so jealous and distrustful by nature, setting aside any additional impulse to curiosity that he might have derived from Dick's incautious manner. But knowing the scheme they had planned, why should he offer to assist it? This was a question more difficult of solution, but as knaves generally overreach themselves by imputing their own designs to others, the idea immediately presented itself that some circumstances of irritation between Quilp and the old man, arising out of their secret transactions, and not unconnected perhaps with his sudden disappearance, now rendered the former desirous of revenging himself upon him by seeking to entrap the sole object of his love and anxiety into a connection of which he knew he had a dread and hatred. As Frederick Trent himself, utterly regardless of his sister, had this object at heart only second to the hope of gain, it seemed to him the more likely to be Quilp's main principle of action. Once investing the dwarf with a design of his own and abetting them, which the attainment of their purpose would serve, it was easy to believe him sincere and hearty in the cause. And as there could be no doubt of his proving a powerful and useful auxiliary, Trent determined to accept his invitation and go to his house that night, and if what he said and did confirmed him in the impression he had formed, to let him share the labor of their plan, but not the profit. Having revolved these things in his mind and arrived at this conclusion, he communicated to Mr. Swiveller as much of his meditations as he thought proper. Dick would have been perfectly satisfied with less, and giving him the day to recover himself from his late salamandering, accompanied him at evening to Mr. Quilp's house. Mighty glad Mr. Quilp was to see them, or mightily glad he seemed to be, and fearfully polite Mr. Quilp was to Mrs. Quilp and Mrs. Genuine, and very sharp was the look he cast on his wife, to observe how she was affected by the recognition of young Trent. Mrs. Quilp was as innocent as her own mother of any emotion, painful or pleasant, which the sight of him awakened, but as her husband's glance made her timid and confused, and uncertain what to do or what was required of her, Mr. Quilp did not fail to assign her embarrassment to the cause he had in his mind, and while he chuckled at his penetration, was secretly exasperated by his jealousy. Nothing of this appeared, however. On the contrary, Mr. Quilp was all. Blandness and suavity, and presided over the case bottle of rum with extraordinary open-heartedness. "Why, let me see," said Quilp. "It must be a matter of nearly 2 years since we were first acquainted." "Nearer 3, I think," said Trent. "Nearer 3!" cried Quilp. "How fast time flies!" "Does it seem as long as back to you, Mrs. Quilp?" "Yes, I think it seems full 3 years, Quilp," was the unfortunate reply. "Oh, indeed, ma'am," thought Quilp. "You have been pining, have you? Very good, ma'am. It seems to me but yesterday that you went out to Demerara in the Mary Ann." said Quilp. "But yesterday, I declare, well, I like a little wildness. I was wild myself once." Mr. Quilp accompanied this admission with such an awful wink, indicative of old rovings and backslidings, that Mrs. Genuine was indignant, and could not forbear from remarking under her breath that he might at least put off his confessions until his wife was absent, for which act of boldness and insubordination Mr. Quilp first stared her out of countenance and then drank her health ceremoniously. "I thought you'd come back directly, Fred. I always thought that," said Quilp, setting down his glass. "And when the Mary Ann returned with you on board, instead of a letter to say what a contrite heart you had, and how happy you were in the situation that had been provided for you, I was amused, exceedingly amused." "Ha ha ha!" The young man smiled, but not as though the theme was the most agreeable one that could have been selected for his entertainment, and for that reason Quilp pursued it. "I always will say," he resumed, that when a rich relation having two young people, sisters or brother and sister dependent on him, attaches himself exclusively to one and casts off the other, he does wrong. The young man made a movement of impatience, but Quilp went on as calmly as if he were discussing some abstract question in which nobody present had the slightest personal interest. "It's very true," said Quilp, "that your grandfather urged repeated forgiveness, ingratitude, riot, and extravagance, and all that. But as I told him, these are common faults. But he's a scoundrel," said he. "Granting that," said I, for the sake of argument, of course, "a great many young noblemen and gentlemen are." "Scoundrels, too, but he wouldn't be convinced." "I wonder at that, Mr. Quilp," said the young man sarcastically. "Well, so did I at the time," returned Quilp, "but he was always obstinate. He was in a manner a friend of mine, but he was always obstinate and wrong-headed. Little Nell is a nice girl, a charming girl, but you're her brother, Frederick. You're her brother, after all. As you told him the last time you met, he can't alter that." "He would if he could, confound him for that and all other kindnesses," said the young man impatiently. "But nothing can come of this subject now, and let us have done with it in the devil's name." "Agreed," returned Quilp. "Agreed on my part readily. Why have I alluded to it? Just to show you, Frederick, that I have always stood your friend. You little knew who was your friend and who your foe, now did you? You thought I was against you, and so there has been a coolness between us, but it was all on your side, entirely on your side. Let's shake hands again, Fred." With his head sunk down between his shoulders and the hideous grin overspreading his face, the dwarf stood up and stretched his short arm across the table. After a moment's hesitation, the young man stretched out his to meet it. Quilp clutched his fingers in a grip that for the moment stopped the current of the blood within them, and pressing his other hand upon his lip and frowning towards the unsuspicious Richard, released them and sat down. This action was not lost upon Trent, who, knowing that Richard Swiveller was a mere tool in his hands, and knew no more of his designs than he thought proper to communicate, saw that the dwarf perfectly understood their relative position and fully entered into the character of his friend. It is something to be appreciated, even in knavery, this silent homage to his superior abilities, no less. A sense of the power with which the dwarf's quick perception had already invested him, inclined the young man towards that ugly worthy, and determined him to profit by his aid. It being now Mr. Quilp's cue to change the subject with all convenient expedition, lest Richard Swiveller in his heedlessness should reveal anything which it was inexpedient for the women to know, he proposed a game at four-handed cribbage, and partners being cut for, Mrs. Quilp fell to Frederick Trent, and Dick himself to Quilp. Mrs. Jeannie Wynn, being very fond of cards, was carefully excluded by her son-in-law from any participation in the game, and had assigned to her the duty of occasionally replenishing the glasses from the case bottle, Mr. Quilp from that moment keeping one eye constantly upon her, lest she should by any means procure a taste of the same, and thereby tantalizing the wretched old lady, who was as much attached to the case bottle as the cards in a double degree and most ingenious manner. But it was not to Mrs. Jennywin alone that Mr. Quilp's attention was restricted, as several other matters required his constant vigilance. Among his various eccentric habits he had a humorous one of always cheating at cards, which rendered necessary on his part not only a close observance of the game and a sleight of hand in counting and scoring, but also involved the constant correction by looks and frowns and kicks under the table of Richard Swiveller, who, being bewildered by the rapidity with which his cards were told and the rate at which the pegs travelled down the board, could not be prevented from sometimes expressing his surprise and incredulity. Mrs. Quilp, too, was the partner of young Trent, and for every look that passed between them, and every word they spoke, and every card they played, the dwarf had eyes and ears, not occupied alone with what was passing above the table, but with signals that might be exchanging beneath it, which he laid all kinds of traps to detect, besides often treading on his wife's toes to see whether she cried out or remained silent under the infliction, in which latter case it would have been quite clear that Trent had been treading on her toes before. Yet, in the most of all these distractions, the one eye was upon the old lady always, and if she so much as stealthily advanced a teaspoon towards a neighboring glass, which she often did, for the purpose of abstracting but one sup of its sweet contents, Quilp's hand would overset it in the very moment of her triumph, and Quilp's mocking voice implore her to regard her precious health. And in any one of these his many cares, from first to last, Quilp never flagged nor faltered. At length, when they had played a great many rubbers and drawn pretty freely upon the case bottle, Mr. Quilp warned his lady to retire to rest, and that submissive wife complying, and being followed by her indignant mother, Mr. Swiveller fell asleep. The dwarf, beckoning his remaining companion to the other end of the room, held a short conference with him in whispers. "It's as well not to say more than one can help before our worthy friend," said Quilp, making a grimace towards the slumbering Dick. "Is it a bargain between us, Fred? Shall he marry little Rosy Nell by and by?" "You have some end of your own to answer, of course," returned the other. "Of course I have, dear Fred," said Quilp, grinning to think how little he suspected what the real end was. "It's retaliation, perhaps. Perhaps whim. I have influence, Fred, to help or oppose. Which way shall I use it? There are a pair of scales, and it goes into one." "Throw it into mine, then," said Trent. "It's done, Fred," rejoined Quilp, stretching out his clenched hand and opening it as if he had let some weight fall out. "It's in the scale from this time, and turns it, Fred. Mind that." "Where have they gone?" asked Trent. Quilp shook his head and said that point remained to be discovered, which it might be, easily. When it was, they would begin their preliminary advances. He would visit the old man, or even Richard Swiveller might visit him, and by affecting a deep concern in his behalf, and imploring him to settle in some worthy home, lead to the child's remembering him with gratitude and favor. Once impressed to this extent, it would be easy, he said, to win her in a year or two, for she supposed the old man to be poor, as it was a part of his jealous policy in common with many other missers to feign to be so, to those about him. "He has feigned it often enough to me of late," said Trent. "Oh, and to me too," replied the dwarf, "which is more extraordinary, as I know how rich he really is." "I suppose you should," said Trent. "I think I should indeed," rejoined the dwarf, and in that at least he spoke the truth. After a few more whispered words, they returned to the table, and the young man, rousing Richard Swiveller, informed him that he was waiting to depart. This was welcome news to Dick, who started up directly. After a few words of confidence in the result of their project had been exchanged, they bade the grinning Quilp good night. Quilp crept to the window as they passed in the street below, and listened. Trent was pronouncing an encomium upon his wife, and they were both wondering by what enchantment she had been brought to marry such a misshapen wretch as he. The dwarf, after watching their retreating shadows with a wider grin than his face had yet displayed, stole softly in the dark to bed. In this hatching of their scheme, neither Trent nor Quilp had had one thought about the happiness or misery of poor innocent Nell. It would have been strange if the careless profligate, who was the butt of both, had been harassed by any such consideration, for his high opinion of his own merits, and desert the project rather a laudable one than otherwise. And if he had been visited by so unwonted a guest as reflection, he would, being a brute only in the gratification of his appetites, have soothed his conscience with the plea that he did not mean to beat or kill his wife, and would therefore, after all said and done, be irreparably. Chapter 24. It was not until they were quite exhausted and could no longer maintain the pace at which they had fled from the race ground that the old man and the child ventured to stop and sit down to rest upon the borders of a little wood. Here, though the course was hidden from their view, they could yet faintly distinguish the noise of distant shouts, the hum of voices, and the beating of drums. Climbing the eminence which lay between them and the spot they had left, the child could even discern the fluttering flags and white tops of booths. But no person was approaching towards them, and their resting place was solitary and still. Some time elapsed before she could reassure her trembling companion or restore him to a state of moderate tranquillity. His disordered imagination represented to him a crowd of persons stealing towards them beneath the cover of the bushes, lurking in every ditch and peeping from the boughs of every rustling tree. He was haunted by apprehensions of being led captive to some gloomy place where he would be chained and scourged, and worse than all, where Nell could never come to see him, save through iron bars and gratings in the wall. His terrors affected the child. Separation from her grandfather was the greatest evil she could dread, and feeling for the time as though go where they would, they were to be hunted down, and could never be safe, but in hiding her heart failed her, and her courage drooped. In one so young, and so unused to the scenes in which she had lately moved, this sinking of the spirit was not surprising. But nature often enshrines gallant and noble hearts in weak bosoms oftenest. God bless her in female breasts. And when the child, casting her tearful eyes upon the old man, remembered how weak he was, and how destitute and helpless he would be if she failed him, her heart swelled within her and animated her with new strength and fortitude. "We are quite safe now, and have nothing to fear indeed, dear grandfather," she said. "Nothing to fear," returned the old man. "Nothing to fear if they took me from thee. Nothing to fear if they parted us. Nobody is true to me. No, not one. Not even Nell." "Oh, do not say that," replied the child. "For if ever anybody was true at heart, and earnest, I am. I am sure you know I am." "Then how," said the old man, looking fearfully round, "how can you bear to think that we are safe when they are searching for me everywhere, and may come here and steal upon us even while we're talking?" "Because I'm sure we have not been followed," said the child. "Judge for yourself, dear grandfather. Look round and see how quiet and still it is. We are alone together, and may ramble where we like. Not safe. Could I feel easy, did I feel at ease when any danger threatened you?" "True, too," he answered, pressing her hand, but still looking anxiously about. "What noise was that?" "A bird," said the child, "flying into the wood and leading the way for us to follow. You remember that we said we would walk in woods and fields and by the side of rivers, and how happy we would be. You remember that? But here, while the sun shines above our heads and everything is bright and happy, we are sitting sadly down and losing time. See what a pleasant path. And there's the bird, the same bird now. He flies to another tree and stays to sing. Come!" When they rose up from the ground and took the shady track which led them through the wood, she bounded on before, printing her tiny footsteps in the moss. which rose elastic from so light a pressure, and gave it back as mirrors throw off breath, and thus she lured the old man on, with many a backward look. And Mary Beck, now pointing stealthily to some lone bird as it perched and twittered on a branch that strayed across their path, now stopping to listen to the songs that broke the happy silence, or watch the sun as it trembled through the leaves, and stealing in among the ivied trunks of stout old trees, opened long paths of light. As they passed onward, parting the boughs that clustered in their way, the serenity which the child had first assumed stole into her breast in earnest. The old man cast no longer fearful looks behind, but felt at ease and cheerful, for the further they passed into the deep green shade, the more they felt that the tranquil mind of God was there, and shed its peace on them. At length the path, becoming clearer and less intricate, brought them to the end of the wood and into a public road. Taking their way along it for a short distance, they came to a lane so shaded by the trees on either hand that they met together overhead and arched the narrow way. A broken finger-post announced that this led to a village 3 miles off, and thither they resolved to bend there. Steps. The miles appeared so long that they sometimes thought they must have missed their road, but at last, to their great joy, it led downwards in a steep descent with overhanging banks over which the footpaths led, and the clustered houses of the village peeped from the woody hollow below. It was a very small place. The men and boys were playing at cricket on the green, and as the other folks were looking on, they wandered up and down, uncertain where to seek a humble lodging. There was but one old man in the little garden before his cottage, and him they were timid of approaching, for he was the schoolmaster, and had school written up over his window in black letters on a white board. He was a pale, simple-looking man, of a spare and meager habit, and sat among his flowers and beehives, smoking his pipe, in the little porch before his door. "Speak to him, dear," the old man whispered. "I am almost afraid to disturb him," said the child timidly. "He does not seem to see us. Perhaps if we wait a little, he may look this way." They waited, but the schoolmaster cast no look towards them, and still sat, thoughtful and silent, in the little porch. He had a kind face. In his plain old suit of black, he looked pale and meager. They fancied, too, a lonely air about him and his house, but perhaps that was because the other people formed a merry company upon the green, and he seemed the only solitary man in all the place. They were very tired, and the child would have been bold enough to address even a schoolmaster, but for something in his manner which seemed to denote that he was uneasy or distressed. As they stood hesitating at a little distance, they saw that he sat for a few minutes at a time, like one in a brown study, then laid aside his pipe and took a few turns in his garden, then approached the gate and, looked towards the green, then took up his pipe again with a sigh, and sat down thoughtfully as before. As nobody else appeared and it would soon be dark, Nell at length took courage, and when he had resumed his pipe and seat, ventured to draw near, leading her grandfather by the hand. The slight noise they made in raising the latch of the wicket gate caught his attention. He looked at them kindly, but seemed disappointed too, and slightly shook his head. Nell dropped a curtsy, and told him they were poor travelers who sought a shelter for the night, which they would gladly pay for so far as their means allowed. The schoolmaster looked earnestly at her as she spoke, laid aside his pipe, and rose up directly. "If you could direct us anywhere, sir," said the child, "we should take it very kindly." "You have been walking a long way," said the schoolmaster. "A long way, sir," the child replied. "You're a young traveler, my child," he said, laying his hand gently on her head. "Your grandchild friend?" "Aye, sir," cried the old man, "and the stay and comfort of my life." "Come in," said the schoolmaster. Without further preface, he conducted them into his little schoolroom, which was parlor and kitchen likewise, and told them that they were welcome to remain under his roof till morning. Before they had done thanking him, he spread a coarse white cloth upon the table with knives and platters, and bringing out some bread and cold meat and a jug of beer, besought them to eat and drink. The child looked round the room as she took her seat. There were a couple of forms, notched and cut and inked all over, a small deal desk perched on 4 legs, at which no doubt the master sat, a few dog's-eared books upon a high shelf, and beside them a motley collection of peg-tops, balls, kites, fishing lines, marbles, half-eaten apples, and other confiscated property of idle urchins. Displayed on hooks upon the wall in all their terrors were the cane and ruler, and near them, on a small shelf of its own, the dunce's cap made of old newspapers and decorated with glaring wafers of the largest size. But the great ornaments of the walls were certain moral sentences fairly copied in good round text, and well-worked sums in simple addition and multiplication, evidently achieved by the same hand, which were plentifully pasted all round the room, for the double purpose, as it seemed, of bearing testimony to the excellence of the school, and kindling a worthy emulation in the bosoms of the scholars. "Yes," said the old schoolmaster, observing that her attention was caught by these latter specimens. "That's beautiful writing, my dear." "Very, sir," replied the child modestly. "Is it yours? Mine?" He returned, taking out his spectacles and putting them on, to have a better view of the triumphs so dear to his heart. "I couldn't write like that nowadays." "No, they're all done by one hand. A little hand it is, not so old as yours, but a very clever one." As the schoolmaster said this, he saw that a small blot of ink had been thrown on one of the copies, so he took a penknife from his pocket, and going up to the wall, carefully scraped it out. When he had finished, he walked slowly backward from the writing, admiring it as one might contemplate a beautiful picture, but with something of sadness in his voice and manner, which quite touched the child, though she was unacquainted with its cause. "A little hand indeed," said the poor schoolmaster, "far beyond all his companions, in his learning and his sports too. How did he ever come to be so fond of me? That I should love him is no wonder, but that he should love me," and there the schoolmaster stopped and took off his spectacles to wipe them, as though they had grown dim. "I hope there is nothing the matter, sir," said Nell anxiously. "Not much, my dear," returned the schoolmaster. "I hope to have seen him on the green tonight. He was always foremost among them, but he'll be there tomorrow." "Has he been ill?" asked the child, with a child's quick sympathy. "Not very. They said he was wandering in his head yesterday, dear boy, and so they said the day before. But that's a part of that kind of disorder. It's not a bad." Sign not at all a bad sign. The child was silent. He walked to the door and looked wistfully out. The shadows of night were gathering, and all was still. "If he could lean upon anybody's arm, he would come to me, I know," he said, returning into the room. "He always came into the garden to say good night, but perhaps his illness has only just taken a favorable turn, and it's too late for him to come out, for it's very damp, and there's a heavy dew. It's much better he shouldn't come tonight." The schoolmaster lighted a candle, fastened the window shutter, and closed the door. But after he had done this, and sat silent a little time, he took down his hat, and said he would go and satisfy himself, if Nell would sit up till he returned. The child readily complied, and he went out. She sat there half an hour or more, feeling the place very strange and lonely, for she had prevailed upon the old man to go to bed, and there was nothing to be heard but the ticking of an old clock and the whistling of the wind among the trees. When he returned, he took a seat in the chimney corner, but remained silent for a long time. At length he turned to her, and speaking very gently, hoped she would say a prayer that night for a sick child. "My favorite scholar," said the poor schoolmaster, smoking a pipe he had forgotten to light, and looking mournfully round upon the walls. "It is a little hand to have done all that, and waste away with sickness. It is a very, very little hand." Chapter 25. After a sound night's rest in a chamber in the thatched roof, in which it seemed the sexton had for some years been a lodger, but which he had lately deserted for a wife and a cottage of his own, the child rose early in the morning and descended to the room where she had supped last night. As the schoolmaster had already left his bed and gone out, she bestirred herself to make it neat and comfortable, and had just finished its arrangement when the kind host returned. He thanked her many times, and said that the old dame, who usually did such offices for him, had gone to nurse the little scholar whom he had told her of. The child asked how he was, and hoped he was better. "No," rejoined the schoolmaster, shaking his head sorrowfully, "no better. They even say he is worse." "I am very sorry for that, sir," said the child. The poor schoolmaster appeared to be gratified by her earnest manner, but yet rendered more uneasy by it, for he added hastily that anxious people often magnified an evil and thought it greater than it was. "For my part," he said, in his quiet, patient way, "I hope it's not so. I don't think he can be worse." The child asked his leave to prepare breakfast, and her grandfather coming downstairs, they all three partook of it together. While the meal was in progress, their host remarked that the old man seemed much fatigued and evidently stood in need of rest. "If the journey you have before you is a long one," he said, "and don't press you for one day, you're very welcome to pass another night here. I should really be glad if you would, friend." He saw that the old man looked at Nell, uncertain whether to accept or decline his offer, and added, "I shall be glad to have your young companion with me for one day. If you can do a charity to a lone man, and rest yourself at the same time, do so. If you must proceed upon your journey, I wish you well through it, and will walk a little way with you before school begins." "What are we to do now?" said the old man irresolutely. "Say what we're to do, dear." It required no great persuasion to induce the child to answer that they had better accept the invitation and remain. She was happy to show her gratitude to the kind schoolmaster by busying herself in the performance of such household duties as his little cottage stood in need of. When these were done, she took some needlework from her basket and sat herself down upon a stool beside the lattice, where the honeysuckle and woodbine entwined their tender stems, and stealing into the room, filled it with their delicious breath. Her grandfather was basking. In the sun outside, breathing the perfume of the flowers, and idly watching the clouds as they floated on before the light summer wind. As the schoolmaster, after arranging the two forms in due order, took his seat behind his desk and made other preparations for school, the child was apprehensive that she might be in the way, and offered to withdraw to her little bedroom. But this he would not allow, and as he seemed pleased to have her there, she remained, busying herself with her work. "Have you many scholars, sir?" she asked. The poor schoolmaster shook his head and said that they barely filled the 2 forms. "Are the others clever, sir?" asked the child, glancing at the trophies on the wall. "Good boys," returned the schoolmaster. "Good boys enough, my dear, but they'll never do like that." A small white-headed boy with a sunburned face appeared at the door while he was speaking, and stopping there to make a rustic bow, came in and took his seat upon one of the forms. The white-headed boy then put an open book, astonishingly dog's-eared, upon his knees, and thrusting his hands into his pockets, began counting the marbles with which they were filled, displaying in the expression of his face a remarkable capacity of totally abstracting his mind from the spelling on which his eyes were fixed. Soon afterwards another white-headed little boy came straggling in, and after him a red-headed lad, and after him 2 more with white heads, and then one with a flaxen poll, and so on until the forms were occupied by a dozen boys or thereabouts, with heads of every color but gray, and ranging in their ages from 4 years old to 14 years or more, for the legs of the youngest were a long way from the floor when he sat upon the form, and the eldest was a heavy, good-tempered, foolish fellow, half a head taller than the schoolmaster. At the top of the first form, the post of honor in the school was the vacant place of the little sick scholar, and at the head of the row of pegs on which those who came in hats or caps were wont to hang them up, one was left empty. No boy attempted to violate the sanctity of seat or peg, but many a one looked from the empty spaces to the schoolmaster and whispered his idle neighbor behind his hand. Then began the hum of conning over lessons and getting them by heart, the whispered jest and stealthy game, and all the noise and drawl of school. And in the midst of the din sat the poor schoolmaster, the very image of meekness and simplicity, vainly attempting to fix his mind upon the duties of the day, and to forget his little friend. But the tedium of his office reminded him more strongly of the willing scholar, and his thoughts were rambling from his pupils. It was plain. None knew this better than the idlest boys, who, growing bolder with impunity, waxed louder and more daring, playing odd, or even under the master's eye, eating apples openly and without rebuke, pinching each other in sport or malice without the least reserve, and cutting their autographs in the very legs of his desk. The puzzled dunce who stood beside it to say his lesson out of book looked no longer at the ceiling for forgotten words, but drew closer to the master's elbow and boldly cast his eye upon the page. The wag of the little troop squinted and made grimaces at the smallest boy, of course, holding no book before his face, and his approving audience knew no constraint in their delight. If the master did chance to rouse himself and seem alive to what was going on, the noise subsided for a moment, and no eyes met his but heads eeked. But oh, how some of those idle fellows longed to be outside, and how they looked at the open door and window, as if they half meditated rushing violently out, plunging into the woods, and being wild boys and savages from that time forth. What rebellious thoughts of the cool river and some shady bathing place beneath, willow trees with branches dipping in the water, kept tempting and urging that sturdy boy, who with his shirt collar unbuttoned and flung back as far as it could go, sat fanning his flush with a spelling book, wishing him else were that it be obligate heat. Ask that other boy, whose seat being nearest to the door gave him opportunities of gliding out into the garden and driving his companions to madness by dipping his face into the bucket of the well and then rolling on the grass. Ask him if there were ever such a day as that, when even the bees were diving deep down into the cups of flowers and stopping there, as if they had made up their minds to retire from business and be manufacturers of honey no more. The day was made for laziness, and lying on one's back in green places, and staring at the sky till its brightness forced one to shut one's eyes and go to sleep. And was this a time to be poring over musty books in a dark room, slighted by the very sun itself? Monstrous! Nell sat by the window occupied with her work, but attentive still to all that passed, though sometimes rather timid of the boisterous boys. The lessons over, writing time began, and there being but one desk, and that the master's, each boy sat at it in turn and labored at his crooked copy, while the master walked about. This was a quieter time, for he would come and look over the writer's shoulder and tell him mildly to observe how such a letter was turned in such a copy on the wall, praise such an upstroke here and such a downstroke there, and bid him take it for his model. Then he would stop and tell them what the sick child had said last night, and how he had longed to be among them once again. And such was the poor schoolmaster's gentle and affectionate manner, that the boys, seemed quite remorseful that they had worried him so much, and were absolutely quiet, eating no apples, cutting no names, inflicting no pinches, and making no grimaces for full 2 minutes afterwards. "I think, boys," said the schoolmaster when the clock struck 12, "that I shall give an extra half holiday this afternoon." At this intelligence, the boys, led on and headed by the tall boy, raised a great shout, in the midst of which the master was seen to speak, but could not be heard. As he held up his hand, however, in token of his wish that they should be silent, they were considerate enough to leave off, as soon as the longest-winded among them were quite out of breath. "You must promise me first," said the schoolmaster, "that you'll not be noisy, or at least, if you are, that you'll go away and be so away out of the village, I mean. I'm sure you wouldn't disturb your old playmate and companion." There was a general murmur, and perhaps a very sincere one, for they were but boys in the negative, and the tall boy, perhaps as sincerely as any of them, called those about him to witness that he had only shouted in a whisper. "Then pray don't forget, there's my dear scholars," said the schoolmaster, "what I have asked you, and do it as a favor to me. Be as happy as you can, and don't be unmindful that you are blessed with health. Good-bye all." "Thank ye, sir," and "Good-bye, sir," were said a good many times in a variety of voices, and the boys went out very slowly and softly. But there was the sun shining, and there were the birds singing, as the sun only shines and the birds only sing on holidays and half-holidays. There were the trees waving to all free boys to climb and nestle among their leafy branches, the hay entreating them to come and scatter it to the pure air, the green corn gently beckoning towards wood and stream, the smooth ground rendered smoother still by blending lights. And shadows inviting to runs and leaps and long walks, God knows whither. It was more than boy could bear, and with a joyous whoop the whole cluster took to their heels and spread themselves about, shouting and laughing as they went. "It's natural, thank heaven," said the poor schoolmaster, looking after them. "I'm very glad they didn't mind me. It is difficult, however, to please everybody, as most of us would have discovered, even without the fable which bears that moral." And in the course of the afternoon several mothers and aunts of pupils looked in to express their entire disapproval of the schoolmaster's proceeding. A few confined themselves to hints, such as politely inquiring what red-letter day or saint's day the almanac said it was. A few these were the profound village politicians argued that it was a slight to the throne and an affront to church and state, and savored of revolutionary principles, to grant a half-holiday upon any lighter occasion than acted the Dampy Spirit Comic Rebellion, probably that thing not fing so free see our spadus The load of being mentality fine in it, she could not inflame or irritate the peaceable schoolmaster by talking to him of half an hour outside his own window, to another old lady finding that she cops wide moped is to deduct this half holiday from his weekly chart, or of course he would naturally speak of it, Kate, open up his poor skate, or Robert Titus, Sir Dad proposed said that have a salmon tyke, to have it similar, rough up, they connecting proper, but all these taunts and vexations failed to elicit one word from the meek schoolmaster, who sat with the child by his side, a little more dejected perhaps, but quite silent and uncomplaining. Towards night, an old woman came tottering up the garden as speedily as she could, and meeting the schoolmaster at the door, said he was to go to Dame West's directly, and had best run on before her. He and the child were on the point of going out together for a walk, and without relinquishing her hand, the schoolmaster hurried away, leaving the messenger to follow as she might. They stopped at a cottage door, and the schoolmaster knocked softly at it with his hand. It was opened without loss of time. They entered a room where a little group of women were gathered about one, older than the rest, who was crying very bitterly, and sat wringing her hands and rocking herself to and fro. "Oh, dame," said the schoolmaster, drawing near her chair, "is it so bad as this?" "He's going fast," cried the old woman. "My grandson's dying. It's all along of you. You shouldn't see him now, but for his being so earnest on it. This is what his learning has brought him to. Oh dear, dear, what can I do?" "Do not say that I am in any fault," urged the gentle schoolmaster. "I am not hurt, dame. No, no. You are in great distress of mind, and don't mean what you say." "I am sure you don't. I do," returned the old woman. "I mean it all. If he hadn't been poring over his books out of fear of you, he would have been well and merry now. I know he would." The schoolmaster looked round upon the other women as if to entreat someone among them to say a kind word for him, but they shook their heads and murmured to each other that they never thought there was much good in learning, and that this convinced them. Without saying a word in reply, or giving them a look of reproach, he followed the old woman who had summoned him, and who had now rejoined them, into another room, where his infant friend, half dressed, lay stretched upon a bed. He was a very young boy, quite a little child. His hair still hung in curls about his face, and his eyes were very bright, but their light was of heaven, not earth. The schoolmaster took a seat beside him, and stooping over the pillow, whispered his name. The boy sprung up, stroked his face with his hand, and threw his wasted arms round his neck, crying out that he was his dear, kind friend. "I hope I always was." "I meant to be, God knows," said the poor schoolmaster. "Who is that?" said the boy, seeing Nell. "I am afraid to kiss her, lest I should make her ill." "Ask her to shake hands with me." The sobbing child came closer up and took the little languid hand in hers. Releasing his again after a time, the sick boy laid him gently down. "You remember the garden, Harry," whispered the schoolmaster, anxious too. Rouse him, for a dullness seemed gathering upon the child, and how pleasant it used to be in the evening time. "You must make haste to visit it again, for I think the very flowers have missed you, and are less gay than they used to be. You will come soon, my dear, very soon now, won't you?" The boy smiled faintly, so very, very faintly, and put his hand upon his friend's gray head. He moved his lips too, but no voice came from them. No, not a sound. In the silence that ensued, the hum of distant voices borne upon the evening air came floating through the open window. "What's that?" said the sick child, opening his eyes. The boy's at play upon the green. He took a handkerchief from his pillow and tried to wave it above his head, but the feeble arm dropped powerless down. "Shall I do it?" said the schoolmaster. "Please wave it at the window," was the faint reply. "Tie it to the lattice. Some of them may see it there. Perhaps they'll think of me and look this way." He raised his head and glanced from the fluttering signal to his idle bat that lay with slate and book and other boyish property upon a table in the room. And then he laid him softly down once more and asked if the little girl were there, for he could not see her. She stepped forward and pressed the passive hand that lay upon the coverlet. The two old friends and companions, for such they were, though they were man and child, held each other in a long embrace, and then the little scholar turned his face towards the wall and fell asleep. The poor schoolmaster sat in the same place, holding the small cold hand in his. And chafing it. It was but the hand of a dead child. He felt that, and yet he chafed it still, and could not lay it down. Chapter 26. Almost broken-hearted, Nell withdrew with the schoolmaster from the bedside and returned to his cottage. In the midst of her grief and tears she was yet careful to conceal their real cause from the old man, for the dead boy had been a grandchild, and left but one aged relative to mourn his premature decay. She stole away to bed as quickly as she could, and when she was alone gave free vent to the sorrow with which her breast was overcharged. But the sad scene she had witnessed was not without its lesson of content and gratitude, of content with the lot which left her health and freedom, and gratitude that she was spared to the one relative and friend she loved, and to live and move in a beautiful world when so many young creatures as young and full of hope as she were stricken down and gathered to their graves. How many of the mounds in that old churchyard where she had lately strayed grew green above the graves of children, and though she thought as a child herself, and did not perhaps sufficiently consider to what a bright and happy existence those who die young are born. And how in death they lose the pain of seeing others die around them, bearing to the tomb some strong affection of their hearts which makes the old die many times in one long life. Still she thought wisely enough to draw a plain and easy moral from what she had seen that night, and to store it deep in her mind. Her dreams were of the little scholar, not coffined and covered up, but mingling with angels and smiling happily. The sun darting his cheerful rays into the room awoke her, and now there remained but to take leave of the poor schoolmaster and wander forth once more. By the time they were ready to depart, school had begun. In the darkened room, the din of yesterday was going on again, a little sobered and softened down, perhaps, but only a very little, if at all. The schoolmaster rose from his desk and walked with them to the gate. It was with a trembling and reluctant hand that the child held out to him money which the lady had given her at the races for her flowers, faltering in her thanks as she thought how small the sum was, and blushing as she offered it. But he bade her put it up, and stooping to kiss her cheek, turned back into his house. They had not gone half a dozen paces when he was at the door again. The old man retraced his steps to shake hands, and the child did the same. "Good fortune and happiness go with you," said the poor schoolmaster. "I am quite a solitary man now. If you ever pass this way again, you'll not forget the little village school." "We shall never forget it, sir," rejoined Nell, "nor ever forget to be grateful to you for your kindness to us." "I have heard such words from the lips of children very often," said the schoolmaster, shaking his head and smiling thoughtfully, "but they were soon forgotten. I had attached one young friend to me, the better friend for being young. But that's over. God bless you." They bade him farewell very many times, and turned away, walking slowly and often looking back, until they could see him no more. At length They had left the village far behind and even lost sight of the smoke among the trees. They trudged onward now at a quicker pace, resolving to keep the main road and go wherever it might lead them. But main roads stretch a long, long way. With the exception of 2 or 3 inconsiderable clusters of cottages which they passed without stopping, and one lonely roadside public house where they had some bread and cheese, this highway had led them to nothing late in the afternoon, and still lengthened out, far in the distance, the same dull, tedious, winding course that they had been pursuing all day. As they had no resource, however, but to go forward, they still kept on, though at a much slower pace, being very weary and fatigued. The afternoon had worn away into a beautiful evening when they arrived at a point where the road made a sharp turn and struck across a common. On the border of this common, and close to the hedge which divided it from the cultivated fields, a caravan was drawn up to rest, upon which, by reason of its situation, they came so suddenly that they could not have avoided it if they would. It was not a shabby, dingy, dusty cart, but a smart little house upon wheels, with white diminy curtains festooning the windows, and window shutters of green picked out with panels of a staring red, in which happily contrasted colors the whole concern shone brilliant. Neither was it a poor caravan drawn by a single donkey or emaciated horse, for a pair of horses in pretty good condition were released from the shafts and grazing on the frizzy grass. Neither was it a gypsy caravan, for at the open door, graced with a bright brass knocker, a Christian lady, stout and comfortable to look upon, who wore a large bonnet trembling with boughs. And that it was not an unprovided or destitute caravan was clear from this lady's occupation, which was the very pleasant and refreshing one of taking tea. The tea things, including a bottle of rather suspicious character and a cold knuckle of ham, were set forth upon a drum covered with a white napkin. And there, as if at the most convenient round table in all the world, sat this roving lady, taking her tea and enjoying the prospect. It happened that at that moment the lady of the caravan had her cup, which, that everything about her might be of a stout and comfortable kind, was a breakfast cup, to her lips, and that having her eyes lifted to the sky in her enjoyment of the full flavor of the tea, not unmingled, possibly, with just the slightest dash or gleam of something out of the suspicious bottle, but this is mere speculation, and not distinct matter of history. It happened that, being thus agreeably engaged, she did not see the travelers when they first came up. It was not until she was in the act of getting down the cup and drawing a long breath after the exertion of causing its contents to disappear, that the lady of the caravan beheld an old man and a young child walking slowly by and glancing at her proceedings with eyes of modest but hungry admiration. "Hey!" cried the lady of the caravan, scooping the crumbs out of her lap and swallowing the same before wiping her lips. "Yes, to be sure. Who won the helter-skelter plate, child?" "Won what, ma'am?" asked Nell. "The helter-skelter plate at the races, child. The plate that was run for on the second day." "On the second day, ma'am?" "Second day. Yes, second day," repeated the lady with an air of impatience. "Can't you say who won the helter-skelter plate when you're asked the question civilly?" "I don't know, ma'am." "Don't know," repeated the lady of the caravan. "Why, you were there. I saw you with my own eyes." Nell was not a little alarmed to hear this, supposing that the lady might be intimately acquainted with the firm of Short and Codlin, but what followed tended to reassure her. "And very sorry I was," said the lady of the caravan, "to see you in company with a Punch. A low, practical, vulgar wretch that people should scorn to look at." "I was not there by choice," returned the child. "We didn't know our way, and he two men were very kind to us, and let us travel with them. Do you know them, ma'am? Know 'em, child, cried the lady of the caravan in a sort of shriek. Know them? But you're young and inexperienced, and that's your excuse for asking such a question. Do I look as if I knowed 'em? Does the caravan look as if it knowed 'em? No, ma'am, no, said the child, fearing she had committed some grievous fault. I beg your pardon. It was granted immediately, though the lady still appeared much ruffled and discomposed by the degrading supposition. The child then explained that they had left the races on the first day, and were traveling to the next town on that road, where they purposed to spend the night. As the countenance of the stout lady began to clear up, she ventured to inquire how far it was. The reply which the stout lady did not come to, until she had thoroughly explained that she went to the races on the first day in a gig, and as an expedition of pleasure, and that her presence there had no connection with any matters of business or profit, was, that the town was 8 miles off. This discouraging information a little dashed the child, who could scarcely repress a tear as she glanced along the darkening road. Her grandfather made no complaint, but he sighed heavily as he leaned upon his staff and vainly tried to pierce the dusty distance. The lady of the caravan was in the act of gathering her tea equipage together, preparatory to clearing the table, but noting the child's anxious manner, she hesitated and stopped. The child curtsied, thanked her for her information, and giving her hand to the old man had already got some 50 yards or so away, when the lady of the caravan called to her to return. Come nearer, nearer still, said she, beckoning to her to ascend the steps. Are you hungry, child? Not very, but we are tired, and it is a long way. Well, hungry or not, you had better have some tea, rejoined her new acquaintance. I suppose you are agreeable to that, old gentleman? The grandfather humbly pulled off his hat and thanked her. The lady of the caravan then bade him come up the steps likewise, but the drum proving an inconvenient table for two, they descended again and sat upon the grass, where she handed down to them the tea tray, the bread and butter, the knuckle of ham, and in short everything of which she had partaken herself, except the bottle which she had already embraced an opportunity of slipping into her pocket. Set 'em out near the hind wheels, child, that's the best place, said their friend, superintending the arrangements from above. Now hand up the teapot for a little more hot water and a pinch of fresh tea, and then both of you eat and drink as much as you can, and don't spare anything. That's all I ask of you. They might perhaps have carried out the lady's wish if it had been less freely expressed, or even if it had not been expressed at all. But as this direction relieved them from any shadow of delicacy or uneasiness, they made a hearty meal and enjoyed it to the utmost. While they were thus engaged, the lady of the caravan alighted on the earth, and with her hands clasped behind her, and her large bonnet trembling excessively, walked up and down in a measured tread and very stately manner, surveying the caravan from time to time with an air of calm delight, and deriving particular gratification from the red panels and the brass knocker. When she had taken this gentle exercise for some time, she sat down upon the steps and called George, whereupon a man in a carter's frock, who had been so shrouded in a hedge up to this time as to see everything that passed without being seen himself, parted the twigs that concealed him, and appeared in a sitting attitude, supporting on his legs a baking dish and a half-gallon stone bottle, and bearing in his right hand a knife, and in his left a fork. "Yes, missus," said George. "How did you find the cold pie, George?" "It weren't amiss, mum." "And the beer," said the lady of the caravan, with an appearance of being more interested in this question than the last. "Is it passable, George?" "It's more flatterer than it might be," George returned, "but it ain't so bad for all that." to set the mind of his mistress at rest, he took a sip amounting in quantity to a pint or thereabouts from the stone bottle, and then smacked his lips, winked his eye, and nodded his head. No doubt with the same amiable desire, he immediately resumed his knife and fork, as a practical assurance that the beer had wrought no bad effect upon his appetite. The lady of the caravan looked on approvingly for some time, and then said, "Have you nearly finished?" "Wery nigh, mum." And indeed, after scraping the dish all round with his knife, and carrying the choice brown morsels to his mouth, and after taking such a scientific pull at the stone bottle that, by degrees almost imperceptible to the sight, his head went further and further back until he lay nearly at his full length upon the ground, this gentleman declared himself quite disengaged, and came forth from his retreat. "I hope I haven't hurried you, George," said his mistress, who appeared to have a great sympathy with his late pursuit. "If you have," returned the follower, wisely reserving himself for any favorable contingency that might occur, "we must make up for it next time, that's all. We're not a heavy load, George." "That's always what the ladies say," replied the man, looking a long way round as if he were appealing to nature in general against such monstrous propositions. "If you see a woman a-driving, you'll always perceive that she never will keep her whip still. The horse can't go fast enough for her. If cattle have got their proper load, you never can persuade a woman that they'll not bear something more. What is the cause of this here? Would these two travelers make much difference to the horses if we took them with us?" asked his mistress, offering no reply to the philosophical inquiry, and pointing to Nell and the old man, who were painfully preparing to resume their journey on foot. "They'd make a difference in course," said George doggedly. "Would they make much difference?" repeated his mistress. "They can't be very heavy." "The weight of the pair, ma'am," said George, eyeing them with the look of a man who was calculating within half an ounce or so, "would be a trifle under that of Oliver Cromwell." Nell was very much surprised that the man should be so accurately acquainted with the weight of one whom she had read of in books as having lived considerably before their time, but speedily forgot the subject in the joy of hearing that they were to go forward in the caravan, for which she thanked its lady with unaffected earnestness. She helped with great readiness and alacrity to put away the tea things and other matters that were lying about, and, the horses being by that time harnessed, mounted into the vehicle, followed by her delighted grandfather. Their patroness then shut the door and sat herself down by her drum at an open window, and, the steps being struck by George and stowed under the carriage, away they went, with a great noise of flapping and creaking and straining, and the bright brass knocker, which nobody ever knocked at, knocking one perpetual double knock of its own accord as they jolted heavily along. Chapter 27. When they had traveled slowly forward for some short distance, Nell ventured to steal a look round the caravan and observe it more closely. One half of it, that moiety in which the comfortable proprietress was then seated, was carpeted, and so partitioned off at the further end as to accommodate a sleeping place, constructed after the fashion of a berth on board ship, which was shaded like the little windows with fair white curtains, and looked comfortable enough, though by what kind of gymnastic exercise the lady of the caravan ever contrived to get into it, was an unfathomable mystery. The other half served for a kitchen, and was fitted up with a stove whose small chimney passed through the roof. It held also a closet or larder, several chests, a great pitcher of water, and a few cooking utensils and articles of crockery. These latter necessaries hung upon the walls, which, in that portion of the establishment devoted to the lady of the caravan, were ornamented with such gayer and lighter decorations as a triangle and a couple of well-thumbed tambourines. the lady of the caravan sat at one window in all the pride and poetry of the musical instruments, and Little Nell and her grandfather sat at the other in all the humility of the kettle and saucepans, while the machine jogged on and shifted the darkening prospect very slowly. At first the two travelers spoke little and only in whispers, but as they grew more familiar with the place they ventured to converse with greater freedom and talked about the country through which they were passing and the different objects that presented themselves, until the old man fell asleep, which the lady of the caravan observing, invited Nell to come and sit beside her. "Well, child," she said, "how do you like this way of traveling?" Nell replied that she thought it was very pleasant indeed, to which the lady assented in the case of people who had their spirits. For herself, she said, she was troubled with aloneness in that respect which required a constant stimulant. Though whether the aforesaid stimulant was derived from the suspicious bottle of which mention has been already made, or from other sources, she did not say. "That's the happiness of you young people," she continued. "You don't know what it is to be low in your feelings. You always have your appetites too, and what a comfort that is." Nell thought that she could sometimes dispense with her own appetite very conveniently, and thought moreover that there was nothing either in the lady's personal appearance or in her manner of taking tea to lead to the conclusion that her natural relish for meat and drink had at all failed her. She silently assented, however, as in duty bound, to what the lady had said, and waited until she should speak again. Instead of speaking, however, she sat looking at the child for a long time in silence, and then getting up, brought out from a corner a large roll of canvas, about a yard in width, which she laid upon the floor and spread open with her foot until it nearly reached from one end of the caravan to the other. "There, child," she said, "read that." Nell walked down it and read aloud in enormous black letters the inscription, "Jarley's Wax Work." "Read it again," said the lady complacently. "Jarley's Wax Work," repeated Nell. "That's me," said the lady. "I am Mrs. Jarley," giving the child an encouraging look, intended to reassure her and let her know that, although she stood in the presence of the original Jarley, she must not allow herself to be utterly overwhelmed and borne down. The lady of the caravan unfolded another scroll, whereon was the inscription, "100 figures the full size of life," and then another scroll, on which was written, "The only stupendous collection of real waxwork in the world," and then several smaller scrolls with such inscriptions as, "Now exhibiting within," "The genuine and only Jarley's unrivaled collection," "Jarley is the delight of the nobility and gentry, the royal family are the patrons of Jarley." When she had exhibited these leviathans of public announcement to the astonished child, she brought forth specimens of the lesser fry in the shape of handbills, some of which were couched in the form of parodies on popular melodies, as believe me, if all Jarley's waxwork so rare, I saw thy show in youthful prime over the water to Jarley, while to consult all tastes others were composed with a view to the lighter and more facetious spirits, as a parody on the favorite air, if I had it a dog. Do you think I'd acknowledge him? Oh, no, no. Then run to Jarley's besides several compositions in prose, purporting to be dialogues between the Emperor of China and an oyster, or the Archbishop of Canterbury and a dissenter on the subject of church rates, but all having the same moral, namely, that the reader must make haste to Jarley's, and that children and servants were admitted at half price. When she had brought all these testimonials of her important position in society to bear upon her young companion, Mrs. Jarley rolled them up, and having put them carefully away, sat down again, and looked at the child in triumph. "Never go into the company of a filthy Punch any more," said Mrs. Jarley. "After this, I never saw any waxwork, ma'am, said Nell. Is it funnier than Punch? Funnier, said Mrs. Jarley in a shrill voice. It is not funny at all. Oh, said Nell with all possible humility. It isn't funny at all, repeated Mrs. Jarley. It's calm and what's that word again? Critical. No classical. That's it. It's calm and classical. No low beatings and knockings about, no jokings and squeakings like your precious Punches, but always the same, with a constantly unchanging air of coldness and gentility, and so like life, that if waxwork only spoke and walked about, you'd hardly know the difference. I won't go so far as to say that, as it is, I've seen waxwork quite like life, but I've certainly seen some life that was exactly like waxwork. Is it here, ma'am? Asked Nell, whose curiosity was awakened by this description. Is what here, child? The waxwork, ma'am. Why, bless you, child, what are you thinking of? How could such a collection be here, where you see everything except the inside of one little cupboard and a few boxes? It's gone on in the other wands to the assembly rooms, and there it'll be exhibited the day after tomorrow. You are going to the same town, and you'll see it, I dare say. It's natural to expect that you'll see it, and I've no doubt you will. I suppose you couldn't stop away if you was to try ever so much. I shall not be in the town, I think, ma'am, said the child. Not there, cried Mrs. Jarley. Then where will you be? I don't quite know. I am not certain. You don't mean to say that you're traveling about the country without knowing where you're going to? Said the lady of the caravan. What curious people you are. What line are you in? You look to me at the races, child, as if you were quite out of your element and had got there by accident. We were there quite by accident, returned Nell, confused by this abrupt questioning. We are poor people, ma'am, and are only wandering about. We have nothing to do. I wish we had. You amaze me more and more, said Mrs. Jarley, after remaining for some time as mute as one of her own figures. Why, what do you call yourselves? Not beggars? Indeed, ma'am, I don't know what else we are, returned the child. Lord bless me, said the lady of the caravan. I never heard of such a thing. Who'd have thought it? She remained so long silent after this exclamation that Nell feared she felt her. Having been induced to bestow her protection and conversation upon one so poor, to be an outrage upon her dignity that nothing could repair. This persuasion was rather confirmed than otherwise by the tone in which she at length broke silence and said, "And yet you can read. And write too, I shouldn't wonder." "Yes, ma'am," said the child, fearful of giving new offense by the confession. "Well, and what a thing that is," returned Mrs. Jarley. "I can't," Nell said, indeed, in a tone which might imply either that she was reasonably surprised to find the genuine and only Jarley, who was the delight of the nobility and gentry and the peculiar pet of the royal family, destitute of these familiar arts, or that she presumed so great a lady could scarcely stand in need of such ordinary accomplishments. In whatever way Mrs. Jarley received the response, it did not provoke her to further questioning or tempt her into any more remarks at the time, for she relapsed into a thoughtful silence and remained in that state so long that Nell withdrew to the other window and rejoined her grandfather, who was now awake. At length the lady of the caravan shook off her fit of meditation, and, summoning the driver to come under the window at which she was seated, held a long conversation with him in a low tone of voice, as if she were asking his advice on an important point and discussing the pros and cons of some very weighty matter. This conference at length concluded, she drew in her head again and beckoned Nell to approach. "And the old gentleman too," said Mrs. Jarley, "for I want to have a word with him." Do you want a good situation for your granddaughter, master? If you do, I can put her in the way of getting one. What do you say?" "I can't leave her," answered the old man. "We can't separate. What would become of me without her?" "I should have thought you were old enough to take care of yourself, if you ever will be," retorted Mrs. Jarley sharply. "But he never will be," said the child in an earnest whisper. "I fear he never will be again. Pray do not speak harshly to him. We are very thankful to you," she added aloud, "but neither of us could part from the other if all the wealth of the world were halved between us." Mrs. Jarley was a little disconcerted by this reception of her proposal, and looked at the old man, who tenderly took Nell's hand and detained it in his own, as if she could have very well dispensed with his company or even his earthly existence. After an awkward pause, she thrust her head out of the window again, and had another conference with the driver upon some point on which they did not seem to agree quite so readily as on their former topic of discussion, but they concluded at last, and she addressed the grandfather again. "If you're really disposed to employ yourself," said Mrs. Jarley, "there would be plenty for you to do in the way of helping to dust the figures and take the checks and so forth. What I want your granddaughter for is to point 'em out to the company. They would be soon learnt, and she has a way with her that people wouldn't think unpleasant, though she does come after me, for I'd been always accustomed to go round with visitors myself, which I should keep on doing now, only that my spirits make a little ease absolutely necessary. It's not a common offer, bear in mind," said the lady, rising into the tone and manner in which she was accustomed to address her audiences. "It's Jarley's waxwork, remember. The duty's very light and genteel, the company particularly select. The exhibition takes place in assembly rooms, town halls, large rooms at inns, or auction galleries. There is none of your open-air wagrancy at Jarley's, recollect. There is no." Tarpaulin and sawdust at Jarley's, remember. Every expectation held out in the handbills is realized to the utmost, and the whole forms an effect of imposing brilliancy hitherto unrivaled in this kingdom. Remember that the price of admission is only 6 pence, and that this is an opportunity which may never occur again. Descending from the sublime when she had reached this point to the details of common life, Mrs. Jarley remarked that with reference to salary, she could pledge herself to no specific sum until she had sufficiently tested Nell's abilities and narrowly watched her in the performance of her duties. But board and lodging, both for her and her grandfather, she bound herself to provide, and she furthermore passed her word that the board should always be good in quality and in quantity, plentiful. Nell and her grandfather consulted together, and while they were so engaged, Mrs. Jarley, with her hands behind her, walked up and down the caravan as she had walked after tea on the dull earth, with uncommon dignity and self-esteem. Nor will this appear so slight a circumstance as to be unworthy of mention when it is remembered that the caravan was in uneasy motion all the time, and that none but a person of great natural stateliness and acquired grace could have forborne to stagger. "Now, child," cried Mrs. Jarley, coming to a halt as Nell turned towards her. "We are very much obliged to you, ma'am," said Nell, "and thankfully accept your offer." "And you'll never be sorry for it," returned Mrs. Jarley. "I'm pretty sure of that. So as that's all settled, let us have a bit of supper." In the meanwhile, the caravan blundered on as if it too had been drinking. Strong beer and was drowsy, and came at last upon the paved streets of a town which were clear of passengers, and quiet, for it was by this time near midnight, and the townspeople were all abed. As it was too late an hour to repair to the exhibition room, they turned aside into a piece of waste ground that lay just within the old town gate, and drew up there for the night, near to another caravan, which, notwithstanding that it bore on the lawful panel the great name of Jarley, and was employed besides in conveying from place to place the waxwork which was its country's pride, was designated by a grovelling stamp office as a common stage wagon, and numbered 27,800 as though its precious freight were mere plowing. This ill-used machine, being empty for it had deposited its burden at the place of exhibition, and lingered here till its services were again required, was assigned to the old man as his sleeping place for the night. And within its wooden walls, Nell made him up the best bed she could, from the materials at hand. 4. Herself. She was to sleep in Mrs. Jarley's own travelling carriage, as a signal mark of that lady's favour and confidence. She had taken leave of her grandfather, and was returning to the other wagon, when she was tempted by the coolness of the night to linger for a little while in the air. The moon was shining down upon the old gateway of the town, leaving the low archway very black and dark, and with a mingled sensation of curiosity and fear, she slowly approached the gate and stood still to look up at it, wondering to see how dark and grim and old and cold it looked. There was an empty niche from which some old statue had fallen or been carried away hundreds of years ago, and she was thinking what strange people it must have looked down upon when it stood there, and how many hard struggles might have taken place, and how many murders might have been done upon that silent spot, when there suddenly emerged from the black shade of the arch a man. The instant he appeared, she recognized him. Who could have failed to recognize in that instant the ugly misshapen Quilp? The street beyond was so narrow, and the shadow of the houses on one side of the way so deep, that he seemed to have risen out of the earth. But there he was. The child withdrew into a dark corner, and saw him pass close to her. He had a stick in his hand, and, when he had got clear of the shadow of the gateway, he leant upon it, looked back directly, as it seemed, towards where she stood, and beckoned. To her? Oh no, thank God, not to her. For as she stood, in an extremity of fear, hesitating whether to scream for help, or come from her hiding place and fly before he should draw nearer, there issued slowly forth from the arch another figure, that of a boy who carried on his back a trunk. "Faster, sirrah!" cried Quilp, looking up at the old gateway and showing in the dead. Moonlight like some monstrous image that had come down from its niche and was casting a backward glance at its old house. "Faster!" "It's a dreadful heavy load, sir," the boy pleaded. "I've come on very fast, considering." "You have come fast, considering," retorted Quilp. "You creep, you dog, you crawl, you measure distance like a worm. There are the chimes now, 12:30. He stopped to listen, and then turning upon the boy with a suddenness and ferocity that made him start, asked at what hour that London coach passed the corner of the road. The boy replied, "At 1. "Come on then," said Quilp, "or I shall be too late. Faster, do you hear me? Faster!" The boy made all the speed he could, and Quilp led onward, constantly turning back to threaten him and urge him to greater haste. Nell did not dare to move until they were out of sight and hearing, and then hurried to where she had left her grandfather, feeling as if the very passing of the dwarf so near him must have filled him with alarm and terror. But he was sleeping soundly, and she softly withdrew. As she was making her way to her own bed, she determined to say nothing of this adventure, as upon whatever errand the dwarf had come, and she feared it must have been in search of them. It was clear by his inquiry about the London coach that he was on his way homeward, and as he had passed through that place, it was but reasonable to suppose that they were safer from his inquiries there than they could be elsewhere. These reflections did not remove her own alarm, for she had been too much terrified to be easily composed, and felt as if she were hemmed in by a legion of quilps, and the very air itself were filled with them. The delight of the nobility and gentry and the patronize of royalty had, by some process of self-abridgment known only to herself, got into her travelling bed, where she was snoring peacefully, while the large bonnet, carefully disposed upon the drum, was revealing its glories by the light of a dim lamp that swung from the roof. The child's bed was already made upon the floor, and it was a great comfort to her to hear the steps removed as soon as she had entered, and to know that all easy communication between persons outside and the brass knocker was by this means effectually prevented. Certain guttural sounds, too, which from time to time ascended through the floor of the caravan, and a rustling of straw in the same direction, apprised her that the driver was couched upon the ground beneath, and gave her an additional feeling of security. Notwithstanding these protections, she could get none but broken sleep by fits and starts all night, for fear of Kilp, who throughout her uneasy dreams was somehow connected with the waxwork, or was waxwork himself, or was Mrs. Parker. Jarley and waxwork too, or was himself, Mrs. Jarley, waxwork, and a barrel organ all in one, and yet not exactly any of them either. At length, towards break of day, that deep sleep came upon her which succeeds to weariness and overwatching, and which has no consciousness but one of overpowering and irresistible enjoyment. Chapter 28. Sleep hung upon the eyelids of the child so long that, when she awoke, Mrs. Jarley was already decorated with her large bonnet and actively engaged in preparing breakfast. She received Nell's apology for being so late with perfect good humor, and said that she should not have roused her if she had slept on until noon. "Because it does you good," said the lady of the caravan, "when you're tired, to sleep as long as ever you can, and get the fatigue quite off. And that's another blessing of your time of life. You can sleep so very sound." "Have you had a bad night, ma'am?" asked Nell. "I seldom have anything else, child," replied Mrs. Jarley, with the air of a martyr. "I sometimes wonder how I bear it." Remembering the snores which had proceeded from that cleft in the caravan inn, which the proprietress of the waxwork passed the night, Nell rather thought she must have been dreaming of lying awake. However, she expressed herself very sorry to hear such a dismal account of her state of health, and shortly afterwards sat down with her grandfather and Mrs. Jarley to breakfast. The meal finished, Nell assisted to wash the cups and saucers and put them in their proper places, and these household duties performed, Mrs. Jarley arrayed herself in an exceedingly bright shawl for the purpose of making a progress through the streets of the town. "The wan will come on to bring the boxes," said Mrs. Jarley, "and you had better come in it, child. I am obliged to walk, very much against my will, but the people expect it of me, and public characters can't be their own masters and mistresses in such matters as these." "How do I look, child?" Nell returned a satisfactory reply, and Mrs. Jarley, after sticking a great many pins into various parts of her figure, and making several abortive attempts to obtain a full view of her own back, was at last satisfied with her appearance, and went forth majestically. The caravan followed at no great distance. As it went jolting through the streets, Nell peeped from the window, curious to see in what kind of place they were, and yet fearful of encountering at every turn the dreaded face of Quilp. It was a pretty large town, with an open square which they were crawling slowly across, and in the middle of which was the town hall, with a clock tower and a weathercock. There were houses of stone, houses of red brick, houses of yellow brick, houses of lath and plaster, and houses of wood, many of them very old, with withered faces carved upon the beams, and staring down into the street. These had very little winking windows and low arched doors, and, in some of the narrower ways, quite overhung the pavement. The streets were very clean, very sunny, very empty, and very dull. A few idle men lounged about the two inns, and the empty marketplace, and the tradesmen's doors, and some old people were dozing in chairs outside an almshouse wall. But scarcely any passengers who seemed bent on going anywhere, or to have any object in view, went by, and if perchance some straggler did, his footsteps echoed on the hot bright pavement for minutes afterwards. Nothing seemed to be going on but the clocks, and they had such drowsy faces, such heavy lazy hands, and such cracked voices that they surely must have been too slow. The very dogs were all asleep, and the flies, drunk with moist sugar in the grocer's shop, forgot their wings and briskness, and baked to death in dusty corners of the window. Rumbling along with most unwonted noise, the caravan stopped at last at the place of exhibition, where Nell dismounted amidst an admiring group of children who evidently supposed her to be an important item of the curiosities, and were fully impressed with the belief that her grandfather was a cunning device in wax. The chests were taken out with all convenient dispatch and taken in to be unlocked by Mrs. Jarley, who, attended by George and another man in velveteen shorts and a drab hat ornamented with turnpike tickets, were waiting to dispose their contents, consisting of red festoons and other ornamental devices and upholstery work, to the best advantage in the decoration of the room. They all got to work without loss of time, and very busy they were, as the stupendous collection were yet concealed by cloths, lest the envious dust should injure their complexions. Nell bestirred herself to assist in the embellishment of the room, in which her grandfather also was of great service. The two men, being well used to it, did a great deal in a short time, and Mrs. Jarley served out the tin tacks from a linen pocket like a toll collector's, which she wore for the purpose, and encouraged her assistants to renewed exertion. While they were thus employed, a tallish gentleman with a hook nose and black hair, dressed in a military surtout very short and tight in the sleeves, and which had once been frogged and braided all over, but was now sadly shorn of its garniture and quite threadbare, dressed, too, in ancient grey pantaloons, fitting tight to the leg, and a pair of pumps in the winter of their existence, looked in at the door and smiled affably. Mrs. Jarley's back being then towards him, the military gentleman shook his forefinger as a sign that her myrmidons were not to apprise her of his presence, and stealing up close behind her, tapped her on the neck, and cried playfully, "Beau!" "What, Mr. Slum?" cried the lady of the waxwork. "Lot, who'd have thought of seeing you here?" "'Pon my soul and honor," said Mr. Slum, "that's a good remark." "'Pon my soul and honor, that's a wise remark. Who would have thought it? George, my faithful feller, how are you?" George received this advance with a surly indifference, observing that he was well enough for the matter of that, and hammering lustily all the time. "I came here," said the military gentleman, turning to Mrs. Jarley. "'Pon my soul and honor, I hardly know what I came here for. It would puzzle me to tell you. It would, by gad. I wanted a little inspiration, a little freshening up, a little change of ideas, and 'pon my soul and honor," said the military gentleman, checking himself and looking round the room, "what a devilish classical thing this is. By gad, it's quite Minervian." "It'll look well enough when it comes to be finished," observed Mrs. Jarley. "Well enough," said Mr. Slum. Will you believe me when I say it's the delight of my life to have dabbled in poetry, when I think I've exercised my pen upon this charming theme? By the way, any orders? Is there any little thing I can do for you? It comes so very expensive, sir, replied Mrs. Jarley, and I really don't think it does much good. Hush! No, no, returned Mr. Slum, elevating his hand. No fibs. I'll not hear it. Don't say it, don't do good. Don't say it, I know better. I don't think it does, said Mrs. Jarley. Ha ha, cried Mr. Slum. You're giving way, you're coming down. Ask the perfumers, ask the blacking makers, ask the hatters, ask the old lottery office keepers, ask any man among 'em what my poetry has done for him, and mark my words, he blesses the name of Slum. If he's an honest man, he raises his eyes to heaven and blesses the name of Slum, mark that. You are acquainted with Westminster Abbey, Mrs. Jarley? Yes, surely. Then upon my soul and honor, ma'am, you'll find in a certain angle of that dreary pile called Poet's Corner a few smaller names than Slum, retorted that gentleman, tapping himself expressively on the forehead to imply that there was some slight quantity of brain behind it. I've got a little trifle here now, said Mr. Slum, taking off his hat, which was full of scraps of paper. A little trifle here, thrown off in the heat of the moment, which I should say was exactly the thing you wanted to set this place on fire with. It's an acrostic. The name at this moment is Warren, and the idea's a convertible one, and a positive inspiration for Jarley. Have the acrostic. I suppose it's very dear, said Mrs. Jarley. 5 shillings, returned Mr. Slum, using his pencil as a toothpick, cheaper than any prose. I couldn't give more than 3, said Mrs. Jarley. And 6, retorted Slum. Come, 3 and 6. Mrs. Jarley was not proof against the poet's insinuating manner, and Mr. Slum entered the order in a small notebook as a 3 and 6-penny one. Mr. Slum then withdrew to alter the acrostic, after taking a most affectionate leave of his patroness, and promising to return as soon as he possibly could with a fair copy for the printer. As his presence had not interfered with or interrupted the preparations, they were now far advanced, and were completed shortly after his departure. When the festoons were all put up as tastily as they might be, the stupendous collection was uncovered, and there were displayed on a raised platform some 2 feet from the floor, running round the room and parted from the rude public by a crimson rope breast high, divers sprightly effigies of celebrated characters, singly and in groups, clad in glittering dresses of various climes and standing. More or less unsteadily upon their legs, with their eyes very wide open, and their nostrils very much inflated, and the muscles of their legs and arms very strongly developed, and all their countenances expressing great surprise. All the gentlemen were very pigeon-breasted and very blue about the beards, and all the ladies were miraculous figures, and all the ladies and all the gentlemen were looking intensely nowhere and staring with extraordinary earnestness at nothing. When Nell had exhausted her first raptures at this glorious sight, Mrs. Jarley ordered the room to be cleared of all but herself and the child, and, sitting herself down in an armchair in the center, formally invested Nell with a willow wand, long used by herself for pointing out the characters, and was at great pains to instruct her in her duty. "That," said Mrs. Jarley in her exhibition tone, as Nell touched a figure at the beginning of the platform, is an unfortunate maid of honor in the time of Queen Elizabeth, who died from pricking her finger in consequence of working upon a Sunday. Observe the blood which is trickling from her finger, also the gold-eyed needle of the period with which she is at work. All this Nell repeated twice or thrice, pointing to the finger and the needle at the right times, and then passed on to the next. "That, ladies and gentlemen," said Mrs. Jarley, "is Jasper Packlemerton of atrocious memory, who courted and married 14 wives, and destroyed them all by tickling the soles of their feet when they were sleeping in the consciousness of innocence and virtue. On being brought to the scaffold, and asked if he was sorry for what he had done, he replied yes, he was sorry for having let him off so easy, and hoped all Christian husbands would pardon him the offense. Let this be a warning to all young ladies to be particular in the character of the gentleman of their choice. Observe that his fingers are curled as if in the act of tickling, and that his face is represented with a wink, as he appeared when committing his barbarous murders." When Nell knew all about Mr. Packlemerton, and could say it without faltering, Mrs. Jarley passed on to the fat man, and then to the thin man, the tall man, the short man, the old lady who died of dancing at 132, the wild boy of the woods, the woman who poisoned 14 families with pickled walnuts, and other historical characters and interesting but misguided individuals. And so well did Nell profit by her instructions, and so apt was she to remember them, that by the time they had been shut up together for a couple of hours, she was in full possession of the history of the whole establishment, and perfectly competent to the enlightenment of visitors. Mrs. Jarley was not slow to express her admiration at this happy result, and carried her young friend and pupil to inspect the remaining arrangements within doors, by virtue of which the passage had been already converted into a grove of green baize, hung with the inscription she had already seen, "Mr. Slum's Productions," and a highly ornamented table placed at the upper end for Mrs. Jarley herself, at which she was to preside and take the money, in company with His Majesty King George III, Mr. Grimaldi as clown, Mary Queen of Scots, and a nominatum of Aper, as liquids caoquaverk, cause the old clan the care. The preparations without doors had not been neglected either. A nun of great personal attractions was telling her beads on the little portico over the door, and a brigand, with the blackest possible head of hair and the clearest possible complexion, was at that moment going round the town in a cart, consulting the miniature of a lady. It now only remained that Mr. Slum's compositions should be judiciously distributed, that the pathetic effusions should find their way to all private houses and tradespeople, and that the parody commencing, "If I knowed a donkey," should be confined to the taverns, and circulated only among the lawyers' clerks and choice spirits of the place. When this had been done, and Mrs. Jarley had waited upon the boarding schools in person, with a handbill composed expressly for them, in which it was distinctly proved that waxwork refined the mind, cultivated the taste, and enlarged the sphere of the human understanding, that indefatigable lady sat down to dinner, and drank out of the suspicious bottle to a flourishing campaign. Chapter 29. Unquestionably, Mrs. Jarley had an inventive genius. In the midst of the various devices for attracting visitors to the exhibition, Little Nell was not forgotten. The light cart in which the brigand usually made his perambulations being gaily dressed with flags and streamers, and the brigand placed therein, contemplating the miniature of his beloved as usual, Nell was accommodated with a seat beside him, decorated with artificial flowers, and in this state and ceremony rode slowly through the town every morning, dispersing handbills from a basket to the sound of drum and trumpet. The beauty of the child, coupled with her gentle and timid bearing, produced quite a sensation in the little country place. The brigand, heretofore a source of exclusive interest in the streets, became a mere secondary consideration, and to be important only as a part of the show of which she was the chief attraction. Grown-up folks began to be interested in the bright-eyed girl, and some score of little boys fell desperately in love, and constantly left enclosures of nuts and apples directed in small text at the waxwork door. This desirable impression was not lost on Mrs. Jarley, who, lest Nell should become too cheap, soon sent the brigand out alone again, and kept her in the exhibition room, where she described the figures every half hour to the great satisfaction of admiring audiences. And these audiences were of a very superior description, including at Grudingcovening, and these audiences were Penny B as clown to represent Mr. Lindley Murray as he appeared when engaged in the composition of his English grammar, and turning a murderess of great renown into Mrs. Hannah More, both of which likenesses were admitted by Miss Monflathers, who was acted the head of the head boarding and day establishment, in quotate, in a crived, bekais, in profitsenes kebtaudelim but it eats shirt collar and male attire was such a complete image of Lord Byron that the young ladies quite screamed when they saw it. Miss Monflathers, however, rebuked this enthusiasm and took occasion to reprove Mrs. Jarley for not keeping her collection more select, observing that his lordship had held certain opinions quite incompatible with waxwork honors, and adding something about a dean and chapter which Mrs. Jarley did not understand. Although her duties were sufficiently laborious, Nell found in the lady of the caravan a very kind and considerate person, who had not only a peculiar relish for being comfortable herself, but for making everybody about her comfortable also, which latter taste, it may be remarked, is, even in persons who live in much finer places than caravans, a far more rare and uncommon one than the first, and is not by any means its necessary consequence. As her popularity procured her various little fees from the visitors on which her patroness never demanded any toll, and as her grandfather too was well treated and useful, she had no cause of anxiety in connection with the waxwork, beyond that which sprung from her recollection of Quilp and her fears that he might return and one day suddenly encounter them. Quilp indeed was a perpetual nightmare to the child, who was constantly haunted by a vision of his ugly face and stunted figure. She slept, for their better security, in the room where the waxwork figures were, and she never retired to this place at night. But she tortured herself. She could not help it with imagining a resemblance, in some one or other of their death-like faces, to the dwarf, and this fancy would sometimes so gain upon her that she would almost believe he had removed the figure and stood within the clothes. Then there were so many of them with their great glassy eyes, and as they stood one behind the other all about her bed, they looked so like living creatures, and yet so unlike in their grim stillness and silence, that she had a kind of terror of them for their own sakes, and would often lie watching their dusky figures until she was obliged to rise and light a candle, or go and sit at the open window and feel a companionship in the bright stars. At these times she would recall the old house and the window at which she used to sit alone, and then she would think of poor Kit and all his kindness until the tears came into her eyes, and she would weep and smile together. Often and anxiously at this silent hour her thoughts reverted to her grandfather, and she would wonder how much he remembered of their former life, and whether he was ever really mindful of the change in their condition and of their late helplessness and destitution. When they were wandering about, she seldom thought of this, but now she could not help considering what would become of them if he fell sick or her own strength were to fail her. He was very patient and willing, happy to execute any little task, and glad to be of use, but he was in the same listless state, with no prospect of improvement, a mere child, a poor, thoughtless, vacant creature, a harmless, fond old man, susceptible of tender love and regard for her, and of pleasant and painful impressions, but alive to nothing more. It made her very sad to know that this was so sad to see it, that sometimes when he sat idly by, smiling and nodding to her when she looked round, or when he caressed some little child and carried it to and fro, as he was fond of doing by the hour together, perplexed by its simple questions, yet patient under his own infirmity, and seeming almost conscious of it too, and humbled even before the mind of an infant, so sad it made her to see him thus, that she made. But the bitterness of her grief was not in beholding him in this condition, when he was at least content and tranquil, nor in her solitary meditations on his altered state, though these were trials for a young heart. Cause for deeper and heavier sorrow was yet to come. One evening, a holiday night with them, Nell and her grandfather went out to walk. They had been rather closely confined for some days, and the weather being warm, they strolled a long distance. Clear of the town, they took a footpath which struck through some pleasant fields, judging that it would terminate in the road they quitted and enable them to return that way. It made, however, a much wider circuit than they had supposed, and thus they were tempted onward until sunset, when they reached the track of which they were in search, and stopped to rest. It had been gradually getting overcast, and now the sky was dark and lowering, save where the glory of the departing sun piled up masses of gold and burning fire, decaying embers of which gleamed here and there through the black veil and shone redly down upon the earth. The wind began to moan in hollow murmurs as the sun went down, carrying glad day elsewhere, and a train of dull clouds coming up against it menaced thunder and lightning. Large drops of rain, soon began to fall, and, as the storm clouds came sailing onward, others supplied the void they left behind and spread over all the sky. Then was heard the low rumbling of distant thunder, then the lightning quivered, and then the darkness of an hour seemed to have gathered in an instant. Fearful of taking shelter beneath a tree or hedge, the old man and the child hurried along the high road, hoping to find some house in which they could seek a refuge from the storm, which had now burst forth in earnest, and every moment increased in violence. Drenched with the pelting rain, confused by the deafening thunder, and bewildered by the glare of the forked lightning, they would have passed a solitary house without being aware of its vicinity, had not a man, who was standing at the door, called lustily to them to enter. "Your ears ought to be better than other folks at any rate, if you make so little of the chance of being struck blind," he said, retreating from the door and shading his eyes with his hands as the jagged lightning came again. "What were you going past for, eh?" he added as he closed the door and led the way along a passage to a room behind. "We didn't see the house, sir, till we heard you calling," Nell replied. "No wonder," said the man, with this lightning in one's eyes. "By the by, you had better stand by the fire here, and dry yourselves a bit. You can call for what you like if you want anything. If you don't want anything, you are not obliged to give an order. Don't be afraid of that. This is a public house, that's all. The Valiant Soldier is pretty well known hereabouts." "Is this house called the Valiant Soldier, sir?" asked Nell. "I thought everybody knew that," replied the landlord. "Where had you come from if you don't know the Valiant Soldier as well as the church catechism?" "This is The Valiant Soldier by James Groves, Jem Groves. Honest Jem Groves, as is a man of unblemished moral character, and has a good dry skittle ground. If any man has got anything to say again Jem Groves, let him say it to Jem Groves, and Jem Groves can accommodate him with a customer on any terms from £4 aside to 40. With these words the speaker tapped himself on the waistcoat to intimate that he was the Jem Grove so highly eulogized. Sparred scientifically at a counterfeit Jem Groves, who was sparring at society in general from a black frame over the chimney-piece, and, applying a half-emptied glass of spirits and water to his lips, drank Jem Groves's health. The night being warm, there was a large screen drawn across the room for a barrier against the heat of the fire. It seemed as if somebody on the other side of this screen had been insinuating doubts of Mr. Groves's prowess, and had thereby given rise to these egotistical expressions, for Mr. Groves wound up his defiance by giving a loud knock upon it with his knuckles and pausing for a reply from the other side. "There and many men," said Mr. Groves, no answer being returned, "who would venture to cross Jem Groves under his own roof. There's only one man I know that has nerve enough for that, and that man's not 100 mile from here neither. But he's worth a dozen men, and I let him say of me whatever he likes in consequence, he knows that." In return for this complimentary address, a very gruff hoarse voice bade Mr. Groves hold his noise and light a candle, and the same voice remarked that the same gentleman needn't waste his breath and brag, for most people knew pretty well what sort of stuff he was made of. "Now, they're playing cards," whispered the old man suddenly. "Interested. Don't you hear them?" "Look sharp with that candle," said the voice. "It's as much as I can do to see the pips on the cards as it is. And get this shutter closed as quick as you can, will you? Your beer will be the worse for tonight's thunder, I expect." "Game. 7 and 6 to me, old Isaac. Hand over. Do you hear now? Do you hear them?" whispered the old man again, with increased earnestness as the money chinked upon the table. "I haven't seen such a storm as this," said a sharp, cracked voice of most disagreeable quality, when a tremendous peal of thunder had died away, since the night when old Luke Withers won 13 times, running on the red. We all said he had the devil's luck, and his own. And as it was the kind of night for the devil to be out and busy, I suppose he was looking over his shoulder, if anybody could have seen him. "Ah," returned the gruff voice, "for all old Luke's winning through thick and thin of late years, I remember the time when he was the unluckiest and unfortunate of men. He never took a dice box in his hand, or held a card, but he was plucked, pigeoned, and cleaned out completely. Do you hear what he says?" whispered the old man. "Do you hear that, Nell?" The child saw with astonishment and alarm that his whole appearance had undergone a complete change. His face was flushed and eager, his eyes were strained, his teeth set, his breath came short and thick, and the hand he laid upon her arm trembled so violently that she shook beneath its grasp. "Bear witness," he muttered, looking upward, "that I always said it, that I knew it, dreamed of it, felt it was the truth, and that it must be so. What money have we, Nell? Come! I saw you with money yesterday. What money have we? Give it to me." "No, no. Let me keep it, grandfather," said the frightened child. "Let us go away from here. Do not mind the rain. Pray, let us go." "Give it to me, I say," returned the old man fiercely. "Hush, hush, don't cry, Nell. If I spoke sharply, dear, I didn't mean it. It's for thy good. I have wronged thee, Nell, but I will right thee yet. I will indeed. Where is the money?" "Do not take it," said the child. "Pray do not take it, dear. For both our sakes, let me keep it, or let me throw it away better. Let me throw it away, then you take it now. Let us go, do let us go." "Give me the money," returned the old man. "I must have it. There, there, that's my dear Nell. I'll write thee one day, child. I'll write thee, never fear." She took from her pocket a little purse. He seized it with the same rapid impatience which had characterized his speech, and hastily made his way to the other side of the screen. It was impossible to restrain him, and the trembling child followed close behind. The landlord had placed a light upon the table and was engaged in drawing the curtain of the window. The speakers whom they had heard were two men who had a pack of cards and some silver money between them, while upon the screen itself the games they had played were scored in chalk. The man with the rough voice was a burly fellow of middle age, with large black whiskers, broad cheeks, a coarse wide mouth and bull neck, which was pretty freely displayed as his shirt collar was only confined by a loose red neckerchief. He wore his hat, which was of a brownish white, and had beside him a thick, knotted stick. The other man, whom his companion had called Isaac, was of a more slender figure, stooping, and high in the shoulders, with a very ill-favored face and a most sinister and villainous squint. "Now, old gentleman," said Isaac, looking round, "do you know either of us? This side of the screen is private, sir." "No offence, I hope," returned the old man. "But by G, sir, there is offence," said the other, interrupting him, "when you intrude yourself upon a couple of gentlemen who are particularly engaged." "I had no intention to offend," said the old man, looking anxiously at the cards. "I thought that, but you had no right to think, sir," retorted the other. "What the devil has a man at your time of life to do with thinking?" "Now, bully boy," said the stout man, raising his eyes from his cards for the first time, "can't you let him speak?" The landlord, who had apparently resolved to remain neutral until he knew which side of the question the stout man would espouse, chimed in at this place with, "Ah, to be sure, can't you let him speak, Isaac List?" "Can't I let him speak?" sneered Isaac in reply, mimicking as nearly as he could, in his shrill voice, the tones of the landlord. "Yes, I can let him speak, Jemmy Groves." "Well then, do it, will you?" said the landlord. Mr. List's squint assumed a portentous character, which seemed to threaten the prolongation of this controversy, when his companion, who had been looking sharply at the old man, put a timely stop to it. "Who knows," said he with a cunning look, "but the gentleman may have civilly meant to ask if he might have the honor to take a hand with us." "I did mean it," cried the old man. "That is what I mean. That is what I want now." "I thought so," returned the same man. "Then who knows but the gentleman, anticipating our objection to play for love, civilly desired to play for money?" The old man replied by shaking the little purse in his eager hand, and then throwing it down upon the table, and gathering up the cards as a miser would clutch at gold. "Oh, that indeed," said Isaac. "If that's what the gentleman meant, I beg the gentleman's pardon. Is this the gentleman's little purse?" "A very pretty little purse." "Rather a light purse," added Isaac, throwing it into the air and catching it dexterously, "but enough to amuse a gentleman for half an hour or so." "We'll make a four-handed game of it and take in Groves," said the stout man. "Come, Jemmy." The landlord, who conducted himself like one who was well used to such little parties, approached the table and took a seat. The child, in a perfect agony, drew her grandfather aside, and implored him, even then, to come away. "Come, and we may be so happy," said the child. "We will be happy," replied the old man hastily. "Let me go, Nell. The means of happiness are on the cards and the dice. We must rise from little winnings to great. There's little to be won here, but great will come in time. I shall but win back my own, and it's all for thee, my darling." "God help us," cried the child. "Oh, what hard fortune brought us here." "Hush," rejoined the old man, laying his hand upon her mouth. "Fortune will not bear chiding. We must not reproach her, or she shuns us. I have found that out. "Now, mister," said the stout man, "if you're not coming yourself, give us the cards, will you?" "I am coming," cried the old man. "Sit thee down now, sit thee down and look on. Be of good heart, it's all for thee, all every penny. I don't tell them, no, no, or else they wouldn't play, dreading the chance that such a cause must give me. Look at them, see what they are, and what thou art. Who doubts that we must win?" "The gentleman has thought better of it and isn't coming," said Isaac, making as though he would rise from the table. "I'm sorry the gentleman's daunted, nothing venture. Nothing hap but the gentleman knows best." "Why, I am ready. You have all been slow but me," said the old man. "I wonder who is more anxious to begin than I." As he spoke, he drew a chair to the table, and the other three closing round it at the same time, the game commenced. The child sat by and watched its progress with a troubled mind, regardless of the run of luck, and mindful only of the desperate passion which had its hold upon her grandfather. Losses and gains were to her alike. Exulting in some brief triumph, or cast down by a defeat, there he sat so wild and restless, so feverishly and intensely anxious, so terribly eager, so ravenous for the paltry stakes, that she could have almost better borne to see him dead. And yet she was the innocent cause of all this torture, and he, gambling with such a savage thirst for gain as the most insatiable gambler never felt, had not one selfish thought. On the contrary, the other three knades and gamesters, by their trade while intent upon their gain, were yet as cool and quiet as if every virtue had been centered in their breasts. Sometimes one would look up to smile to another or two. Snuff the feeble candle, or to glance at the lightning as it shot through the open window and fluttering curtain, or to listen to some louder peal of thunder than the rest, with a kind of momentary impatience as if it put him out. But there they sat, with a calm indifference to everything but their cards, perfect philosophers in appearance, and with no greater show of passion or excitement than if they had been made of stone. The storm had raged for full 3 hours. The lightning had grown fainter and less frequent. The thunder, from seeming to roll and break above their heads, had gradually died away into a deep hoarse distance, and still the game went on, and still the anxious child was quite forgotten. Chapter 30. At length the play came to an end, and Mr. Isaac List rose the only winner. Mat and the landlord bore their losses with professional fortitude. Isaac pocketed his gains with the air of a man who had quite made up his mind to win all along, and was neither surprised nor pleased. Nell's little purse was exhausted, but although it lay empty by his side and the other players had now risen from the table, the old man sat poring over the cards, dealing them as they had been dealt before, and turning up the different hands to see what each man would have held if they had still been playing. He was quite absorbed in this occupation when the child drew near and laid her hand upon his shoulder, telling him it was near midnight. "See the curse of poverty, Nell," he said, pointing to the packs he had spread out upon the table. "If I could have gone on a little longer, only a little longer, the luck would have turned on my side. Yes, it's as plain as the marks upon the cards." "See here and there, and here again. Put them away," urged the child. "Try to forget them, try to forget them," he rejoined, raising his haggard face to hers, and regarding her with an incredulous stare. "To forget them? How are we ever to grow rich if I forget them?" The child could only shake her head. "No, no, Nell," said the old man, patting her cheek. "They must not be forgotten. We must make amends for this as soon as we can. Patience, patience, and we'll right thee yet, I promise thee. Lose today, win tomorrow, and nothing can be won without anxiety and care. Nothing. Come, I am ready." "Do you know what the time is?" said Mr. Groves, who was smoking with his friends. "Past 12 o'clock." "And a rainy night," added the stout man. "The Valiant Soldier," by James Groves. "Good beds, cheap entertainment for man and beast," said Mr. Groves, quoting his signboard. "Half-past 12 o'clock. It's very late," said the uneasy child. "I wish we had gone before. What will they think of us? It will be 2 o'clock by the time we get back." "What would it cost, sir, if we stopped here?" "Two good beds, 1 and 6pence. Supper and beer, 1 shilling. Total 2 shillings and 6pence," replied the valiant soldier. Now, Nell had still the piece of gold sewn in her dress, and when she came to consider the lateness of the hour and the somnolent habits of Mrs. Jarley, and to imagine the state of consternation in which they would certainly throw that good lady by knocking her up in the middle of the night, and when she reflected, on the other hand, that if they remained where they were and rose early in the morning, they might get back before she awoke, and could plead the violence of the storm by which they had been overtaken as a good apology for their absence, she decided, after a great deal of hesitation, to remain. She therefore took her grandfather aside, and telling him that she had still enough left to defray the cost of their lodging, proposed that they should stay there for the night. "If I had had but that money before, if I had only known of it a few minutes ago," muttered the old man. "We will decide to stop here, if you please," said Nell, turning hastily to the landlord. "I think that's prudent," returned Mr. Groves. "You shall have your suppers." Directly. Accordingly, when Mr. Groves had smoked his pipe out, knocked out the ashes, and placed it carefully in a corner of the fireplace, with the bowl downwards, he brought in the bread and cheese and beer, with many high encomiums upon their excellence, and bade his guests fall to and make themselves at home. Nell and her grandfather ate sparingly, for both were occupied with their own reflections. The other gentlemen, for whose constitutions beer was too weak and tame a liquid, consoled themselves with spirits and tobacco. As they would leave the house very early in the morning, the child was anxious to pay for their entertainment before they retired to bed. But as she felt the necessity of concealing her little hoard from her grandfather, and had to change the piece of gold, she took it secretly from its place of concealment, and embraced an opportunity of following the landlord when he went out of the room, and tendered it to him in the little bar. "Will you give me the change here, if you please?" said the child. Mr. James Groves was evidently surprised, and looked at the money, and rang it, and looked at the child, and at the money again, as though he had a mind to inquire how she came by it. The coin being genuine, however, and changed at his house, he probably felt, like a wise landlord, that it was no business of his. At any rate, he counted out the change and gave it her. The child was returning to the room where they had passed the evening when she fancied she saw a figure just gliding in at the door. There was nothing but a long, dark passage between this door and the place where she had changed the money, and, being very certain that no person had passed in or out while she stood there, the thought struck her that she had been watched. But by whom? When she re-entered the room, she found its inmates exactly as she had left them. The stout fellow lay upon 2 chairs, resting his head on his hand, and the squinting man reposed in a similar attitude on the opposite side of the table. Between them sat her grandfather, looking intently at the winner with a kind of hungry admiration, and hanging upon his words as if he were some superior being. She was puzzled for a moment and looked round to see if any else were there. No. Then she asked her grandfather in a whisper whether anybody had left the room while she was absent. No, he said, nobody. It must have been her fancy then. And yet it was strange that, without anything in her previous thoughts to lead to it, she should have imagined this figure so very distinctly. She was still wondering and thinking of it when a girl came to light her to bed. The old man took leave of the company at the same time, and they went upstairs together. It was a great rambling house with dull corridors and wide staircases which the flaring candle seemed to make more gloomy. She left her grandfather in his chamber and followed her guide to another, which was at the end of a passage and approached by some half-dozen crazy steps. This was prepared for her. The girl lingered a little while to talk and tell her grievances. She had not a good place, she said. The wages were low and the work was hard. She was going to leave it in a fortnight. The child couldn't recommend her to another, she supposed. Instead, she was afraid another would be difficult to get after living there, for the house had a very indifferent character. There was far too much card playing and such like. She was very much mistaken, as some of the people who came there oftenest were quite as honest as they might be, but she wouldn't have it known that she had said so, for the world. Then there were some rambling allusions to a rejected sweetheart who had threatened to go a-soldiering a final promise of knocking at the door early in the morning and good night. The child did not feel comfortable when she was left alone. She could not help thinking of the figure stealing through the passage downstairs, and what the girl had said did not tend to reassure her. The men were very ill-looking. They might get their living by robbing and murdering travelers. Who could tell? Reasoning herself out of these fears, or losing sight of them for a little while, there came the anxiety to which the adventures of the night gave rise. Here was the old passion awakened again in her grandfather's breast, and to what further distraction it might tempt him, heaven only knew. What fears their absence might have occasioned already. Persons might be seeking for them even then. Would they be forgiven in the morning, or turned adrift again? Oh, why had they stopped in that strange place? It would have been better under any circumstances to have gone on. At last, sleep gradually stole upon her, a broken, fitful sleep, troubled by dreams of falling from high towers, and waking with a start and in great terror. A deeper slumber followed this, and then what? That figure in the room. A figure was there. Yes, she had drawn up the blind to admit the light when it should be dawn, and there, between the foot of the bed and the dark casement, it crouched and slunk along, groping its way with noiseless hands and stealing round the bed. She had no voice to cry for help, no power to move, but lay still, watching it. On it came on, silently and stealthily, to the bed's head. The breath so near her pillow that she shrunk back into it, lest those wandering hands should light upon her face. Back again, it stole to the window, then turned its head towards her. The dark form was a mere blot upon the lighter darkness of the room, but she saw the turning of the head, and felt and knew how the eyes looked and the ears. Listened. There it remained, motionless as she. At length, still keeping the face towards her, it busied its hands in something, and she heard the chink of money. Then on it came again, silent and stealthy as before, and replacing the garments it had taken from the bedside, dropped upon its hands and knees and crawled away. How slowly it seemed to move, now that she could hear but not see it, creeping along the floor. It reached the door at last, and stood upon its feet. The steps creaked beneath its noiseless tread, and it was gone. The first impulse of the child was to fly from the terror of being by herself in that room, to have somebody by, not to be alone, and then her power of speech would be restored. With no consciousness of having moved, she gained the door. There was the dreadful shadow, pausing at the bottom of the steps. She could not pass it. She might have done so, perhaps, in the darkness without. Being seized, but her blood curdled at the thought. The figure stood quite still, and so did she. Not boldly, but of necessity. For going back into the room was hardly less terrible than going on. The rain beat fast and furiously without, and ran down in plashing streams from the thatched roof. Some summer insect, with no escape into the air, flew blindly to and fro, beating its body against the walls and ceiling, and filling the silent place with murmurs. The figure moved again. The child involuntarily did the same. Once in her grandfather's room, she would be safe. It crept along the passage until it came to the very door she longed so ardently to reach. The child, in the agony of being so near, had almost darted forward with the design of bursting into the room and closing it behind her, when the figure stopped again. The idea flashed suddenly upon her. What if it entered there and had a design upon the old man's life? She turned faint and sick. It did. It went in. There was a light inside. The figure was now within the chamber, and she, still dumb, quite dumb, and almost senseless, stood looking on. The door was partly open. Not knowing what she meant to do, but meaning to preserve him or be killed herself, she staggered forward and looked in. What sight was that which met her view? The bed had not been lain on, but was smooth and empty, and at a table sat the old man himself, the only living creature there, his white face pinched and sharpened by the greediness which made his eyes unnaturally bright, counting the money of which his hands had robbed her. Chapters 31. With steps more faltering and unsteady than those with which she had approached the room, the child withdrew from the door and groped her way back to her own chamber. The terror she had lately felt was nothing compared with that which now oppressed her. No strange robber, no treacherous host conniving at the plunder of his guests, or stealing to their beds to kill them in their sleep. No nightly prowler, however terrible and cruel, could have awakened in her bosom half the dread which the recognition of her silent visitor inspired. The gray-headed old man gliding like a ghost into her room, and acting the thief while he supposed her fast asleep, then bearing off his prize and hanging over it with the ghastly exultation she had witnessed, was worst. By your worst, madam. If he should return, there was no lock or bolt upon the door, and if, distrustful of having left some money yet behind, he should come back to seek for more, a vague awe and horror surrounded the idea. Of his slinking in again with stealthy tread, and turning his face toward the empty bed, while she shrank down close at his feet to avoid his touch, which was almost insupportable. She sat and listened. Hark! A footstep on the stairs, and now the door was slowly opening. It was but imagination, yet imagination had all the terrors of reality. Nay, it was worse, for the reality would have come and gone, and there an end, but in imagination it was always coming, and never went away. The feeling which beset the child was one of dim, uncertain horror. She had no fear of the dear old grandfather in whose love for her this disease of the brain had been engendered. But the man she had seen that night, wrapped in the game of chance, lurking in her room, and counting the money by the glimmering light, seemed like another creature in his shape, a monstrous distortion of his image, a something to recoil from, and be the more afraid of, because it bore a likeness to him, and kept close about her, as he did. She could scarcely connect her own affectionate companion, saved by his loss, with this old man, so like yet so unlike him. She had wept to see him dull and quiet. How much greater cause she had for weeping now. The child sat watching and thinking of these things, until the phantom in her mind so increased in gloom and terror that she felt it would be a relief to hear the old man's voice, or, if he were asleep, even to see him, and banish some of the fears that clustered round his image. She stole down the stairs and passage again. The door was still ajar as she had left it, and the candle burning as before. She had her own candle in her hand, prepared to say, if he were waking, that she was uneasy and could not rest, and had come to see if his were still alight. Looking into the room, she saw him lying calmly on his bed, and so took courage to enter. Fast asleep. No passion in the face, no avarice, no anxiety, no wild desire. All gentle, tranquil, and at peace. This was not the gambler or the shadow in her room. This was not even the worn and jaded man whose face had so often met her own in the gray morning light. This was her dear old friend, her harmless fellow traveler, her good, kind grandfather. She had no fear as she looked upon his slumbering features, but she had a deep and weighty sorrow, and it found its relief in tears. God bless him, said the child, stooping softly to kiss his placid cheek. I see too well now that they would indeed part us if they found us out and shut him up from the light of the sun and sky. He has only me to help him. God bless us both. Lighting her candle, she retreated as silently as she had come, and, gaining her own room once more, sat up during the remainder of that long, long, miserable night. At last the day turned her waning candle pale, and she fell asleep. She was quickly roused by the girl who had shown her up to bed, and, as soon as she was dressed, prepared to go down to her grandfather. But first she searched her pocket and found that her money was all gone. Not a sixpence remained. The old man was ready, and in a few seconds they were on their road. The child thought he rather avoided her eye, and appeared to expect that she would tell him of her loss. She felt she must do that, or he might suspect the truth. "Grandfather," she said in a tremulous voice, after they had walked about a mile in silence, "do you think they are honest people at the house yonder?" "Why?" returned the old man, trembling. "Do I think them honest? Yes, they played honestly. I'll tell you why I ask," rejoined Nell. "I lost some money last night out of my bedroom, I am sure, unless it was taken by somebody in jest, only in jest, dear grandfather, which would make me laugh heartily if I could but know it." "Who would take money in jest?" returned the old man in a hurried manner. "Those who take money take it to keep. Don't talk of jest." "Then it was stolen out of my room, dear," said the child, whose last hope was destroyed by the manner of this reply. "But is there no more, Nell?" said the old man. "No more anywhere? Was it all taken, every farthing of it was there? Nothing left?" "Nothing," replied the child. "We must get more," said the old man. "We must earn it, Nell, hoard it up, scrape it together, come by it somehow. Never mind this loss. Tell nobody of it, and perhaps we may regain it. Don't ask how. We may regain it, and a great deal." "More, but tell nobody, or trouble may come of it. And so they took it out of thy room when thou wert asleep." he added in a compassionate tone, very different from the secret, cunning way in which he had spoken until now. Poor Nell, poor little Nell. The child hung down her head and wept. The sympathizing tone in which he spoke was quite sincere, she was sure of that. It was not the lightest part of her sorrow to know that this was done for her. "Not a word about it to any one but me," said the old man. "No, not even to me," he added hastily, "for it can do no good. All the losses that ever were are not worth tears from thy eyes, darling. Why should they be, when we will win them back?" "Let them go," said the child, looking up. "Let them go once and forever, and I would never shed another tear if every penny had been 1,000 pounds. "Well, well," returned the old man, checking himself as some impetuous answer rose to his lips. "She knows no better. I ought to be thankful of it." "But listen to me," said the child earnestly. "Will you listen to me?" "Aye, aye, I'll listen to Ricen the rules, still without looking at her. A pretty voice. It has always a sweet sound to me. It always had when it was her mother's. Poor child." "Let me persuade you then." "Oh, do let me persuade you," said the child, "to think no more of gains or losses, and to try no fortune but the fortune we pursue together." "We pursue this aim together," retorted her grandfather, still looking away and seeming to confer with himself. "Whose image sanctifies the game?" "Have we been worse off," resumed the child, "since you forgot these cares and we have been traveling on together? Have we not been much better and happier without a home to shelter us than ever we were in that unhappy house when they were on your mind?" "She speaks the truth," murmured the old man in the same tone as before. "It must not turn me, but it is the truth, no doubt it is." "Only remember what we have been since that bright morning when we turned our backs upon it for the last time," said Nell. "Only remember what we have been since we have been free of all those miseries. What peaceful days and quiet nights we have had. What pleasant times we have known, what happiness we have enjoyed. If we had been tired or hungry, we had been soon refreshed and slept the sounder for it. Think what beautiful things we have seen, and how contented we have felt. And why was this blessed change?" He stopped her with a motion of his hand and bade her talk to him no more. Just then, for he was busy. After a time, he kissed her cheek, still motioning her to silence, and walked on, looking far before him, and sometimes stopping and gazing with a puckered brow upon the ground, as if he were painfully trying to collect his disordered thoughts. Once she saw tears in his eyes. When he had gone on thus for some time, he took her hand in his as he was accustomed to do, with nothing of the violence or animation of his late manner, and so, by degrees, so fine that the child could not trace them, he settled down into his usual quiet way, and suffered her to lead him where she would. When they presented themselves in the midst of the stupendous collection, they found, as Nell had anticipated, that Mrs. Jarley was not yet out of bed, and that, although she had suffered some uneasiness on their account overnight, and had indeed sat up for them until past 11 o'clock, she had retired in the persuasion that, being overtaken by storm at some distance from home, they had sought the nearest shelter and would not return before morning. Nell immediately applied. Herself with great assiduity to the decoration and preparation of the room, and had the satisfaction of completing her task and dressing herself neatly before the beloved of the royal family came down to breakfast. "We haven't had," said Mrs. Jarley when the meal was over, "more than 8 of Miss Monflather's young ladies all the time we've been here, and there's 26 of 'em, as I was told by the cook when I asked her a question or two and put her on the free list. We must try 'em with a parcel of new bills, and you shall take it, my dear, and see what effect that has upon 'em." The proposed expedition being one of paramount importance, Mrs. Jarley adjusted Nell's bonnet with her own hands, and declaring that she certainly did look very pretty, and reflected credit on the establishment, dismissed her with many commendations, and certain needful directions as to the turnings on the right which she was to take, and the turnings on the left which she was to avoid. Thus instructed, Nell had no difficulty in finding out Miss Monflathers's boarding and day establishment, which was a large house, with a high wall, and a large garden gate with a large brass plate, and a small grating through which Miss Monflathers's parlour-maid inspected all visitors before admitting them. For nothing in the shape of a man, no, not even a milkman, was suffered, without special license, to pass that gate. Even the tax-gatherer, who was stout and wore spectacles and a broad-brimmed hat, had the taxes handed through the grating, more obdurate than gate of adamant or brass. This gate of Miss Monflathers frowned on all mankind. The very butcher respected it as a gate of mystery, and left off whistling when he rang the bell. As Nell approached the awful door, it turned slowly upon its hinges with a creaking noise, and, forth from the solemn grove beyond, came a long file of young ladies, 2 and 2, all with open books in their hands, and some with parasols likewise. And last of the goodly procession came Miss Monflathers. Bearing herself a parasol of lilac silk, and supported by 2 smiling teachers, each mortally envious of the other, and devoted unto Miss Monflathers. Confused by the looks and whispers of the girls, Nell stood with downcast eyes, and suffered the procession to pass on, until Miss Monflathers, bringing up the rear, approached her, when she curtsied, and presented her little packet, on receipt whereof Miss Monflathers commanded that the line should halt. "You're the waxwork child, are you not?" said Miss Monflathers. "Yes, ma'am," replied Nell, coloring deeply, for the young ladies had collected about her, and she was the centre on which all eyes were fixed. "And don't you think you must be a very wicked little child?" said Miss Monflathers, who was of rather uncertain temper, and lost no opportunity of impressing moral truths upon the tender minds of the young ladies, "to be a wax work child at all?" Poor Nell had never viewed her position in this light, and not knowing what to say, remained silent, blushing more deeply than before. "Don't you know," said Miss Monflathers, "that it's very naughty and unfeminine, and a perversion of the properties wisely and benignantly transmitted to us, with expansive powers to be roused from their dormant state through the medium of cultivation?" The 2 teachers murmured their respectful approval of this home thrust, and looked at Nell as though they would have said that there, indeed, Miss Monflathers had hit her very hard. Then they smiled and glanced at Miss Monflathers, and then, their eyes meeting, they exchanged looks which plainly said that each considered herself smiler in ordinary to Miss Monflathers, and regarded the other as having no right to smile, and that her so doing was an act of presumption and impertinence. "Don't you feel how naughty it is of you," resumed Miss Monflathers, "to be a waxwork child, when you might have the proud consciousness of assisting, to the extent of your infant powers, the manufactures of your country, of improving your mind by the constant contemplation of the steam engine, and of earning a comfortable and independent subsistence of from 2 and 9 pence to 3 shillings per week? Don't you know that the harder you are at work, the happier you are? How doth the little," murmured one of the teachers in quotation from Dr. Watts. "Eh?" said Miss Monflathers, turning smartly round. "Who said that?" Of course the teacher, who had not said it, indicated the rival who had, whom Miss Monflathers frowningly requested to hold her peace, by that means throwing the informing teacher into raptures of joy. "The little busy bee," said Miss Monflathers, drawing herself up, "is applicable only to genteel children. In books or work or healthful play is quite right as far as they are concerned, and the work means painting on velvet, fancy needlework, or embroidery. In such cases as these," pointing to Nell with her parasol, "and in the case of all poor people's children, we should read it thus: in work, work, work. In work alway. Let my first years be past, that I may give for every day some good account at last." A deep hum of applause rose not only from the two teachers, but from all the pupils, who were equally astonished to hear Miss Monflathers improvising after this brilliant style. For although she had been long known as a politician, she had never appeared before as an original poet. Just then somebody happened to discover that Nell was crying, and all eyes were again turned towards her. There were indeed tears in her eyes, and drawing out her handkerchief to brush them away, she happened to let it fall. Before she could stoop to pick it up, one young lady of about 15 or 16, who had been standing a little apart from the others, as though she had no recognized place among them, sprang forward and put it in her hand. She was gliding timidly away again when she was arrested by the governess. "It was Miss Edwards who did that, I know," said Miss Monflathers predictively. "Now I am sure that was Miss Edwards." It was Miss Edwards, and everybody said it was Miss Edwards and Miss Edwards herself admitted that it was. "Is it not?" said Miss Monflathers, putting down her parasol to take a severer view of the offender. "A most remarkable thing, Miss Edwards, that you have an attachment to the lower classes which always draws you to their sides. Or rather, is it not a most extraordinary thing that all I say and do will not wean you from propensities which your original station in life have unhappily rendered habitual to you, extremely vulgar-minded girl?" "I really intended no harm, ma'am," said a sweet voice. "It was a momentary impulse indeed." "An impulse?" repeated Miss Monflathers scornfully. "I wonder that you presume to speak of impulses to me." Both the teachers assented. "I am astonished." Both the teachers were astonished. "I suppose it is an impulse which induces you to take the part of every groveling and debased person that comes in." "Your way," both the teachers supposed so too. "But I would have you know, Miss Edwards," resumed the governess in a tone of increased severity, "that you cannot be permitted, if it be only for the sake of preserving a proper example and decorum in this establishment, that you cannot be permitted, and that you shall not be permitted, to fly in the face of your superiors in this exceedingly gross manner. If you have no reason to feel a becoming pride before waxwork children, there are young ladies here who have, and you must either defer to those young ladies or leave the establishment, Miss Edwards." This young lady, being motherless and poor, was apprenticed at the school, taught for nothing, teaching others what she learnt, for nothing, boarded for nothing, lodged for nothing, and set down, and rated as something immeasurably less than nothing, by all the dwellers in the house. The servant maids felt her inferiority, for they were better treated, free to come and go, and regarded in their stations with much more respect. The teachers were infinitely superior, for they had paid to go to school in their time, and were paid now. The pupils cared little for a companion who had no grand stories to tell about home, no friends to come with post-horses, and be received in all humility, with cake and wine, by the governess, no deferential servant to attend and bear her home for the holidays, nothing genteel to talk about, and nothing to display. But why was Miss Monflathers always vexed and irritated with the poor apprentice? How did that come to pass? Why, the gayest feather in Miss Monflathers' cap, and the brightest glory of Miss Monflathers' school, was a baronet's daughter, the real live daughter of a real live baronet, who, by some extraordinary reversal of the laws of nature, was not only plain in features but dull in intellect, while the poor apprentice had both a ready wit and a handsome face and figure. It seems incredible. Here was Miss Edwards, who only paid a small premium, which had been spent long ago, every day outshining and excelling the baronet's daughter, who learned all the extras or was taught them all, and whose half-yearly bill came to double that of any other young ladies in the school, making no account of the honor and reputation of her pupilage. Therefore, and because she was a dependent, Miss Monflathers had a great dislike to Miss Edwards, and was spiteful to her, and aggravated by her, and, when she had compassion on Little Nell, verbally fell upon and maltreated her, as we have already seen. "You will not take the air to-day, Miss Edwards," said Miss Monflathers. "Have the goodness to retire to your own room, and not to leave it without permission." The poor girl was moving hastily away, when she was suddenly, in nautical phrase, brought to by a subdued shriek from Miss Monflathers. "She has passed me without any salute," cried the governess, raising her eyes to the sky. "She has actually passed me without the slightest acknowledgment of my presence." The young lady turned and curtsied. Nell could see that she raised her dark eyes to the face of her superior, and that their expression, and that of her whole attitude for the instant, was one of mute but most touching appeal against this ungenerous usage. Miss Monflathers only tossed her head in reply, and the great gate closed upon a bursting heart. "As for you, you wicked child," said Miss Monflathers, turning to Nell, "tell your mistress that if she presumes to take the liberty of sending to me any more, I will write to the legislative authorities and have her put in the stocks, or compelled to do penance in a white sheet, and you may depend upon it that you shall certainly experience the treadmill if you dare to come here again. Now, ladies, on." The procession filed off, two and two, with the books and parasols, and Miss Monflathers, calling the baronet's daughter to walk with her and smooth her ruffled feelings, discarded the two teachers who by this time had exchanged their smiles for looks of sympathy and left them to bring up the rear and hate each other a little more for being obliged to walk together. Chapter 32. Mrs. Jarley's wrath on first learning that she had been threatened with the indignity of stocks and penance passed all description. The genuine and only Jarley exposed to public scorn, jeered by children, and flouted by beadles. The delight of the nobility and gentry shorn of a bonnet which a lady mayoress might have sighed to wear, and arrayed in a white sheet as a spectacle of mortification and humility. And Miss Monflathers, the audacious creature who presumed, even in the dimmest and remotest distance of her imagination, to conjure up the degrading picture, I'm most inclined," said Mrs. Jarley, bursting with the fullness of her anger and the weakness of her means of revenge, "to turn atheist when I think of it." But instead of adopting discourse of retaliation, Mrs. Jarley, on second thoughts, brought out the suspicious bottle, and ordering glasses to be set forth upon her favorite drum, and sinking into a chair behind it, called her satellites about her, and to them several times recounted, word for word, the affronts she had received. This done, she begged them in a kind of deep despair to drink, then laughed, then cried, then took a little sip herself, then laughed and cried again, and took a little more. And so by degrees the worthy lady went on, increasing in smiles and decreasing in tears, until at last she could not laugh enough at Miss Monflathers, who, from being an object of dire vexation, became one of sheer ridicule and absurdity. "For which of us is best off, I wonder," quoth Mrs. Jarley, "she or me? It's only talking, when all is said and done, and if she talks of me in the stocks, why, I can talk of her in the stocks, which is a good deal funnier if we come to that. Lord, what does it matter after all?" Having arrived at this comfortable frame of mind, to which he had been greatly assisted by certain short interjectional remarks of the philosophical George, Mrs. Jarley consoled Nell with many kind words and requested as a personal favor that whenever she thought of Miss Monflathers she would do nothing else but laugh at her all the days of her life. So ended Mrs. Jarley's wrath, which subsided long before the going down of the sun. Nell's anxieties, however, were of a deeper kind, and the checks they imposed upon her cheerfulness were not so easily removed. That evening, as she had dreaded, her grandfather stole away and did not come back until the night was far spent. Worn out as she was, and fatigued in mind and body, she sat up alone, counting the minutes, until he returned penniless, broken-spirited and wretched, but still hotly bent upon his infatuation. "Get me money," he said wildly, as they parted for the night. "I must have money now. It shall be paid thee back with gallant interest one day. But all the money that comes into thy hands must be mine, not for myself, but to use for thee. Remember, Nell, to use for thee." What could the child do with the knowledge she had but give him every penny that came into her hands, lest he should be tempted on to rob their benefactress? If she told the truth, so thought the child, he would be treated as a madman. If she did not supply him with money, he would supply himself. Supplying him, she fed the fire that burned him up, and put him perhaps beyond recovery. Distracted by these thoughts, borne down by the weight of the sorrow which she dared not tell, tortured by a crowd of apprehensions whenever the old man was absent, and dreading alike his stay and his return, the color forsook her cheek, her eye grew dim, and her heart was oppressed and heavy. All her old sorrows had come back upon her, augmented by new fears and doubts. By day they were ever present to her mind. By night they hovered round her pillow and haunted her in dreams. It was natural that, in the midst of her affliction, she should often revert to that sweet young lady of whom she had only caught a hasty glance, but whose sympathy, expressed in one slight brief action, dwelt in her memory like the kindnesses of years. She would often think, if she had such a friend as that to whom to tell her griefs, how much lighter her heart would be, that if she were but free to hear that voice, she would be happier. Then she would wish that she were something better, that she were not quite so poor and humble, that she dared address her without fearing a repulse, and then feel that there was an immeasurable distance between them, and have no hope that the young lady thought of her any more. It was now holiday time at the schools, and the young ladies had gone home, and Miss Monflathers was reported to be flourishing in London, and damaging the hearts of middle-aged gentlemen, but nobody said anything about Miss Edwards, whether she had gone home, or whether she had any home to go to, whether she was still at the school, or anything about her. But one evening, as Nell was returning from a lonely walk, she happened to pass the inn where the stage-coaches stopped, just as one drove up, and there was the beautiful girl she so well remembered, pressing forward to embrace a young child whom they were helping down from the roof. Well, this was her sister, her little sister, much younger than Nell, whom she had not seen, so the story went afterwards, for 5 years, and to bring whom to that place on a short visit she had been saving her poor means all that time. Nell felt as if her heart would break when she saw them meet. They went a little apart from a knot of people who had congregated about the coach, and fell upon each other's neck, and sobbed, and wept with joy. Their plain and simple dress, the distance which the child had come alone, their agitation and delight, and the tears they shed would have told their history by themselves. They became a little more composed in a short time, and went away, not so much hand in hand as clinging to each other. "Are you sure you're happy, sister?" said the child as they passed where Nell was standing. "Quite happy now," she answered. "But always?" said the child. "Ah, sister, why do you turn away your face?" Nell could not help following at a little distance. They went to the house of an old nurse, where the elder sister had engaged a bedroom for the child. "I shall come to you early every morning," she said, "and we can be together all the day. Why not at night time, too?" "Dear sister, would they be angry with you for that?" Why were the eyes of little Nell wet, that night, with tears like those of the two sisters? Why did she bear a grateful heart because they had met, and feel it pain to think that they would shortly part? Let us not believe that any selfish reference in conscience, though it might have been to her own trials, awoke this sympathy, but thank God that the innocent joys of others can strongly move us, and that we, even in our fallen nature, have one source of pure emotion which, must be prized in heaven by morning's cheerful glow, but oftener still by evening's gentle light. The child, with a respect for the short and happy intercourse of these two sisters, which forbade her to approach and say a thankful word, although she yearned to do so, followed them at a distance in their walks and rambles, stopping when they stopped, sitting on the grass when they sat down, rising when they went on, and feeling it a companionship and delight to be so near them. Their evening walk was by a river's side. Here, every night the child was too, unseen by them, unthought of, unregarded, but feeling as if they were her friends, as if they had confidences and trusts together, as if her load were lightened and less hard to bear. As if her load were lightened and less hard to bear, as if they mingled their sorrows and found mutual consolation. It was a weak fancy, perhaps, the childish fancy of a young and lonely creature, but night after night, and still the sisters loitered in the same place, and still the child followed with a mild and softened heart. She was much startled, on returning home one night, to find that Mrs. Jarley had commanded an announcement to be prepared, to the effect that the stupendous collection would only remain in its present quarters one day longer, in fulfillment of which threat, for all announcements connected with public amusements are well known to be irrevocable and most exact, the stupendous collection shut up next day. "Are we going from this place directly, ma'am?" said Nell. "Look here, child," returned Mrs. Jarley, "that'll inform you." And so saying, Mrs. Jarley produced another announcement, wherein it was stated that, in consequence of numerous inquiries at the waxwork door, and in consequence of crowds having been disappointed in obtaining admission, the exhibition would be continued for 1 week longer, and would reopen next day. For now that the schools are gone, and the regular sightseers exhausted, said Mrs. Jarley, "we come to the general public, and they want stimulating." Upon the following day at noon, Mrs. Jarley established herself behind the highly ornamented table, attended by the distinguished effigies before mentioned, and ordered the doors to be thrown open for the readmission of a discerning and enlightened public. But the first day's operations were by no means of a successful character, inasmuch as the general public, though they manifested a lively interest in Mrs. Jarley personally, and such of her waxen satellites as were to be seen for nothing, were not affected by any impulses moving them to the payment of 6d. a head. Thus, notwithstanding that a great many people continued to stare at the entry and the figures therein displayed, and remained there with great perseverance, by the hour at a time, to hear the barrel organ played and to read the bills. And notwithstanding that they were kind enough to recommend their friends to patronize the exhibition in the like manner, until the doorway was regularly blockaded by half the population of the town, who, when they went off duty, were relieved by the other half, it was not found that the treasury was any the richer, or that the prospects of the establishment were at all encouraging. In this depressed state of the classical market, Mrs. Jarley made extraordinary efforts to stimulate the popular taste and whet the popular curiosity. Certain machinery in the body of the nun on the leads over the door was cleaned up and put in motion, so that the figure shook its head paralytically all day long, to the great admiration of a drunken but very Protestant barber over the way, who looked upon the said paralytic motion as typical of the degrading effect wrought upon the human mind by the ceremonies of the Romish Church, and discoursed upon that theme with great eloquence and morality. The two carters constantly passed in and out of the exhibition room under various disguises, protesting aloud that the sight was better worth the money than anything they had beheld in all their lives, and urging the bystanders, with tears in their eyes, not to neglect such a brilliant gratification. Mrs. Jarley sat in the pay-place, chinking silver moneys from noon till night, and solemnly calling upon the crowd to take notice that the price of admission was only 6d., and that the departure of the whole collection on a short tour among the crowned heads of Europe was positively fixed for that day week. "So be in time, be in time, be in time," said Mrs. Jarley at the close of every such address. Remember that this is Jarley's stupendous collection of upwards of 100 figures, and that it is the only collection in the world, all others being impostors and deceptions. Be in time, be in time, be in time. Chapter 33. As the course of this tale requires that we should become acquainted, somewhere hereabouts, with a few particulars connected with the domestic economy of Mr. Sampson Brass, and as a more convenient place than the present is not likely to occur for that purpose, the historian takes the friendly reader by the hand, and springing with him into the air, and cleaving the same at a greater rate than ever Don Cleophas Leandro Parasambulo and his familiar travelled through that pleasant region in company, alights with him, alights with Parried. The intrepid aeronauts alight before a small dark house, once the residence of Mr. Sampson Brass. In the parlor window of this little habitation, which is so close upon the footway that the passenger who takes the wall brushes the dim glass with his coat sleeve, much to its improvement, for it is very dirty in this parlor window, in the days of its occupation by Sampson Brass, there hung, all awry and slack, and discolored by the sun, a curtain of faded green, so threadbare from long service as by no means to intercept the view of the little dark room, but rather to afford a favorable medium through which to observe it accurately. There was not much to look at. A rickety table with sparry bundle of Sickglassen, G. Inkritz's, eke sub, opposite of this crazy piece of furniture. A treacherous old chair by the fireplace, whose withered arms had hugged full many a client and helped to squeeze him dry. A second-hand wid box, used as a depository for blank writs and declarations and other small forms of law, once the sole contents of the weg which belonged to the box, as they were to balk, at sub of the query look the wainscot of the walls, the smoke-discolored ceiling, the dust and cobwebs, were among the most prominent decorations of the office of Mr. Sampson Brass. But this was mere still life, of no greater importance than the plate, Brass, solicitor, upon the door, and the bill, first floor to let to a single gentleman, which was tied to the knocker. The office commonly held two examples of animated nature, more to the purpose of this history, and in whom it has a stronger interest and more particular concern. Of these, one was Mr. Brass himself, who has already appeared in these pages. The other was his clerk, assistant, housekeeper, secretary, confidential plotter, adviser, intriguer, and bill of cost increaser, Ms. Brass, a kind of Amazon at common law, of whom it may be desirable to offer a brief description. Miss Sally Brass, then, was a lady of 35 or thereabouts, of a gaunt and bony figure, and a resolute bearing, which, if it repressed the softer emotions of love, and kept admirers at a distance, certainly inspired a feeling akin to awe in the breasts of those male strangers who had the happiness to approach her. In face, she bore a striking resemblance to her brother Sampson, so exact, indeed, was the likeness between them, that had it consorted with Miss Brass's maiden modesty and gentle womanhood to have assumed her brother's clothes in a frolic and sat down beside him, it would have been difficult for the oldest friend of the family to determine which was Sampson and which Sally, especially as the lady carried upon her upper lip certain reddish demonstrations, which, if the imagination had been assisted by her attire, might have been mistaken for beeb. These were, however, in all probability, nothing more than eyelashes in a wrong place, as the eyes of Miss Brass were quite free from any such natural impertinencies. In complexion, Miss Brass was sallow, rather a dirty sallow, so to speak, but this hue was agreeably relieved by the healthy glow which mantled in the extreme tip of her laughing nose. Her voice was exceedingly impressive, deep, and rich in quality, and, once heard, not easily forgotten. Her usual dress was a green gown, in color not unlike the curtain of the office window, made tight to the figure and terminating at the throat, where it was fastened behind by a peculiarly large and massive button. Feeling, no doubt, that simplicity and plainness are the soul of elegance, Miss Brass wore no collar or kerchief except upon her head, which was invariably ornamented with a brown gauze scarf, like the wing of the fabled vampire, and which, twisted into any form that happened to suggest itself, formed an easy and graceful headdress. Such was Miss Brass in person. In mind, she was of a strong and vigorous turn, having from her earliest youth devoted herself with uncommon ardor to the study of law, not wasting her speculations upon its eagle flights, which are rare, but tracing it attentively through all the slippery and eel-like crawlings in which it commonly pursues its way. Nor had she, like many persons of great intellect, confined herself to theory, or stopped short where practical usefulness begins. Inasmuch as she could engross, fair copy, fill up printed forms with perfect accuracy, and, in short, transact any ordinary duty of the office down to pouncing a skin of parchment or mending a pen. It is difficult to understand how, possessed of these combined attractions, she should remain Miss Brass. But whether she had steeled her heart against mankind, or whether those who might have wooed and won her were deterred by fears that, being learned in the law, she might have too near her fingers' ends those particular statutes which regulate what are familiarly termed actions for breach. Certain it is that she was still in a state of celibacy, and still in daily occupation of her old stool, opposite that of her and equally certain it is, by the way, that between these two stools a great many people had come to the ground. One morning Mr. Sampson Brass sat upon his stool, copying some legal process, and viciously digging his pen deep into the paper, as if he were writing upon the very heart of the party against whom it was directed. And Miss Sally Brass sat upon her stool, making a new pen preparatory to drawing out a little bill, which was her favorite occupation. And so they sat in silence for a long time, until Miss Brass broke silence. "Have you nearly done, Sammy?" said Miss Brass, for in her mild and feminine lips Samson became Sammy, and all things were softened down. "No," returned her brother. "It would have been all done, though, if you had helped at the right time. "Oh, yes, indeed," cried Miss Sally. "You want my help, don't you? You, too, that are going to keep a clerk. Am I going to keep a clerk for my own pleasure or because of my own wish? You provoking rascal," said Mr. Brass, putting his pen in his mouth and grinning spitefully at his sister. "What you taught me about going to keep a clerk for?" It may be observed in this place, lest the fact of Mr. Brass calling a lady a rascal should occasion any wonderment or surprise, that he was so habituated to having her near him in a man's capacity, that he had gradually accustomed himself to talk to her as though she were really a man. And this feeling was so perfectly reciprocal that not only did Mr. Brass often call Miss Brass a rascal, or even put an adjective before the rascal, but Miss Brass looked upon it as quite a matter of course, and was as little moved as any other lady would be by being called an angel. "What do you taunt me after 3 hours' talk last night with going to keep a clerk for?" repeated Mr. Brass, grinning again with the pen in his mouth like some nobleman's or gentleman's crest. "Is it my fault?" "All I know is," said Miss Sally, smiling dryly, for she delighted in nothing so much as irritating her brother, "that if every one of your clients is to force us to keep a clerk whether we want you or not, you had better leave off business, strike yourself off the roll, and get taken in execution as soon as you can." "Have we got any other client like him?" said Brass. "Have we got another client like him? Now, will you answer me that? Do you mean in the face?" said his sister. "Do I mean in the face?" sneered Samson Brass, reaching over to take up the bill book and fluttering its leaves rapidly. "Look here, Daniel Quilp, Esquire. Daniel Quilp, Esquire. Daniel Quilp, Esquire, all through. Whether should I take a clerk that he recommends and says, 'This is the man for you,' or lose all this, eh?" Miss Sally deigned to make no reply, but smiled again and went on with her work. "But I know what it is," resumed Brass after a short silence. "You're afraid you won't have as long a finger in the business as you've been used to have. Do you think I don't see through that? The business wouldn't go on very long, I expect, without me," returned his sister composedly. "Don't you be a fool and provoke me, Sammy, but mind what you're doing and do it." Samson Brass, who was at heart in great fear of his sister, sulkily bent over his writing again and listened as she said, "If I determined that the clerk ought not to come, of course he wouldn't be allowed to come. You know that well enough, so don't talk nonsense." Mr. Brass received this observation with increased meekness, merely remarking under his breath that he didn't like that kind of joking, and that Miss Sally would be a much better fellow if she forbore to aggravate him. To this compliment, Miss Sally replied that she had a relish for the amusement and had no intention to forego its gratification. Mr. Brass not caring, as it seemed, to pursue the subject any further, they both plied their pens at a great pace, and there the discussion ended. While they were thus employed, the window was suddenly darkened, as by some person standing close against it. As Mr. Brass and Miss Sally looked up to ascertain the cause, the top sash was nimbly lowered from without, and Quilp thrust in his head. "Hallo!" he said, standing on tiptoe on the window-sill and looking down into the room. "Is there anybody at home? Is there any of the devil's ware here? Is Brass at a premium, eh?" "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" laughed the lawyer in an affected ecstasy. "Oh, very good, sir. Oh, very good indeed. Quite eccentric. Dear me, what humor he has!" "Is that my Sally?" croaked the dwarf, ogling the fair Miss Brass. "Is it justice with the bandage off her eyes, and without the sword and scales? Is it the strong arm of the law? Is it the Virgin of Bevis? What an amazing flow of spirits!" cried Brass. "Upon my word, it's quite extraordinary." "Open the door," said Quilp. "I've got him here." "Such a clerk for you, Brass. Such a prize. Such an ace of trumps. Be quick and open the door." or if there's another lawyer near and he should happen to look out a window, he'll snap him up before your eyes. He will. It is probable that the loss of the phoenix of clerks, even to a rival practitioner, would not have broken Mr. Brass's heart. But, pretending great alacrity, he rose from his seat and going to the door, returned, introducing his client, who led by the hand no less a person than Mr. Richard Swiveller. "There she is," said Quilp, stopping short at the door, and wrinkling up his eyebrows as he looked towards Miss Sally. "There is the woman I ought to have married. There is the beautiful Sarah. There is the female who has all the charms of her sex and none of their weaknesses." "Oh, Sally, Sally!" To this amorous address Miss Brass briefly responded, "Bother! Hard-hearted as the metal from which she takes her name," said Quilp. "Why don't she change it, melt down the brass, and take another name?" "Hold your nonsense, Mr. Quilp, do," returned Miss Sally, with a grim smile. "I wonder you're not ashamed of yourself before a strange young man." "The strange young man," said Quilp, handing Dick Swiveller forward, "is too susceptible himself not to understand me well. This is Mr. Swiveller, my intimate friend, a gentleman of good family and great expectations, but who, having rather involved himself by youthful indiscretion, is content for a time to fill the humble station of a clerk, humble, but here most enviable. What a delicious atmosphere!" If Mr. Quilp spoke figuratively and meant to imply that the air breathed by Miss Sally Brass was sweetened and rarefied by that dainty creature, he had doubtless good reason for what he said. But if he spoke of the delights of the atmosphere of Mr. Brass's office in a literal sense, he had certainly a peculiar taste, as it was of a close and earthy kind, and, besides being frequently impregnated with strong whiffs of the second-hand wearing apparel exposed for sale in Duke's Place and Houndsditch, had a decided flavour of rats and mice and a taint of mouldiness. Perhaps some doubts of its pure delight presented themselves to Mr. Swiveller as he gave vent to one or two short abrupt sniffs, and looked incredulously at the grinning dwarf. "Mr. Swiveller," said Quilp, "being pretty well accustomed to the agricultural pursuits of sowing wild oats, Miss Sally, prudently considers that half a loaf is better than no bread. To be out of harm's way he prudently thinks is something too, and therefore he accepts your brother's offer. Brass, Mr. Swiveller is yours." "I am very glad, sir," said Mr. Brass, "very glad indeed. Mr. Swiveller, sir, is fortunate enough to have your friendship. You may be very proud, sir, to have the friendship of Mr. Quilp." Dick murmured something about never wanting a friend or a bottle to give him, and also gasped forth his favourite allusion to the wing of friendship and its never moulting a feather. But his faculties appeared to be absorbed in the contemplation of Miss Sally Brass, at whom he stared with blank and rueful looks, which delighted the watchful dwarf beyond measure. As to the divine Miss Sally herself, she rubbed her hands as men of business do, and took a few turns up and down the office with her pen behind her ear. "I suppose," said the dwarf, turning briskly to his legal friend, "that Mr. Swiveller enters upon his duties at once?" "It's Monday morning. At once, if you please, sir, by all means," returned Brass. "Miss Sally will teach him law, the delightful study of the law," said Quilp. "She'll be his guide, his friend, his companion, his Blackstone, his Coke upon Littleton, his young lawyer's best companion." "He is exceedingly eloquent," said Brass, like a man abstracted and looking at the roofs of the opposite houses with his hands in his pockets. "He has an extraordinary flow of language. Beautiful, really. With Miss Sally," Quilp went on, "and the beautiful fictions of the law, his days will pass like minutes. Those charming creations of the poet, John Doe, and Richard Roe, when they first dawn upon him, will open a new world for the enlargement of his mind and the improvement of his heart. "Oh, beautiful, beautiful! Beautiful indeed!" cried Brass. "It's a treat to hear him. Where will Mr. Swiveller sit?" said Quilp, looking round. "Why, we'll buy another stool, sir," returned Brass. "We hadn't any thoughts of having a gentleman with us, sir, until you were kind enough to suggest it, and our accommodation's not extensive. We'll look about for a second-hand stool, sir. In the meantime, if Mr. Swiveller will take my seat and try his hand at a fair copy of this ejectment, as I shall be out pretty well all the morning." "Walk with me," said Quilp. "I have a word or two to say to you on points of business. Can you spare the time?" "Can I spare the time to walk with you, sir?" "You're joking, sir. You're joking with me," replied the lawyer, putting on his hat. "I'm ready, sir, quite ready." "My time must be fully occupied indeed, sir, not to leave me time to walk with you. It's not everybody, sir, who has an opportunity of improving himself by the conversation of Mr. Quilp." The dwarf glanced sarcastically at his brazen friend, and, with a short dry cough, turned upon his heel to bid adieu to Miss Sally. After a very gallant parting on his side, and a very cool and gentlemanly sort of one on hers, he nodded to Dick Swiveller and withdrew with the attorney. Dick stood at the desk in a state of utter stupefaction, staring with all his might at the beauteous Sally, as if she had been some curious animal whose like had never lived. When the dwarf got into the street, he mounted again upon the window-sill and looked into the office for a moment with a grinning face, as a man might peep into a cage. Dick glanced upward at him, but without any token of recognition, and long after he had disappeared, still stood gazing upon Miss Sally Brass, seeing or thinking of nothing else, and rooted to the spot. Miss Brass, being by this time deep in the bill of costs, took no notice whatever of Dick, but went scratching on with the noisy pen, scoring down the figures with evident delight, and working like a steam engine. There stood Dick, gazing now at the green gown, now at the brown headdress, now at the face, and now at the rapid pen, in a state of stupid perplexity, wondering how he got into the company of that strange monster, and whether it was a dream and he would ever wake. At last he heaved a deep sigh, and began slowly pulling off his coat. Mr. Swiveller pulled off his coat, and folded it up with great elaboration, staring at Miss Sally all the time, then put on a blue jacket with a double row of gilt buttons, which he had originally ordered for aquatic expeditions, but had brought with him that morning for office purposes, and, still keeping his eye upon her, suffered himself to drop down silently upon Mr. Brass's stool. Then he underwent a relapse, and becoming powerless again, rested his chin upon his hand, and opened his eyes so wide that it appeared quite out of the question that he could ever close them any more. When he had looked so long that he could see nothing, Dick took his eyes off the fair object of his amazement, turned over the leaves of the draft he was to copy, dipped his pen into the inkstand, and at last, and by slow approaches, began to write. But he had not written half a dozen words when, reaching over to the inkstand to take a fresh dip, he happened to raise his eyes. There was the intolerable brown headdress, there was the green gown there, in short, was Miss Sally Brass, arrayed in all her charms, and more tremendous than ever. This happened so often that Mr. Swiveller by degrees began to feel strange. Influences creeping over him, horrible desires to annihilate this Sally Brass, mysterious promptings to knock her headdress off and try how she looked without it. There was a very large ruler on the table, a large black shining ruler. Mr. Swiveller took it up and began to rub his nose with it. From rubbing his nose with the ruler to poising it in his hand and giving it an occasional flourish after the tomahawk manner, the transition was easy and natural. In some of these flourishes it went close to Miss Sally's head. The ragged edges of the headdress fluttered with the wind it raised. Advance it but an inch, and that great brown knot was on the ground, yet still the unconscious maiden worked away and never raised her eyes. Well, this was a great relief. It was a good thing to write doggedly and obstinately until he was desperate, and then snatch up the ruler and whirl it about the brown headdress with the consciousness that he could have it off if he liked. It was a good thing to draw it back and rub his nose very hard with it if he thought Miss Sally was going to look up, and to recompense himself with more hearty flourishes when he found she was still absorbed. By these means Mr. Swiveller calmed the agitation of his feelings, until his applications to the ruler became less fierce and frequent, and he could even write as many as half a dozen consecutive lines without having recourse to it, which was a great victory. Chapter 34. In course of time, that is to say, after a couple of hours or so of diligent application, Miss Brass arrived at the conclusion of her task, and recorded the fact by wiping her pen upon the green gown and taking a pinch of snuff from a little round tin box which she carried in her pocket. Having disposed of this temperate refreshment, she arose from her stool, tied her papers into a formal packet with red tape, and taking them under her arm, marched out of the office. Mr. Swiveller had scarcely sprung off his seat and commenced the performance of a maniac hornpipe when he was interrupted in the fullness of his joy at being again alone, by the opening of the door and the reappearance of Miss Sally's head. "I am going out," said Miss Brass. "Very good, ma'am," returned Dick, "and don't hurry yourself on my account to come back, ma'am," he added inwardly. If anybody comes on office business, take their messages and say that the gentleman who attends to that matter isn't in at present, will you?" said Miss Brass. "I will, ma'am," replied Dick. "I shan't be very long," said Miss Brass, retiring. "I'm sorry to hear it, ma'am," rejoined Dick when she had shut the door. "I hope you may be unexpectedly detained, ma'am. If you could manage to be run over, ma'am, but not seriously, so much the better." Uttering these expressions of goodwill with extreme gravity, Mr. Swiveller sat down in the client's chair and pondered, then took a few turns up and down the room and fell into the chair again. "So I'm Brass's clerk, am I?" said Dick. "Brass's clerk, eh? And the clerk of Brass's." Sister clerk to a female dragon. Very good, very good. What shall I be next? Shall I be a convict in a felt hat and a grey suit, trotting about a dockyard with my number neatly embroidered on my uniform, and the order of the garter on my leg restrained from chafing my ankle by a twisted belcher handkerchief? Shall I be that? Will that do, or is it too genteel? Whatever you please. Have it your own way, of course. As he was entirely alone, it may be presumed that in these remarks Mr. Swiveller addressed himself to his fate or destiny, whom, as we learn by the precedents, it is the custom of heroes to taunt in a very bitter and ironical manner when they find themselves in situations of an unpleasant nature. This is the more probable from the circumstance of Mr. Swiveller directing his observations to the ceiling, which these bodily personages are usually supposed to inhabit except in theatrical cases, when they live in the heart of the great chandelier. "Quilp offers me this place, which he says he can insure me," resumed Dick after a thoughtful silence, and telling off the circumstances of his position, one by one, upon his fingers. Fred, who I could have taken my affidavit, would not have heard of such a thing, backs Quilp to my astonishment, and urges me to take it also. Stager, number 1. My aunt in the country stops the supplies and writes an affectionate note to say that she has made a new will and left me out of it. Staggerer, number 2. No money, no credit, no support from Fred, who seems to turn steady all at once. Notice to quit the old lodgings. Staggerers 3, 4, 5, and 6. Under an accumulation of staggerers, no man can be considered a free agent. No man knocks himself down. If his destiny knocks him down, his destiny must pick him up again. Then I'm very glad that mine has brought all this upon itself, and I shall be as careless as I can, and make myself quite at home to spite it. So, go on, my buck, said Mr. Swiveller, taking his leave of the ceiling with a significant nod, and let us see which of us will be tired first. Dismissing the subject of his downfall with these reflections, which were no doubt very profound, and are indeed not altogether unknown in certain systems of moral philosophy, Mr. Swiveller shook off his despondency and assumed the cheerful ease of an irresponsible clerk. As a means towards his composure and self-possession, he entered into a more minute examination of the office than he had yet had time to make, looked into the wig-box, the books and ink bottle, untied and inspected all the papers, carved a few devices on the table with a sharp blade of Mr. Brass's penknife, and wrote his name on the inside of the wooden coal scuttle. Having, as it were, taken formal possession of his clerkship in virtue of these proceedings, he opened the window and leaned negligently out of it until a beer-boy happened to pass, whom he commanded to set down his tray and to serve him with a pint of mild porter, which he drank upon the spot and promptly paid for, with the view of breaking ground for a system of future credit and opening a correspondence. Tending thereto, without loss of time. Then 3 or 4 little boys dropped in, on legal errands from 3 or 4 attorneys of the brass grade, whom Mr. Swiveller received and dismissed with about as professional a manner, and as correct and comprehensive an understanding of their business, as would have been shown by a clown in a pantomime under similar circumstances. These things done and over, he got upon his stool again and tried his hand at drawing caricatures of Miss Brass with a pen and ink, whistling very cheerfully all the time. He was occupied in this diversion when a coach stopped near the door, and presently afterwards there was a loud double knock. As this was no business of Mr. Swiveller's, the person not ringing the office bell, he pursued his diversion with perfect composure, notwithstanding that he rather thought there was nobody else in the house. In this, however, he was mistaken, for after the knock had been repeated with increased impatience, the door was opened, and somebody with a very heavy tread went up the stairs and into the room above. Mr. Swiveller was wondering whether this might be another Miss Brass, twin sister to the dragon, when there came a rapping of knuckles at the office door. "Come in," said Dick. "Don't stand upon ceremony. The business will get rather complicated if I've many more customers. Come in." "Oh, please," said a little voice very low down in the doorway, "will you come and show the lodgings?" Dick leant over the table and descried a small slipshod girl in a dirty coarse apron and bib, which left nothing of her visible but her face and feet. She might as well have been dressed in a violin case. "Why, who are you?" said Dick, to which the only reply was, "Oh, please, will you come and show the lodgings?" There never was such an old-fashioned child in her looks and manner. She must have been at work from her cradle. She seemed as much afraid of Dick as Dick was amazed at her. "I have not anything to do with the lodgings," said Dick. "Tell him to call again." "Oh, but please, will you come and show the lodgings?" returned the girl. "It's 18 shillings a week, and us finding plate and linen. Boots and clothes is extra, and fires in winter time is 8 pence a day." "Why don't you show 'em yourself? "You seem to know all about 'em," said Dick. Miss Sally said I wasn't to, because people wouldn't believe the attendance was good if they saw how small I was first. "Well, but they'll see how small you are afterwards, won't they?" said Dick. "Ah, but then they'll have taken him for a fortnight certain," replied the child with a shrewd look, "and people don't like moving when they're once settled." "This is a queer sort of thing," muttered Dick, rising. "What do you mean to say you are the cook?" "Yes, I do plain cooking," replied the child. "I'm housemaid too. I do all the work of the house. I suppose Brass and the Dragon and I do the dirtiest part of it," thought Dick, and he might have thought much more, being in a doubtful and hesitating mood, but that the girl again urged her request and certain mysterious bumping. Sounds on the passage and staircase seemed to give note of the applicant's impatience. Richard Swiveller, therefore, sticking a pen behind each ear and carrying another in his mouth, as a token of his great importance and devotion to business, hurried out to meet and treat with the single gentleman. He was a little surprised to perceive that the bumping sounds were occasioned by the progress upstairs of the single gentleman's trunk, which, being nearly twice as wide as the staircase, and exceedingly heavy withal, it was no easy matter for the united exertions of the single gentleman and the coachman to convey up the steep ascent. But there they were, crushing each other, and pushing and pulling with all their might, and getting the trunk tight and fast in all kinds of impossible angles, and to pass them was out of the question, for which sufficient reason Mr. Swiveller followed slowly behind, entering a new protest on every stair against the house of Mr. Sampson Brass being thus taken by storm. To these remonstrances the single gentleman answered not a word, but when the trunk was at last got into the bedroom, sat down upon it and wiped his bald head and face with his handkerchief. He was very warm, and well he might be, for, not to mention the exertion of getting the trunk upstairs, he was closely muffled in winter garments, though the thermometer had stood all day at 81 in the shade. "I believe, sir," said Richard Swiveller, taking his pen out of his mouth, "that you desire to look at these apartments. They are very charming apartments, sir. They command an uninterrupted view of over the way, and they are within 1 minute's walk of the corner of the street. There is exceedingly mild porter, sir, in the immediate vicinity, and the contingent advantages are extraordinary." "What's the rent?" said the single gentleman. £1 per week," replied Dick, improving on the terms. "Out take 'em. The boots and clothes are extras," said Dick. "And the fires in winter time are all agreed to," answered the single gentleman. "2 weeks, certain," said Dick. "Are the 2 weeks?" cried the single gentleman gruffly, eyeing him from top to toe. 2 years. I shall live here for 2 years. Here. £10 down. The bargain's made." "Why, you see," said Dick, "my name is not Brass, and who said it was? My name's not Brass. What then?" "The name of the master of the house is," said Dick. "I'm glad of it," returned the single gentleman. "It's a good name for a lawyer. Coachman, you may go." "So may you, sir." Mr. Swiveller was so much confounded by the single gentleman riding roughshod over him at this rate, that he stood looking at him almost as hard as he had looked at Miss Sally. The single gentleman, however, was not in the slightest degree affected by this circumstance, but proceeded with perfect composure to unwind the shawl which was tied round his neck, and then to pull off his boots. Freed of these encumbrances, he went on to divest himself of his other clothing, which he folded up piece by piece and ranged in order on the trunk. Then he pulled down the window blinds, drew the curtains, wound up his watch, and quite leisurely and methodically, got into bed. Take down the bill, were his parting words, as he looked out from between the curtains, and let nobody call me till I ring the bell. With that the curtains closed, and he seemed to snore immediately. "This is a most remarkable and supernatural sort of house," said Mr. Swiveller as he walked into the office with the bill in his hand. She-dragons in the business, conducting themselves like professional gentlemen, plain cooks of 3 feet high appearing mysteriously from underground, strangers walking in and going to bed without leave or license in the middle of the day. If he should be one of the miraculous fellows that turn up now and then, and has gone to sleep for 2 years, I shall be in a pleasant situation. It's my destiny, however, and I hope Brass may like it. I shall be sorry if he don't. But it's no business of mine. I have nothing whatever to do with it. Chapter 35. Mr. Brass, on returning home, received the report of his clerk with much complacency and satisfaction, and was particular in inquiring after the £10 note, which, proving on examination to be a good and lawful note of the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, increased his good humour considerably. Indeed, he so overflowed with liberality and condescension that, in the fullness of his heart, he invited Mr. Swiveller to partake of a bowl of punch with him at that remote and indefinite period which is currently denominated one of these days, and paid him many handsome compliments on the uncommon aptitude for business which his conduct on the first day of his devotion to it had so plainly evinced. It was a maxim with Mr. Brass that the habit of paying compliments kept a man's tongue oiled without any expense, and, as that useful member ought never to grow rusty or creak in turning on its hinges in the case of a practitioner of the law, in whom it should be always glib and easy, he lost few opportunities of improving himself by the utterance of handsome speeches and eulogistic expressions. And this had passed into such a habit with him that, if he could not be correctly said to have his tongue at his fingers' ends, he might certainly be said to have it anywhere but in his face, which being, as we have already seen, of a harsh and repulsive character, was not oiled so easily, but frowned above all the smooth speeches one of nature's beacons, warning off those who navigated the shoals and breakers of the world, or of that dangerous height the nauseous hargers and try their fortune elsewhere and at port. While Mr. Brass by turns overwhelmed his clerk with compliments and inspected the £10 note, Miss Sally showed little emotion and that of no pleasurable kind, for as the tendency of her legal practice had been to fix her thoughts on small gains and gripings, and to whet and sharpen her natural wisdom, she was not a little disappointed that the single gentleman had obtained the lodgings at such an easy rate, arguing that when he was seen to have set his mind upon them, he should have been at the least charged double or treble the usual terms, and that, in exact proportion as he pressed forward, Mr. Swiveller should have hung back. But neither the good opinion of Mr. Brass nor the dissatisfaction of Miss Sally wrought any impression upon that young gentleman, who, throwing the responsibility of this and all other acts and deeds thereafter to be done by him upon his unlucky destiny, was quite resigned and comfortable, fully prepared for the worst, and philosophically indifferent to the best. "Good morning, Mr. Richard," said Brass, on the second day of Mr. Swiveller's clerkship. "Sally found you a second-hand stool, sir, yesterday evening in Whitechapel. She's a rare fellow at a bargain, I can tell you, Mr. Richard. You'll find that a first-rate stool, sir, take my word for it." "It's rather a crazy one to look at," said Dick. "You'll find it a most amazing stool to sit down upon, you may depend," returned Mr. Brass. "It was bought in the open street just opposite the hospital, and as it has been standing there a month or two, it has got rather dusty and a little brown from being in the sun, that's all. I hope it hasn't got any fevers or anything of that sort in it," said Dick, sitting himself down discontentedly between Mr. Sampson and the chaste Sally. "One of the legs is longer than the others. Then we get a bit of timber in, sir," retorted Brass. "Ha, ha, ha! We get a bit of timber in, sir, and that's another advantage of my sister's going to market for us. Miss Brass, Mr. Richard is the will you keep quiet," interrupted the fair subject of these remarks, looking up from her papers. "How am I to work if you keep on chattering? What an uncertain chap you are," returned the lawyer. "Sometimes you're all for a chat. At another time you're all for work. A man never knows what humor he'll find you in." "I'm in a working humor now," said Sally, "so don't disturb me if you please. And don't take him," Miss Sally pointed with the feather of her pen to Richard, "off his business. He won't do more than he can help, I dare say." Mr. Brass had evidently a strong inclination to make an angry reply, but was deterred by prudent or timid considerations, as he only muttered something about aggravation and a vagabond, not associating the terms with any individual, but mentioning them as connected with some abstract ideas which happened to occur to him. They went on writing for a long time in silence after this, in such a dull silence that Mr. Swiveller, who required excitement, had several times fallen. Asleep, and written divers strange words in an unknown character with his eyes shut, when Miss Sally at length broke in upon the monotony of the office by pulling out the little tin box, taking a noisy pinch of snuff, and then expressing her opinion that Mr. Richard Swiveller had "done it." "Done what, ma'am?" said Richard. "Do you know," returned Miss Brass, "that the lodger isn't up yet, that nothing has been seen or heard of him since he went to bed yesterday afternoon?" "Well, ma," said Dick, "I suppose he may sleep his £10 out, in peace and quietness, if he likes." "Ah, I begin to think he'll never wake," observed Miss Sally. "It's a very remarkable circumstance," said Brass, laying down his pen. "Really very remarkable. Mr. Richard, you'll remember, as this gentleman should be, found to have hung himself to the bedpost, or any unpleasant accident of that kind should happen. You'll remember, Mr. Richard, that this £10 note was given to you in part payment of 2 years' rent? You'll bear that in mind, Mr. Richard. You had better make a note of it, sir, in case you should ever be called upon to give evidence." Mr. Swiveller took a large sheet of foolscap, and with a countenance of profound gravity, began to make a very small note in one corner. "We can never be too cautious," said Mr. Brass. "There is a deal of wickedness going about the world, a deal of wickedness. Did the gentleman happen to say, sir, but never mind that at present, sir. Finish that little memorandum first." Dick did so, and handed it to Mr. Brass, who had dismounted from his stool, and was walking up and down the office. "Oh, this is the memorandum, is it?" said Brass, running his eye over the document. "Very good. Now, Mr. Richard, did the gentleman say anything else?" "No." "Are you sure, Mr. Richard," said Brass solemnly, "that the gentleman said nothing else?" "Devil a word, sir," replied Dick. "Think again, sir," said Brass. "It's my duty, sir, in the position in which I stand, and as an honorable member of the legal profession, the first profession in this country, sir, or in any other country, or in any of the planets that shine above us at night, and are supposed to be inhabited, it's my duty, sir, as an honorable member of that profession, not to put to you a leading question in a matter of this delicacy and importance." Did the gentleman, sir, who took the first floor of you yesterday afternoon and who brought with him a box of property say anything more than is set down in his memorandum? Come, don't be a fool, said Miss Sally. Dick looked at her, and then at Brass, and then at Miss Sally again, and still said no. Pooh, pooh. Deuce take it, Mr. Richard, how dull you are, cried Brass, relaxing into a smile. Did he say anything about his property? There, that's the way to put it, said Miss Sally, nodding to her brother. Did he say, for instance, added Brass in a kind of comfortable, cozy tone. I don't assert that he did say so, mind. I only ask you to refresh your memory. Did he say, for instance, that he was a stranger in London, that it was not his humor or within his ability to give any references that he felt we had a right to require? Them and that, in case anything should happen to him at any time, he particularly desired that whatever property he had upon the premises should be considered mine, as some slight recompense for the trouble and annoyance I should sustain. And were you, in short, added Brass, still more comfortably and cozily than before, were you induced to accept him on my behalf, as a tenant, upon those conditions? Certainly not, replied Dick. Why then, Mr. Richard, said Brass, darting at him a supercilious and reproachful look, it's my opinion that you've mistaken your calling and will never make a lawyer. Not if you live 1,000 years, added Miss Sally. Whereupon the brother and sister took each a noisy pinch of snuff from the little tin box and fell into a gloomy thoughtfulness. Nothing further passed up to Mr. Swiveller's dinner time, which was at 3 o'clock, and seemed about 3 weeks in coming. At the first stroke of the hour the new clerk disappeared. At the last stroke of 5 he reappeared, and the office, as if by magic, became fragrant with the smell of gin and water and lemon peel. Mr. Richard, said Brass, this man's not up yet. Nothing will wake him, sir. What's to be done? I should let him have his sleep out, returned Dick. Sleep out? Oh, cried Brass. Why, he has been asleep now 26 hours. We have been moving chests of drawers over his head, we have knocked double knocks at the street door, we have made the servant girl fall downstairs several times. She's a light weight, and it don't hurt her much, but nothing wakes him. Perhaps a ladder, suggested Dick, and getting in at the first-floor window. But then there's a door between. Besides, the neighbors would be up in arms, said Brass. What do you say to getting on the roof of the house, through the trap door, and dropping down the chimney, suggested Dick. That would be an excellent plan, said Brass, if anybody would be, and here he looked very hard at Mr. Swiveller, would be kind, and friendly, and generous enough to undertake it. I dare say it would not be anything like as disagreeable as one supposes. Dick had made the suggestion, thinking that the duty might possibly fall within Miss Sally's department. As he said nothing further, and declined taking the hint, Mr. Brass was fain to propose that they should go upstairs together and make a last effort to awaken the sleeper by some less violent means, which, if they failed on this last trial, must positively be succeeded by stronger measures. Mr. Swiveller, assenting, armed himself with his stool and the large ruler, and repaired with his employer to the scene of action, where Miss Brass was already ringing a handbell with all her might, and yet without producing the smallest effect upon their mysterious lodger. "There are his boots, Mr. Richard," said Brass. "Very obstinate-looking articles they are too," quoth Richard Swiveller. And truly, they were as sturdy and bluff a pair of boots as one would wish to see, as firmly planted on the ground as if their owner's legs and feet had been in them, and seeming, with their broad soles and blunt toes, to hold possession of their place by main force. "I can't see anything but the curtain of the bed," said Brass, applying his eye to the keyhole of the door. "Is he a strong man, Mr. Richard?" "Very," answered Dick. "It would be an extremely unpleasant circumstance if he was to bounce out suddenly," said Brass. "Keep the stairs clear. I should be more than a match for him, of course, but I'm the master of the house, and the laws of hospitality must be respected. Hello there!" "Hello, hello!" While Mr. Brass, with his eye curiously twisted into the keyhole, uttered these sounds as a means of attracting the lodger's attention, and while Miss Brass plied the handbell, Mr. Swiveller put his stool close against the wall by the side of the door, and mounting on the top and standing bolt upright, so that if the lodger did make a rush, he would most probably pass him in its onward fury, began a violent battery with the ruler upon the upper panels of the door. Captivated with his own ingenuity, and confident in the strength of his position, which he had taken up after the method of those hardy individuals who open the pit and gallery doors of theatres on crowded nights, Mr. Swiveller rained down such a shower of blows that the noise of the bell was drowned, and the small servant who lingered on the stairs below, ready to fly at a moment's notice, was obliged to hold her ears, lest she should be rendered deaf for life. Suddenly the door was unlocked on the inside and flung violently open. The small servant flew to the coal cellar, Miss Sally dived into her own bedroom, Mr. Brass, who was not remarkable for personal courage, ran into the next street, and finding that nobody followed him, armed with a poker or other offensive weapon, put his hands in his pockets, walked very slowly all at once, and whistled. Meanwhile Mr. Swiveller, on the top of the stool, drew himself into as flat a shape as possible against the wall, and looked, not unconcernedly, down upon single gentleman, who appeared at the door growling and cursing in a very awful manner, and, with the boots in his hand, seemed to have an intention of hurling them downstairs on speculation. This idea, however, he abandoned. He was turning into his room again, still growling vengefully, when his eyes met those of the watchful Richard. "Have you been making that horrible noise?" said the single gentleman. "I have been helping, sir," returned Dick, keeping his eye upon him, and waving the ruler gently in his right hand, as an indication of what the single gentleman had to expect if he attempted any violence. "How dare you, then?" said the lodger. "Eh?" To this Dick made no other reply than by inquiring whether the lodger held it to be consistent with the conduct and character of a gentleman to go to sleep for. 26 hours at a stretch, and whether the peace of an amiable and virtuous family was to weigh as nothing in the balance. "Is my peace nothing?" said the single gentleman. "Is their peace nothing, sir?" returned Dick. "I don't wish to hold out any threats, sir. Indeed, the law does not allow of threats, for to threaten is an indictable offence. But if ever you do that again, take care you're not sat upon by the coroner and buried in a cross-road before you wake." "We have been distracted with fears that you were dead, sir," said Dick, gently sliding to the ground. "And the short and the long of it is that we cannot allow single gentlemen to come into this establishment and sleep like double gentlemen without paying extra for it." "Indeed," cried the lodger. "Yes, sir, indeed," returned Dick, yielding to his destiny and saying whatever came uppermost. "An equal quantity of slumber was never got out of one bed and bedstead, and if you're going to sleep in that way, you must pay for a double-bedded room." Instead of being thrown into a greater passion by these remarks, the lodger lapsed into a broad grin and looked at Mr. Swiveller with twinkling eyes. He was a brown-faced, sunburnt man, and appeared browner and more sunburned from having a white nightcap on. As it was clear that he was a choleric fellow in some respects, Mr. Swiveller was relieved to find him in such good humor, and, to encourage him in it, smiled himself. The lodger, in the testiness of being so rudely roused, had pushed his nightcap very much on one side of his bald head. This gave him a rakish, eccentric air, which, now that he had leisure to observe it, charmed Mr. Swiveller exceedingly. Therefore, by way of propitiation, he expressed his hope that the gentleman was going to get up, and further, that he would never do so any more. "Come here, you impudent rascal," was the lodger's answer as he re-entered his room. Mr. Swiveller followed him in, leading the stool outside, but reserving the ruler in case of a surprise. He rather congratulated himself on his prudence when the single gentleman, without notice or explanation of any kind, double-locked the door. "Can you drink anything?" was his next inquiry. Mr. Swiveller replied that he had very recently been assuaging the pangs of thirst, but that he was still open to a modest quencher, if the materials were at hand. Without another word spoken on either side, the lodger took from his great trunk a kind of temple, shining as of polished silver, and placed it carefully on the table. Greatly interested in his proceedings, Mr. Swiveller observed him closely. Into one little chamber of this temple he dropped an egg, into another some coffee, into a third a compact piece of raw steak from a neat tin case, into a fourth he poured some water. Then, with the aid of a phosphorus box and some matches, he procured a light and applied it to a spirit lamp which had a place of its own below the temple. Then he shut down the lids of all the little chambers. Then he opened them, and then, by some wonderful and unseen agency, the steak was done, the egg was boiled, the coffee was accurately prepared, and his breakfast was ready. "Hot water," said the lodger, handing it to Mr. Swiveller with as much coolness as if he had a kitchen fire before him, "extraordinary rum sugar, and a travelling." "Glass, mix for yourself, and make haste." Dick complied, his eyes wandering all the time from the temple on the table, which seemed to do everything, to the great trunk, which seemed to hold everything. The lodger took his breakfast like a man who was used to work these miracles, and thought nothing of them. "The man of the house is a lawyer, is he not?" said the lodger. Dick nodded. "The rum was amazing. The woman of the house, what's she? A dragon," said Dick. The single gentleman, perhaps because he had met with such things in his travels, or perhaps because he was a single gentleman, evinced no surprise, but merely inquired wife or sister. "Sister," said Dick. "So much the better," said the single gentleman. "He can get rid of her when he likes." "I want to do as I like, young man," he added after a short silence, "to go to bed when I like, get up when I like, come in when I like, go out when I like, to be asked no questions and be surrounded by no spies. In this last respect, servants are the devil." "There's only one here, and a very little one," said Dick. "And a very little one," repeated the lodger. "Well, the place will suit me, will it?" "Yes," said Dick. "Sharks, I suppose," said the lodger. Dick nodded assent and drained his glass. "Let them know my humor," said the single gentleman, rising. "If they disturb me, they lose a good tenant. If they know me to be that, they know enough. If they try to know more, it's a notice to quit. It's better to understand these things at once. Good day." "I beg your pardon," said Dick, halting in his passage to the door, which the lodger prepared to open. "When he who adores thee has left but the name, what do you mean?" "But the name," said Dick, "has left but the name in case of letters or parcels." "I never have any," returned the lodger, "or in the case anybody should call. Nobody ever calls on me." If any mistake should arise from not having the name, don't say it was my fault, sir," added Dick, still lingering. "Oh, blame not the bard, I'll blame nobody," said the lodger, with such irascibility that in a moment Dick found himself on the staircase, and the locked door between them. Mr. Brass and Miss Sally were lurking hard by, having been, indeed, only routed from the keyhole by Mr. Swiveller's abrupt exit. As their utmost exertions had not enabled them to overhear a word of the interview, however, in consequence of a quarrel for precedence, which, though limited of necessity to pushes and pinches and such quiet pantomime, had lasted the whole time, they hurried him down to the office to hear his account of the conversation. This Mr. Swiveller gave them faithfully as regarded the wishes and character of the single gentleman, and poetically as concerned the great trunk, of which he gave a description more remarkable for brilliancy of imagination than a strict adherence to truth, declaring with many strong asseverations that it contained a specimen of every kind of rich food and wine, known in these times, and in particular that it was of a self-acting kind and served up whatever was required, as he supposed, by clockwork. He also gave them to understand that the cooking apparatus roasted a fine piece of sirloin of beef, weighing about 6 pounds avoirdupois, in 2 minutes and a quarter, as he had himself witnessed, and further that, however the effect was produced, he had distinctly seen water boil and bubble up when the single gentleman winked. From which facts Mr. Swiveller was led to infer that the lodger was some great conjuror or chemist, or both, whose residence under that roof could not fail at shed not a ray credit as canon and or crucial infobicuratiu. There was one point which Mr. Swiveller deemed it unnecessary to enlarge upon, and that was the fact of the modest quencher, which, by reason of its intrinsic strength in its coming close upon the heels of the temperate beverage he had discussed at dinner, awakened a slight degree of fever, and rendered necessary 2 or 3 other modest quenchers at the public house in the course of the evening. Chapter 36. As the single gentleman, after some weeks' occupation of his lodgings, still declined to correspond by word or gesture either with Mr. Brass or his sister Sally, but invariably chose Richard Swiveller as his channel of communication, and as he proved himself in all respects a highly desirable inmate, paying for everything beforehand, giving very little trouble, making no noise, and keeping early hours, Mr. Richard imperceptibly rose to an important position in the family as one who had influence over this Miss Liger, and met fragile cord bad if the truth must be told. Even Mr. Swiveller's approaches to the single gentleman were of a very distant kind, and met with small encouragement, but as he never returned from a monosyllabic conference with the unknown without quoting such expressions as "Swiveller, I know I can rely upon you. I have no hesitation in saying, Swiveller, that I entertain a regard for you. Swiveller, you are my friend, and will stand by me, I am sure," with many other short speeches of Rawls. The same familiar and confiding kind, purporting to have been addressed by the single gentleman to himself, and to form the staple of their ordinary discourse. Neither Mr. Brass nor Miss Sally for a moment questioned the extent of his influence, but accorded to him their fullest and most unqualified belief. But quite apart from, and independent of, this source of popularity, Mr. Swiveller had another, which promised to be equally enduring, and to lighten his position considerably. He found favor in the eyes of Miss Sally Brass. Let not the light scorners of female fascination erect their ears to listen to a new tale of love which shall serve them for a jest, for Miss Brass, however accurately formed to be beloved, was not of the loving kind. That amiable virgin, having clung to the skirts of the law from her earliest youth, having sustained herself by their aid, as it were, in her first running alone, and maintained a firm grasp upon them ever since, had passed her life in a kind of legal childhood. She had been remarkable when a tender prattler for an uncommon talent in counterfeiting the walk and manner of a bailiff, in which character she had learned to tap her little playfellows on the shoulder and to carry them off to imaginary sponging houses with a correctness of imitation which was the surprise and delight of all who witnessed her performances, and which was only to be exceeded by her exquisite manner of putting an execution into her doll's house and taking an exact inventory of tales. These artless sports had naturally soothed and cheered the decline of her widowed father, a most exemplary gentleman called Old Foxy by his friends from his extreme sagacity, who encouraged them to the utmost, and whose chief regret, on finding that he drew near to Houndsditch churchyard, was that his daughter could not take out an attorney's certificate and hold a place upon the roll. Filled with this affectionate and touching sorrow, he had solemnly confided her to his son Samson as an invaluable auxiliary, and from the old gentleman's decease to the period of which we treat, Miss Sally Brass had been the prop and pillar of his business. It is obvious that, having devoted herself from infancy to this one pursuit and study, Miss Brass could know but little of the world, otherwise than in connection with the law, and that from a lady gifted with such high tastes, proficiency in those gentler and softer arts in which women usually excel, was scarcely to be looked for. Miss Sally's accomplishments were all of a masculine and strictly legal kind. They began with the practice of an attorney, and they ended with it. She was in a state of lawful innocence, so to speak. The law had been her nurse, and, as bandy legs or such physical deformities in children are held to be the consequence of bad nursing, so, if in a mind so beautiful any moral twist or handiness could be found, Miss Sally Brass's nurse was alone to blame. It was upon this lady, then, that Mr. Swiveller burst in full freshness as something new and hitherto undreamed of, lighting up the office with scraps of song and merriment, conjuring with inkstands and boxes of wafers, catching 3 oranges in one hand, balancing stools upon his chin and penknives on his nose, and constantly performing 100 other feats with equal ingenuity. For with such unbendings did Richard, in Mr. Brass's absence, relieve the tedium of his confinement. These social qualities, which Miss Sally first discovered by accident, gradually made such an impression upon her that she would entreat Mr. Swiveller to relax as though she were not by, which Mr. Swiveller, nothing loth, would readily consent to do. By these means a friendship sprung up between them. Mr. Swiveller gradually came to look upon her as her brother Samson did, and as he would have looked upon any other clerk. He imparted to her the mystery of going the odd man or plain Newmarket for fruit, ginger beer, baked potatoes, or even a modest quencher, of which Miss Brass did not scruple to partake. He would often persuade her to undertake his share of writing in addition to her own. Nay, he would sometimes reward her with a hearty slap on the back and protest that she was a devilish good fellow, a jolly dog, and so forth. All of which compliments Miss Sally would receive in entire good part, and with perfect satisfaction. One circumstance troubled Mr. Swiveller's mind very much, and that was that the small servant always remained somewhere in the bowels of the earth, under Bevis' marks, and never came to the surface unless the single gentleman rang his bell, when she would answer it and immediately disappear again. She never went out, or came into the office, or had a clean face, or took off the coarse apron, or looked out of any one of the windows, or stood at the street door for a breath of air, or had any rest or enjoyment whatever. Nobody ever came to see her, nobody spoke of her, nobody cared about her. Mr. Brass had said once that he believed she was a love child, which means anything but a child of love, And that was all the information Richard Swiveller could obtain. It's of no use asking the dragon, thought Dick one day as he sat contemplating the features of Miss Sally Brass. I suspect if I ask any questions on that head, our alliance would be at an end. I wonder whether she is a dragon by the by, or something in the mermaid way. She has rather a scaly appearance. But mermaids are fond of looking at themselves in the glass, which she can't be, and they have a habit of combing their hair, which she hasn't. No, she's a dragon. Where are you going, old fellow? Said Dick aloud, as Miss Sally wiped her pen as usual on the green dress and uprose from her seat. To dinner, answered the dragon. To dinner, thought Dick. That's another circumstance. I don't believe that small servant ever has anything to eat. Sammy won't be home, said Miss Brass. Stop till I come back. I shan't be. Long. Dick nodded and followed Miss Brass with his eyes to the door and with his ears to a little back parlor where she and her brother took their meals. Now, said Dick, walking up and down with his hands in his pockets, I'd give something if I had it to know how they use that child, and where they keep her. My mother must have been a very inquisitive woman. I have no doubt I'm marked with a note of interrogation somewhere. My feelings I smother, but thou hast been the cause of this anguish, upon my word, said Mr. Swiveller, checking himself and falling thoughtfully into the client's chair. I should like to know how they use her. After running on in this way for some time, Mr. Swiveller softly opened the office door with the intention of darting across the street for a glass of the mild porter. At that moment he caught a parting glimpse of the brown headdress of Miss Brass flitting down the kitchen stairs. And by Jove, thought Dick, she's going to feed the small servant, now or never. First peeping over the handrail and allowing the headdress to disappear in the darkness below, he groped his way down and arrived at the door of a back kitchen immediately after Miss Brass had entered the same, bearing in her hand a cold leg of mutton. It was a very dark, miserable place, very low and very damp, the walls disfigured by 1,000 rents and blotches. The water was trickling out of a leaky butt, and a most wretched cat was lapping up the drops with the sickly eagerness of starvation. The grate, which was a wide one, was wound and screwed up tight so as to hold no more than a little thin sandwich of fire. Everything was locked up. The coal cellar, the candle box, the salt box, the meat safe were all padlocked. There was nothing that a beetle could have lunched upon. The pinched and meager aspect of the place would have killed a chameleon. He would have known at the first mouthful that the air was not eatable, and must have given up the ghost in despair. The small servant stood with humility in presence of Miss Sally and hung her head. "Are you there?" said Miss Sally. "Yes, ma'am," was the answer in a weak voice. "Go further away from the leg of mutton, or you'll be picking it, I know," said Miss Sally. The girl withdrew into a corner, while Miss Brass took a key from her pocket, and opening the safe, brought from it a dreary waste of cold potatoes, looking as eatable as Stonehenge. This she placed before the small servant, ordering her to sit down before it, and then, taking up a great carving knife, made a mighty show of sharpening it upon the carving fork. "Do you see this?" said Miss Brass, slicing off about 2 square inches of cold. Mutton. After all this preparation and holding it out on the point of the fork, the small servant looked hard enough at it with her hungry eyes to see every shred of it, small as it was, and answered, "Yes." "Then don't you ever go and say," retorted Miss Sally, "that you hadn't meat here. There, eat it up." This was soon done. "Now, do you want any more?" said Miss Sally. The hungry creature answered with a faint "No." They were evidently going through an established form. "You've been helped once to meat," said Miss Brass, summing up the facts. "You have had as much as you can eat. You're asked if you want any more, and you answer no. Then don't you ever go and say you are allowanced, mind that." With those words, Miss Sally put the meat away and locked the safe, and then drawing near to the small servant, overlooked her while she finished the potatoes. It was plain that some extraordinary grudge was working in Miss Brass's gentle breast, and that it was that which impelled her, without the smallest present cause, to rap the child with the blade of the knife, now on her hand, now on her head, and now on her head, and now on her back, as if she found it quite impossible to stand so close to her without administering a few slight knocks. But Mr. Swiveller was not a little surprised to see his fellow clerk, after walking slowly backwards towards the door, as if she were trying to withdraw herself from the room but could not accomplish it, dart suddenly forward and falling on the small servant, give her some hard blows with her clenched hand. The victim cried, but in a subdued manner, as if she feared to raise her voice, and Miss Sally, comforting herself with a pinch of snuff, ascended the stairs just as Richard had safely reached the office. Chapter 37. The single gentleman among his other peculiarities, and he had a very plentiful stock, of which he every day furnished some new specimen, took a most extraordinary and remarkable interest in the exhibition of punch. If the sound of a punch's voice, at ever so remote a distance, reached Bevis Marks, the single gentleman, though in bed and asleep, would start up, and hurrying on his clothes, make for the spot with all speed, and presently return at the head of a long procession of idlers, having in the midst the theatre and its proprietors. Straightway the stage would be set up in front of Mr. Brass's house, the single gentleman would establish himself at the first floor window, and entertainments of fife and drum had shown to the at the Elstos until 8. It might have been expected that when the play was done, both players and audience would have dispersed, but the epilogue was as bad as the play, for no sooner was the devil dead than the manager of the puppets and his partner were summoned by the single gentleman to his chamber, where they were regaled with strong waters from his private store, and where they held with him long conversations, the purport of which no human being could fathom. But the secret of these discussions was of little importance. It was sufficient to know that while they were proceeding, the concourse without still lingered round the house, that boys beat upon the drum with their fists, and imitated Punch with their tender voices, that the office window was rendered opaque by flattened noses, and the keyhole of the street door luminous with eyes, that every time the single gentleman or either of his guests was seen at the upper window, or so much as the end of one of their noses was visible, there was a great shout of execration from the excluded mob, who were means how within the at our island. It was sufficient, in short, to know that Bevis Marks was revolutionized by these popular movements, and that peace and quietness fled from its precincts. Nobody was rendered more indignant by these proceedings than Mr. Sampson Brass, who, as he could by no means afford to lose so profitable an inmate, deemed it prudent to pocket his lodger's affront along with his cash, and to annoy the audiences who clustered round his door by such imperfect means of retaliation as were open to him, and which were confined to the trickling down of foul water on their heads from unseen watering pots, pelting them with fragments of tile and mortar from the roof of the house, and bite may care of. It may, at first sight, be matter of surprise to the thoughtless few that Mr. Brass, being a professional gentleman, should not have legally indicted some party or parties active in the promotion of the nuisance, but they will be good enough to remember that as doctors seldom take their own prescriptions, and divines do not always practice what they preach, so lawyers are shy of meddling with the law on their own account, knowing it to be an edged tool of uncertain application. very expensive in the working, and rather remarkable for its properties of close shaving than for its always shaving the right person. "Come," said Mr. Brass one afternoon, "this is 2 days without a punch. I'm in hopes he has run through 'em all at last." "Why are you in hopes?" returned Miss Sally. "What harm do they do? Here's a pretty sort of a fellow," cried Brass, laying down his pen in despair. "Now here's an aggravating animal." "Well, what harm do they do?" retorted Sally. "What harm?" cried Brass. "Is it no harm to have a constant hallooing and hooting under one's very nose, distracting one from business and making one grind one's teeth with vexation? Is it no harm to be blinded and choked up, and have the king's highway stopped with a set of screamers and roarers whose throats must be made of brass?" suggested Mr. Swiveller. "Ah, of brass," said the lawyer, glancing at his clerk to assure himself that he had suggested the word in good faith and without any sinister intention. "Is that no harm?" The lawyer stopped short in his invective, and listening for a moment, and recognizing the well-known voice, rested his head upon his hand, raised his eyes to the ceiling, and muttered faintly, "There's another." Up went the single gentleman's window directly. "There's another," repeated Brass, "and if I could get a break and 4 blood." Horses to cut into the marks when the crowd is at its thickest. I'd give 18 pence and never grudge it. The distant squeak was heard again. The single gentleman's door burst open. He ran violently down the stairs, out into the street, and so past the window, without any hat, towards the quarter whence the sound proceeded, bent, no doubt, upon securing the stranger's services directly. "I wish I only knew who his friends were," muttered Samson, filling his pocket with papers. "If they'd just get up a pretty little commission de lunatico at the Gray's Inn Coffee House and give me the job, I'd be content to have the lodgings empty for one while at all events." With which words, and knocking his hat over his eyes as if for the purpose of shutting out even a glimpse of the dreadful visitation, Mr. Brass rushed from the house and hurried away. As Mr. Swiveller was decidedly favorable to these performances, upon the ground that looking at a punch, or indeed looking at anything out of window, was better than working, and as he had been for this reason at some pains to awaken in his fellow clerk a sense of their beauties and manifold deserts, both he and Miss Sally rose as with one accord and took up their positions at the window, upon the sill whereof sundry young ladies and gentlemen who were employed in the dry nurture of babies, and whom weighed honey, the glass being dim, Mr. Swiveller, agreeably to a friendly custom which he had established between them, hitched off the brown headdress from Miss Sally's head, and dusted it carefully therewith. By the time he had handed it back and its beautiful wearer had put it on again, which she did with perfect composure and indifference, the lodger returned with the show and showman at his heels. And a strong addition to the body of spectators. The exhibitor disappeared with all speed behind the drapery, and his partner, stationing himself by the side of the theatre, surveyed the audience with a remarkable expression of melancholy, which became more remarkable still when he breathed a hornpipe tune into that sweet musical instrument which is popularly termed a mouth-organ, without at all changing the mournful expression of the upper part of his face, though his mouth and chin were of necessity in lively spasms. The drama proceeded to its close, and held the spectators enchained in the customary manner. The sensation which kindles in large assemblies when they are relieved from a state of breathless suspense and are again free to speak and move, was yet rife, when the lodger, as usual, summoned the men upstairs. "Both of you," he called from the window, for only the actual exhibitor, a little fat man, prepared to obey the summons. "I want to talk to you. Come both of you." "Come, Tommy," said the little man. "I am a talker," replied the other. "Tell him so. What should I go and talk for?" "Don't you see the gentleman's got a bottle and glass up there?" returned the little man. "And couldn't you had said so at first?" retorted the other with sudden alacrity. "Now, what are you waiting for? Are you going to keep the gentleman expecting us all day? Haven't you no manners?" With this remonstrance, the melancholy man, who was no other than Mr. Thomas Codlin, pushed past his friend and brother in the craft, Mr. Harris, otherwise Short or Trotters, and hurried before him to the single gentleman's apartment. "Now, my men," said the single gentleman, "you have done very well. What will you take? Tell that little man behind to shut the door. Shut the door, can't you?" said Mr. Codlin, turning gruffly to his friend. "You might have knowed that the gentleman wanted the door shut, without being told, I think." Mr. Short obeyed, observing under his breath that his friend seemed unusually cranky, and expressing a hope that there was no dairy in the neighborhood, or his temper would certainly spoil its contents. The gentleman pointed to a couple of chairs, and intimated by an emphatic nod of his head that he expected them to be seated. Mrs. Codlin and Short, after looking at each other with considerable doubt and indecision, at length sat down each on the extreme edge of the chair, pointed out to him, and held their hats very tight, while the single gentleman filled a couple of glasses from a bottle on the table beside him, and presented them in due form. "You're pretty well browned by the sun, both of you," said their entertainer. "Have you been traveling?" Mr. Short replied in the affirmative with a nod and a smile. Mr. Codlin added a corroborative nod and a short groan, as if he still felt the weight of the temple on his shoulders. "To fairs, markets, races, and so forth, I suppose?" pursued the single gentleman. "Yes, sir," returned Short. "Pretty nigh all over the west of England." "I have talked to men of your craft from north, east, and south," returned their host in rather a hasty manner, "but I never lighted on any from the west before." "It's our reg'lar summer circuit is the west, master," said Short. "That's where it is. We takes the east of London in the spring and winter, and the west of England in the summer time. Many's the hard days walking in rain and mud, and with never a penny earned, we've had down in the west." "Let me fill your glass again." "Much obleeged to you, sir. I think I will," said Mr. Codlin, suddenly thrusting in his own and turning Short's aside. "I'm the sufferer, sir, in all the traveling and in all the staying at home. In town or country, wet or dry, hot or cold, Tom Codlin suffers. But Tom Codlin isn't to complain for all that." "Oh no, Short may complain, but if Codlin grumbles by so much as a word, oh dear, down with him directly." "It isn't his place to grumble, that's quite out of the question." "Codlin ain't without his usefulness," observed Short with an arch look, "but he don't always keep his eyes open. He falls asleep sometimes, you know. Remember." "Them last races, Tommy, will you never leave off aggravating a man?" said Codlin. "It's very like I was asleep when 5 and 10 pence was collected in one round, isn't it? I was attending to my business, and couldn't have my eyes in 20 places at once, like a peacock, no more than you could. If I ain't, and at a match for an old man and a young child, you ain't neither, so don't throw that out against me, for the cap fits your head quite as correct as it fits mine." "You may as well drop the subject, Tom," said Short. "It isn't particular agreeable to the gentleman, I dare say." "Then you shouldn't have brought it up," returned Mr. Codlin, "and I ask the gentleman's pardon on your account, as a giddy chap that likes to hear himself talk, and don't much care what he talks about, so that he does talk." Their entertainer had sat perfectly quiet in the beginning of this dispute, looking first at one man and then at the other, as if he were lying in wait for an opportunity of putting some further question, or reverting to that from which the discourse had strayed. But from the point where Mr. Codlin was charged with sleepiness, he had shown an increasing interest in the discussion, which now attained a very high pitch. "You are the two men I want," he said. "The two men I have been looking for and searching after. Where are that old man and that child you speak of?" "Sir," said Short, hesitating and looking towards his friend, "the old man and his grandchild who traveled with you, where are they? It will be worth your while to speak out, I assure you. Much better worth your while than you believe." "They left you say, at those races, as I understand. They have been traced to that place, and they're lost sight of. Have you no clue, can you?" "Suggest no clue to their recovery? Did I always say, Thomas," cried Short, turning with a look of amazement to his friend, "that there was sure to be an inquiry after them two travellers?" "You said," returned Mr. Codlin. "Did I always say that that 'ere blessed child was the most interesting I ever see? Did I always say I loved her and doted on her? Pretty creetur, I think I hear her now. 'Codlin's my friend,' she says, with a tear of gratitude a-trickling down her little eye. 'Codlin's my friend,' she says, 'not Short. Short's very well,' she says. 'I've no quarrel with Short. He means kind, I dare say, but Codlin,' she says, 'has the feelings for my money, though he mayn't look it.'" Repeating these words with great emotion, Mr. Codlin rubbed the bridge of his nose with his coat sleeve, and shaking his head mournfully from side to side, left the single gentleman to infer that, from the moment when he lost sight of his dear young charge, his peace of mind and happiness had fled. "Good heaven!" said the single gentleman, pacing up and down the room, "have I found these men at last, only to discover that they can give me no information or assistance? It would have been better to have lived on, in hope, from day to day, and never to have lighted on them, than to have my expectations scattered thus." "Stay a minute," said Short. "A man of the name of Jerry? You know Jerry, Thomas." "Oh, don't talk to me of Jerrys," replied Mr. Codlin. "How can I care a pinch of snuff for Jerrys when I think of that 'ere darling child? Codlin's my friend," she says. "Dear, good, kind Codlin, as is always a devising pleasures for me. I don't object to Short," she says, "but I cotton to Codlin." "Once," said that gentleman reflectively, "she called me Father Codlin. I thought I should have bust." "A man of the name of Jerry, sir," said Short, turning from his selfish colleague to their new acquaintance. "Watt keeps a company of dancing dogs. Told me, in an accidental sort of way, that he had seen the old gentleman in connection with a travelling waxwork, unbeknown to him. As they'd given us the slip, and nothing had come of it, and this was down in the country that he'd been seen, I took no measures about it, and asked no questions. But I can, if you like." "Is this man in town?" said the impatient single gentleman. "Speak faster." "No, he isn't, but he will be tomorrow, for he lodges in our house," replied Mr. Short rapidly. "Then bring him here," said the single gentleman. "Here's a sovereign the piece. If I can find these people through your means, it is but a prelude to 20 more. Return to me tomorrow and keep your own counsel on this subject, though I need hardly tell you that, for you'll do so for your own sakes. Now give me your address and leave me." The address was given, the two men departed, the crowd went with them, and the single gentleman, for 2 mortal hours, walked in uncommon agitation up and down his room, over the wondering heads of Mr. Swiveller and Miss Sally Brass. Chapter 38. Kit, for it happens at this juncture, not only that we have breathing time to follow his fortunes, but that the necessities of these adventures so adapt themselves to our ease and inclination as to call upon us imperatively to pursue the track we most desire to take. Kit, while the matters treated of in the last 15 chapters were yet in progress, was, as the reader may suppose, gradually familiarizing himself more and more with Mr. and Miserny, Bearable, the pony, and gradually coming to consider them one and all as his particular private and able fenetatsuri. Stay, the words are written, and may go, but if they convey any notion that Kit, in the plentiful board and comfortable lodging of his new abode, began to think slightingly of the poor fare and furniture of his old dwelling, they do their office badly and commit injustice. Who's so mindful of those he left at home, albeit they were but a mother and 2 young babies, as Kit? What boastful father, in the fullness of his heart, ever related such wonders of his infant prodigy as Kit? Never. Wearied of telling Barbara in the evening time concerning little Jacob? Was there ever such a mother as Kit's mother on her son's showing? Or was there ever such comfort in poverty as in the poverty of Kit's family, if any correct judgment might be arrived at from his own glowing account? And let me linger in this place for an instant to remark that if ever household affections and loves are graceful things, they are graceful in the poor. The ties that bind the wealthy and the proud to home may be forged on earth, but those which link the poor man to his humble hearth are of the truer metal and bear the stamp of heaven. The man of high descent may love the halls and lands of his inheritance as part of himself, as trophies of his birth and power. His associations with them are associations of pride and wealth and triumph. The poor man's attachment to the tenements he holds, which strangers have held before, and may tomorrow occupy again, has a worthier root, struck deep into a purer soil. His household gods are of flesh and blood, with no alloy of silver, gold, or precious stone. He has no property but in the affections of his own heart. And when they endear bare floors and walls, despite of rags and toil and scanty fare, that man has his love of home from God, and his rude hut becomes a solemn place. Oh, if those who rule the destinies of nations would but remember this, if they would but think how hard it is for the very poor to have engendered in their hearts that love of home from which all domestic virtues spring, when they live in dense and squalid masses where social decency is lost, or rather never found, if they would but turn aside from the wide thoroughfares and great houses and strive to improve the wretched dwellings in by-ways where only poverty may walk, many low roofs would point more corket, and hollow voices from workhouse, hospital, and jail. This truth is preached from day to day, and has been proclaimed for years. It is no light matter, no outcry from the working vulgar, no mere question of the people's health and comforts that may be whistled down on Wednesday nights. In love of home, the love of country has its rise. And who are the truer patriots, or the better in time of need? Those who venerate the land, owning its wood and stream and earth and all that they produce, or those who love their country, boasting not a foot of ground in all its wide domain? Kit knew nothing about such questions, but he knew that his old home was a very poor place, and that his new one was very unlike it, and yet he was constantly looking back with grateful satisfaction and affectionate anxiety, and often indited square-folded letters to his mother, enclosing a shilling or 18 pence or such other small remittance which Mr. Abel's liberality enabled him to make. Sometimes, being in the neighborhood, he had leisure to call upon her, and then great was the joy and pride of Kit's mother, and extremely noisy the satisfaction of little Jacob and the baby, and cordial the congratulations of the whole court, who listened with admiring ears to the accounts of Abel Cottage, and could never be told too much of its wonders and magnificence. Although Kit was in the very highest favor with the old lady and gentleman, and Mr. Abel, and Barbara, it is certain that no member of the family evinced such a remarkable partiality for him as the self-willed pony, who, from being the most obstinate and opinionated pony on the face of the earth, was, in his hands, the meekest and most tractable of animals. It is true that in exact proportion as he became manageable by Kit, he became utterly ungovernable by anybody else, as if he had determined to keep him in the family at all risks and hazards, and that, even under the guidance of his favorite, he would sometimes perform a great variety of strange freaks and capers, to the extreme discomposure of the old lady's nerves. But as Kit always represented that this was only his fun, or a way he had of showing his employers, Mrs. Garland Carlane suffered her severity to it. But West then is being rid of it in with lovely, but they have. Confirmed that if, in one of these ebullitions, he had overturned the chaise, she would have been quite satisfied that he did it with the very best intentions. Besides becoming in a short time a perfect marvel in all stable matters, Kit soon made himself a very tolerable gardener, a handy fellow within doors, and an indispensable attendant on Mr. Abel, who every day gave him some new proof of his confidence and approbation. Mr. Witherden, the notary, too, regarded him with a friendly eye, and even Mr. Chuckster would sometimes condescend to give him a slight nod, or to honor him with that peculiar form of recognition which is called taking a sight, or to favor him with some other salute combining pleasantry with patronage. One morning Kit drove Mr. Abel to the notary's office, as he sometimes did, and having set him down at the house, was about to drive off to a livery stable hard by, when this same Mr. Chuckster emerged from the office door and cried, "Whoa, dwelling upon the note a long time, for the purpose of striking terror into the pony's heart and asserting the supremacy of man over the inferior animals. "Pull up, Snobby," cried Mr. Chuckster, addressing himself to Kit. "You're wanted inside here." "Has Mr. Abel forgotten anything, I wonder?" said Kit as he dismounted. "Ask no questions, Snobby," returned Mr. Chuckster, "but go and see." "Wall, I then will you. If that pony was mine, I'd break him." "You must be very gentle with him, if you please," said Kit, "or you'll find him troublesome. You'd better not keep on pulling his ears, please. I know you won't like it." To this remonstrance Mr. Chuckster deigned no other answer than addressing Kit with a lofty and distant air as "young feller," and requesting him to cut and come again with all speed. The young feller complying, Mr. Chuckster put his hands in his pockets and tried to look as if he were not minding the pony, but happened to be lounging there by accident. Kit squeaked his shoes very carefully, for he had not yet lost his reverence for the bundles of papers and the tin boxes, and tapped at the office door, which was quickly opened by the notary himself. "Oh, come in, Christopher," said Mr. Witherden. "Is that the lad?" asked an elderly gentleman, but of a stout, bluff figure, who was in the room. "That's the lad," said Mr. Witherden. "He fell in with my client, Mr. Garland, sir, at this very door. I have reason to think he is a good lad, sir, and that you may believe what he says. Let me introduce Mr. Abel Garland, sir, his young master, my articled pupil, sir, and most particular friend, my most particular friend, sir," repeated the notary, drawing out his silk handkerchief and flourishing it about his face. "Your servant, sir," said the stranger gentleman. "Yours, sir, I'm sure," replied Mr. Abel mildly. "You were wishing to speak to Christopher, sir?" "Yes, I was." "Have I your permission?" "By all means." "My business is no secret, or I should rather say it need be no secret here," said the stranger, observing that Mr. Abel and the notary were preparing to retire. "It relates to a dealer in curiosities with whom he lived, and in whom I am earnestly and warmly interested. I have been a stranger to this country, gentlemen, for very many years, and if I am deficient in form and ceremony, I hope you will forgive me." "No forgiveness is necessary, sir, none whatever," replied the notary. "And so said Mr. Abel." "I have been making inquiries in the neighborhood in which his old master lived," said the stranger, "and I learned that he was served by this lad. I have found out his mother's house, and have been directed by her to this place as the nearest in which I should be likely to find him. That's the cause of my presenting myself here this morning." "I am very glad of any cause, sir," said the notary, "which procures me the honor of this visit." "Sir," retorted the stranger, "you speak like a mere man of the world, and I think you something better. Therefore, pray do not sink your real character in paying unmeaning compliments to me." "Hem!" coughed the notary. "You're a plain speaker, sir." "And a plain dealer," returned the stranger. "It may be my long absence and inexperience that lead me to the conclusion, but if plain speakers are scarce in this part of the world, I fancy plain dealers are still scarcer. If my speaking should offend you, sir, my dealing, I hope, will make amends." Mr. Witherden seemed a little disconcerted by the elderly gentleman's mode of conducting the dialogue, and as for Kit, he looked at him in open-mouthed astonishment, wondering what kind of language he would address to him, if he talked in that free and easy way to a notary. It was with no harshness, however, though with something of constitutional irritability and haste, that he turned to Kit and said, "If you think, my lad, that I am pursuing these inquiries with any other view than that of serving and reclaiming those I am in search of, you do me a very great wrong, and deceive yourself. Don't be deceived, I beg of you, but rely upon my assurance. The fact is, gentlemen," he added, turning again to the notary and his pupil, "that I am in a very painful and wholly unexpected position. I came to this city with a darling object at my heart, expecting to find no obstacle or difficulty in the way of its attainment. I find myself suddenly checked and stopped short in the execution of my design by a mystery which I cannot penetrate. Every effort I have made to penetrate it has only served to render it darker and more obscure, and I am afraid to stir openly in the matter, lest those whom I anxiously pursue should fly still farther from me. I assure you that if you could give me any assistance, you would not be sorry to do so, if you knew how greatly I stand in need of it, and what a load it would relieve me from." There was a simplicity in this confidence which occasioned it to find a quick response in the breast of the good-natured notary, who replied in the same spirit that the stranger had not mistaken his desire, and that if he could be of service to him, he would most readily. Kit was then put under examination and closely questioned by the unknown gentleman, touching his old master and the child, their lonely way of life, their retired habits and strict seclusion, the nightly absence of the old man, the solitary existence of the child at those times, his illness and recovery, Quilp's possession of the house, and their sudden disappearance, were all the subjects of much questioning and answer. Finally, Kit informed the gentleman that the premises were now to let, and that a board upon the door referred all inquirers to Mr. Sampson Brass, solicitor of Bevis Marks, from whom he might perhaps learn some further particulars. "Not by inquiry," said the gentleman, shaking his head. "I live there, live at Brass's the attorney's," cried Mr. Witherden in some surprise, having professional knowledge of the gentleman in question. "Aye," was the reply. "I entered on his lodgings t'other day, chiefly because I had seen this very board. It matters little to me where I live, and I had a desperate hope that some intelligence might be cast in my way there, which would not reach me elsewhere. Yes, I live at Brass's more shame for me, I suppose. That's a mere matter of opinion, said the notary, shrugging his shoulders. He is looked upon as rather a doubtful character. Doubtful, echoed the other. I am glad to hear there's any doubt about it. I suppose that had been thoroughly settled long ago. But will you let me speak a word or two with you in private? Mr. Witherden consenting, they walked into that gentleman's private closet and remained there in close conversation for some quarter of an hour, when they returned into the outer office. The stranger had left his hat in Mr. Witherden's room, and seemed to have established himself in the short interval on quite a friendly footing. "I'll not detain you any longer now," he said, putting a crown into Kit's hand and looking towards the notary. "You shall hear from me again. Not a word of this, you know, except to your master and mistress." "Mother, sir, would be glad to know," said Kit, faltering. "Glad to know what?" "Anything. So that it was no harm about Miss Nell." "Would she? Well, then, you may tell her she can keep a secret, but mind, not a word of this to anybody else. Don't forget that. Be particular." "I'll take care, sir," said Kit. "Thankee, sir, and good morning." Now it happened that the gentleman, in his anxiety to impress upon Kit that he was not to tell anybody what had passed between them, followed him out to the door to repeat his caution, and it further happened that at that moment the eyes of Mr. Richard Swiveller were turned in that direction and beheld his mysterious friend and Kit together. It was quite an accident, and the way in which it came about was this. Mr. Chuckster, being a gentleman of a cultivated taste and refined spirit, was one of that lodge of glorious Apollos, whereof Mr. Swiveller was perpetual grand. Mr. Swiveller, passing through the street in the execution of some brazen errand, and beholding one of his glorious brotherhood intently gazing on a pony, crossed over to give him that fraternal greeting with which perpetual grands are by the very constitution of their office bound to cheer and encourage their disciples. He had scarcely bestowed upon him his blessing, and followed it with a general remark touching the present state and prospects of the weather, when, lifting up his eyes, he beheld the single gentleman of Bevis Marks in earnest conversation with Christopher Nubbles. "Hullo," said Dick, "who is that?" "He called to see my governor this morning," replied Mr. Chuckster. "Beyond that, I don't know him for madam." "At least you know his name," said Dick, to which Mr. Chuckster replied, with an elevation of speech becoming a glorious Apollo, that he was everlastingly blessed, if he did. "All I know, my dear feller," said Mr. Chuckster, running his fingers through his hair, "is, that he is the cause of my having stood here 20 minutes, for which I hate him with a mortal and undying hatred, and would pursue him to the confines of eternity if I could afford the time." While they were thus discoursing, the subject of their conversation, who had not appeared to recognize Mr. Richard Swiveller, re-entered the house, and Kit came down the steps and joined him, to whom Mr. Swiveller again propounded his inquiry with no better success. "He is a very nice gentleman, sir," said Kit, "and that's all I know about him." Mr. Chuckster waxed wroth at this answer, and without applying the remark to any particular case, mentioned, as a general truth, that it was expedient to break the heads of snobs, and to tweak their noses. Without expressing his concurrence in this sentiment, Mr. Swiveller, after a few moments of abstraction, inquired which way Kit was driving, and, being informed, declared it was his way, and that he would trespass on him for a lift. Kit would gladly have declined the proffered honor, but as Mr. Swiveller was already established in the seat beside him, he had no means of doing so, otherwise than by a forcible ejectment, and therefore drove briskly off, so briskly indeed as to cut short the leave-taking between Mr. Chuckster and his grand master, and to occasion the former gentleman some inconvenience from having his corns squeezed by the impatient pony. As Whisker was tired of standing and Mr. Swiveller was kind enough to stimulate him by shrill whistles and various sporting cries, they rattled off at too sharp a pace to admit of much conversation, especially as the pony, incensed by Mr. Swiveller's admonitions, took a particular fancy for the lamp-posts and cart-wheels, and evinced a strong desire to run on the pavement and rasp himself against the brick walls. It was not, therefore, until they had arrived at the stable, and the chaise had been extricated from a very small doorway into which the pony dragged it under the impression that he could take it along with him into his usual stall, that Mr. Swiveller found time to talk. "It's hard work," said Richard. "What do you say to some beer?" Kit at first declined, but presently consented, and they adjourned to the neighboring bar together. "We'll drink our friend what's-his-name," said Dick, holding up the bright frothy pot. "That was talking to you this morning. You know I know him a good fellow, but eccentric very here's what's-his-name." Kit pledged him. "He lives in my house," said Dick, "at least in the house occupied by the firm in which I'm a sort of a managing partner, a difficult fellow to get anything out of. But we like him. We like him." "I must be going, sir, if you please," said Kit, moving away. "Don't be in a hurry, Christopher," replied his patron. "We'll drink your mother." "Thank you, sir." "An excellent woman, that mother of yours, Christopher," said Mr. Swiveller, "who ran to catch me when I fell, and kissed the place to make it well. My mother, a charming woman. He's a liberal sort of fellow. We must get him to do something for your mother. Does he know her, Christopher?" Kit shook his head, and glancing slyly at his questioner, thanked him, and made off before he could say another word. "Humph!" said Mr. Swiveller, pondering. "This is queer. Nothing but mysteries in connection with Brass's house. I'll keep my own counsel, however. Everybody and anybody has been in my confidence as yet, but now I think I'll set a ben. Business for myself. Queer, very queer." After pondering deeply and with a face of exceeding wisdom for some time, Mr. Swiveller drank some more of the beer, and summoning a small boy who had been watching his proceedings, poured forth the few remaining drops as a libation on the gravel, and bade him carry the empty vessel to the bar with his compliments, and above all things to lead a sober and temperate life, and abstain from all intoxicating and exciting liquors. Having given him this piece of moral advice for his trouble, which, as he wisely observed, was far better than halfpence, the perpetual Grand Master of the glorious Apollos thrust his hands into his pockets and sauntered away, still pondering as he went. Chapter 39. All that day, though he waited for Mr. Abel until evening, Kit kept clear of his mother's house, determined not to anticipate the pleasures of the morrow, but to let them come in their full rush of delight, for tomorrow was the great and long-looked-for epoch in his life. Tomorrow was the end of his first quarter, the day of receiving, for the first time, 1/4 part of his annual income of £6, in one vast sum of 30 shillings. Tomorrow was to be a half-holiday, devoted to a whirl of entertainments, and little Jacob was to take the wood decades. All manner of incidents combined in favor of the occasion. Not only had Mr. and Mrs. Garland forewarned him that they intended to make no deduction for his outfit from the great amount, but to pay it him unbroken in all its gigantic grandeur. Not only had the unknown gentleman increased the stock by the sum of 5 shillings, which was a perfect godsend and in itself a fortune. Not only had these things come to pass, which nobody could have calculated upon, or in their wildest dreams have hoped. But it was Barbara's quarter too. Barbara's quarter that very day, and Barbara had a half holiday as well as Kit, and Barbara's mother was going to make one of the party and to take tea with Kit's mother and cultivate her acquaintance. To be sure, Kit looked out of his window very early that morning to see which way the clouds were flying. And to be sure Barbara would have been at hers too if she had not sat up so late overnight, starching and ironing small pieces of muslin, and crimping them into frills, and sewing them onto other pieces to form magnificent holes for next day's wear. But they were both up very early for all that, and had small appetites for breakfast and less for dinner, and were in a state of great excitement when Barbara's mother came in, with astonishing accounts of the fineness of the weather out of doors, but with a very large umbrella notwithstanding, for people like Barbara's mother seldom make holiday without one, and when the bell rang for them to go upstairs and receive their quarter's money in gold and silver, Wes and Kite sign her no don't but he saw it so, and didn't Barbara sign her signed marble was an out of cove. Bogensant, didn't Barbara's mother sake, san mun and a mommable. But Kit's mother, again, wouldn't anybody have supposed she had come of a good stock and been a lady all her life? There she was, quite ready to receive them, with a display of tea things that might have warmed the heart of a china shop, and little Jacob and the baby in such a state of perfection that their clothes looked as good as new, though heaven knows they were old enough. Didn't she say before they had sat down 5 minutes that Barbara's mother was exactly the sort of lady she expected, and didn't Barbara's mother say that Kit's mother was the very picture of what she had expected, and didn't Kit's mother compliment Barbara's mother on Barbara, and didn't Barbara's mother compliment Kit's mother on Kit, and wasn't Barbara herself quite fascinated with little Jacob, and did ever a child show off when he was wanted, as that child did, or make such friends as he made? "And we are both widows too," said Barbara's mother. "We must have been made to know each other." "I haven't a doubt about it," returned Mrs. Nubbles. "And what a pity it is we didn't know each other sooner. But then, you know, it's such a pleasure," said Barbara's mother, "to have it brought about by one's son and daughter that it's fully made up for. Now, at it." To this Kit's mother yielded her full assent, and tracing things back from effects to causes, they naturally reverted to their deceased husbands, respecting whose lives, deaths, and burials they compared notes and discovered sundry circumstances that tallied with wonderful exactness, such as Barbara's father having been exactly 4 years and 10 months older than Kit's father, and one of them having died on a Wednesday and the other on a Thursday, and both of them having died on a Wednesday and the other on a Thursday, and both of them having Saturdines, these recollections being of a kind calculated to cast a soldus frang t, antecedem when he two Meiblings point thing, what is de Woltrandine, that for me had talked to Barbara 1,000 times already, but the last named circumstance failed to interest his hearers to anything like the extent he had told to Barbara 1,000 times already. But the last named circumstance failed to interest his hearers to anything like the extent he had supposed, and even his mother said, looking accidental while real be jub als, but she was skater but a snub but is tight that the bay arp with mal with the Barbara's mother, too, observed that it was very common for young folks to change at about 14 or 15, and whereas they had been very pretty before, to grow up quite plain, which truth she illustrated by many forcible examples, especially one of a young man who, being a builder with great prospects, had been particular in his attentions to Barbara, but whom Barbara would have nothing to say to, which, though everything happened for the best, she almost thought was a pity. Kit said he thought so too, and so he did honestly, and he wondered what made Barbara so silent all at once, and why his mother looked at him as if he shouldn't have said it. However, it was high time now to be thinking of the play, for which great preparation was required, in the way of shawls and bonnets, not to mention one handkerchief full of oranges and another of apples, which took some time tying up, in consequence of the fruit having a tendency to roll out at the corners. At length everything was ready, and they went off very fast, Kit's mother carrying the baby, who was dreadfully wide awake, and Kit holding little Jacob in one hand and escorting Barbara with the other, a state of things which occasioned the two mothers who walked behind to declare that they looked quite family. Folks, and caused Barbara to blush and say, "Now don't, mother." But Kit said she had no call to mind what they said, and indeed she need not have had, if she had known how very far from Kit's thoughts any love-making was. Poor Barbara, at they gut the daver div of writer St. Sam Hurry. Dear, dear, what a place it looked, that Astley's, with all the paint, gilding, and looking-glass, the vague smell of horses suggestive of coming wonders, the curtain that hid such gorgeous mysteries, the clean white sawdust down in the circus, the company coming in and taking their places, the fiddlers looking carelessly up at them while they tuned their instruments, as if they didn't want the play to begin and knew it all beforehand. What a glow was that, which burst upon them all when that long, clear, brilliant row of lights came slowly up, and what the feverish excitement when the little bell rang and the music began in good earnest, with strong parts for the drums and sweet effects for the triangles. Well might Barbara's mother say to Kit's mother that the gallery was the place to see from, and wonder it wasn't much dearer than the boxes. Well might Barbara feel doubtful whether try in her flutter of delight. Then the play itself, the horses which little Jacob believed from the first to be alive, and the ladies and gentlemen of whose reality he could be by no means persuaded, having never seen or heard anything at all like them. The firing which made Barbara wink the forlorn lady, who made her cry the tyrant, who made her tremble the man who sang the song with the lady's maid and danced the chorus, who made her laugh the pony who reared up on his hind legs when he saw the murderer, and wouldn't hear of walking on all fours again until he was taken into custody, the clown who ventured on such familiarities with the military boots, the lady who bane who bumpainen tin twin idexi. Little Jacob applauded till his hands were sore. Kit cried and Corot, the end of everything, the three-act piece included, and Barbara's mother beat her umbrella on the floor, in her ecstasies, until it was nearly worn down to the gingham. In the midst of all these fascinations, Barbara's thoughts seemed to have been still running on what Kit had said at tea-time, for, when they were coming out of the play, she asked him with an hysterical simper if Miss Nell was as handsome as the lady who jumped over the ribbons. "As handsome as her," said Kit. "Double as handsome." "Oh, Christopher, I'm sure she was the beautifulest creature ever was," said Barbara. "Nonsense," returned Kit. "She was well enough, I don't deny that. But think how she was dressed and painted, and what a difference that made. Why, you are a good deal better looking than her, Barbara." "Oh, Christopher," said Barbara, looking down. "You are, any day," said Kit, "and so's your mother." Poor Barbara! What was all this, though? Even all this to the extraordinary dissipation that ensued when Kit, walking into an oyster shop as bold as if he lived there, and not so much as looking at the counter or the man behind it, led his party into a private box, fitted up with red curtains, white tablecloth, and cruet stand, complete and ordered a fierce gentleman with whiskers, who acted as waiter and called him Christopher Nubbles, "Sir," to bring 3 dozen of his largest-sized oysters and to look sharp about it. Yes, Kit told this gentleman to look sharp, and he not only said he would look sharp, but he actually did, and presently came running back with the newest loaves, and the freshest butter, and the largest oysters ever seen. Then said Kit to this gentleman, "A pot of beer, just so." And the gentleman, instead of replying, "Sir, did you address that language to me?" only said, "Pot o' beer, sir?" "Yes, sir," and went off and fetched it, and put it on the table in a small decanter stand, like those which blind men's dogs carry about the streets in their mouths, to catch the halfpence in, and both Kit's mother and Barbara's mother declared as he turned away that he was one of the slimmest and gracefulest young men she had ever looked upon. Then they fell to work upon the supper in earnest. And there was Barbara, that foolish Barbara, declaring that she could not eat more than two, and wanting more pressing than you would believe before she would eat four, though her mother and Kit's mother made up for it pretty well, and ate and laughed and enjoyed themselves so thoroughly that it did Kit good to see them, and made him laugh and eat likewise from strong sympathy. But the greatest miracle of the night was little Jacob, who ate oysters as if he had been born and bred to the business, sprinkled the pepper and the vinegar with a discretion beyond his years, and afterwards built a grotto on the table with the shells. There was the baby, too, who had never closed an eye all night, but had sat as good as gold, trying to force a large orange into his mouth, and gazing intently at the lights in the chandelier. There he was, sitting up in his mother's lap, staring at the gas. Without winking, and making indentations in his soft visage with an oyster shell, to that degree that a heart of iron must have loved him. In short, there never was a more successful supper, and when Kit ordered in a glass of something hot to finish with, and proposed Mr. and Mrs. Garland before sending it round, there were not 6 happier people in all the world. But all happiness has an end, hence the chief pleasure of its next beginning, and as it was now growing late, they agreed it was time to turn their faces homewards. So, after going a little out of their way to see Barbara and Barbara's mother safe to a friend's house, where they were to pass the night, Kit and his mother left them at the door, with an early appointment for returning to Finchley next morning, and a great many plans for next quarter's enjoyment. Then Kit took little Jacob on his back, and giving his arm to his mother, and a kiss to the baby, they all trudged merrily home together. Chapter 40. Full of that vague kind of penitence which holidays awaken next morning, Kit turned out at sunrise and, with his faith in last night's enjoyments, a little shaken by cool daylight and the return to everyday duties and occupations, went to meet Barbara and her mother at the appointed place. And being careful not to awaken any of the little household, who were yet resting from their unusual fatigues, Kit left his money on the chimney-piece, with an inscription in chalk calling his mother's attention to the circumstance, and informing her that it came from her dutiful son, and went his way, with a heart something heavier than his pockets, but free from any very great oppression notwithstanding. Oh, these holidays! Why will they leave us some regret? Why cannot we push them back only a week or two in our memories, so as to put them at once at that convenient distance whence they may be regarded either with a calm indifference or a pleasant effort of recollection? Why will they hang about us, like the flavor of yesterday's wine, suggestive of headaches and lassitude, and those good? Intentions for the future, which, under the earth, form the everlasting pavement of a large estate, and, upon it, usually endure until dinner-time or thereabouts. Who will wonder that Barbara had a headache, or that Barbara's mother was disposed to be cross, or that she slightly underrated Astley's, and thought the clown was older than they had taken him to be last night? Kit was not surprised to hear her say so, not he. He had already had a misgiving that the inconstant actors in that dazzling vision had been doing the same thing the night before last, and would do it again that night and the next and for weeks and months to come, though he would not be there. Such is the difference between yesterday and today. We are all going to the play or coming home from it. However, the sun himself is weak when he first rises and gathers strength and courage as the day gets on. By degrees they began to recall circumstances more and more pleasant in their nature, until, what between talking, walking, and laughing, they reached Finchley in such good heart that Barbara's mother declared she never felt less tired or in better spirits. And so said Kit. Barbara had been silent all the way, but she said so too. Poor little Barbara, she was very quiet. They were at home in such good time that Kit had rubbed down the pony and made him as spruce as a racehorse before Mr. Garland came down to breakfast, which punctual and industrious conduct the old lady and the old gentleman and Mr. Abel highly extolled. At his usual hour, or rather at his usual minute and second, for he was the soul of punctuality, Mr. Abel walked out, to be overtaken by the London coach, and Kit and the old gentleman went to work in the garden. This was not the least pleasant of Kit's employments. On a fine day they were quite a family party, the old lady sitting hard by with her work-basket on a little table, the old gentleman digging, or pruning, or clipping about with a large pair of shears, or helping Kit in some way or other with great assiduity, and Whisker looking on from his paddock in placid contemplation of them all. Today they were to trim the grapevine, so Kit mounted halfway up a short ladder and began to snip and hammer away, while the old gentleman, with a great interest in his proceedings, handed up the nails and shreds of cloth as he wanted them. The old lady and Whisker looked on as usual. "Well, Christopher," said Mr. Garland, "and so you have made a new friend, eh?" "I beg your pardon, sir," returned Kit, looking down from the ladder. "You have made a new friend, I hear from Mr. Abel," said the old gentleman, "at the office." "Oh, yes, sir, yes. He behaved very handsome, sir." "I'm glad to hear it," returned the old gentleman with a smile. "He is disposed to behave more handsomely still, though, Christopher." "Indeed, sir, it's very kind in him, but I don't want him to, I'm sure," said Kit, hammering stoutly at an obdurate nail. "He is rather anxious," pursued the old gentleman, "to have you in his own service. Take care what you're doing, or you will fall down and hurt yourself." "To have me in his service, sir," cried Kit, who had stopped short in his work and faced about on the ladder like some dexterous tumbler. "Why, sir, I don't think he can be in earnest when he says that." "Oh, but he is indeed," said Mr. Garland, "and he has told Mr. Abel so. I never heard of such a thing," muttered Kit, looking ruefully at his master and mistress. "I wonder at him, that I do." "You see, Christopher," said Mr. Garland, "this is a point of much importance to you, and you should understand and consider it in that light. This gentleman is able to give you more money than I hope, to carry through the various relations of master and servant, more kindness and confidence, but certainly, Christopher, to give you more money." "Well," said Kit. "After that, sir—" "Wait a moment," interposed Mr. Garland. "That is not all. You are a very faithful servant to your old employers, as I understand, and should this gentleman recover them, as it is his purpose to attempt doing by every means in his power, I have no doubt that you, being in his service, would meet with your reward. Besides," added the old gentleman with stronger emphasis, "besides having the pleasure of being again brought into communication with those to whom you seem to be very strongly and disinterestedly attached, you must think." of all this, Christopher, and not be rash or hasty in your choice. Kit did suffer one twinge, one momentary pang, in keeping the resolution he had already formed, when this last argument passed swiftly into his thoughts and conjured up the realization of all his hopes and fancies. But it was gone in a minute, and he sturdily rejoined that the gentleman must look out for somebody else, as he did think he might have done at first. "He has no right to think that I'd be led away to go to him, sir," said Kit, turning round again after half a minute's hammering. "Does he think I'm a fool? He may, perhaps, Christopher, if you refuse his offer," said Mr. Garland gravely. "Then let him, sir," retorted Kit. "What do I care, sir, what he thinks? Why should I care for his thinking, sir, when I know that I should be a fool, and worse than a fool, sir, to leave the kindest master and mistress that ever was or can be, who, took me out of the streets a very poor and hungry lad indeed, poorer and hungry perhaps than even you think for, sir, to go to him or anybody? If Miss Nell was to come back, ma'am," added Kit, turning suddenly to his mistress, "why that would be another thing, and perhaps if she wanted me, I might ask you now and then to let me work for her when all was done at home. But when she comes back, I see now that she'll be rich as old master always said she would. And being a rich young lady, what could she want of me? No, no," added Kit, shaking his head sorrowfully, "she'll never want me any more, and bless her, I hope she never may, though I should like to see her too." Here Kit drove a nail into the wall, very hard, much harder than was necessary, and having done so, faced about again. "There's the pony, sir," said Kit Whisker, ma'am, "and he knows so well I'm talking about him that he begins to neigh directly, sir. Would he let anybody?" "Come near him but me, ma'am? Here's the garden, sir, and Mr. Abel, ma'am. Would Mr. Abel part with me, sir, or is there anybody that could be fonder of the garden, ma'am? It would break mother's heart, sir, and even little Jacob would have sense enough to cry his eyes out, ma'am, if he thought that Mr. Abel could wish to part with me so soon, after having told me only the other day that he hoped we might be together for years to come. There is no telling how long Kit might have stood upon the ladder, addressing his master and mistress by turns, and generally turning towards the wrong person, if Barbara had not at that moment come running up to say that a benefit Karsketitsten and Isip. "Oh," said the old gentleman after reading it, "ask the messenger to walk this way." Barbara tripping off to do as she was bid, he turned to Kit and said that they would not pursue the subject any further, and that Kit could not be more unwilling to part with them than they would be to part with Kit, a sentiment which the old lady very generously echoed. "At the same time, Christopher," added Mr. Garland, glancing at the note in his hand, "if the gentleman should want to borrow you now and then for an hour or so, or even a day or so, at a time, we must consent to lend you, and you must consent to be lent you, and you must consent to be lent. Oh, here is the young gentleman. How do you do, sir?" This salutation was addressed to Mr. Chuckster, who, with his hat extremely on one side, and his hair a long way beyond it, came swaggering up the walk. "Hope I see you well, sir," returned that gentleman. "Hope I see you well, ma'am. Charming box this, sir. Delicious country to be sure." "You want to take Kit back with you, I find," observed Mr. Garland. "I have got a chariot cab waiting on purpose," replied the clerk. "A very spanking grey in that cab, sir, if you're a judge of horseflesh." Declining to inspect the spanking grey, on the plea that he was but poorly acquainted with such matters, and would but imperfectly appreciate his beauties, Mr. Garland invited Mr. Chuckster to partake of a slight repast in the way of lunch. That gentleman readily consenting, certain cold viands, flanked with ale and wine, were speedily prepared for his refreshment. At this repast, Mr. Chuckster exerted his utmost abilities to enchant his entertainers and impress them with the conviction of the mental superiority of those who dwelt in town, with which view he led the discourse to the small scandal of the day, in which he was justly considered by his friends to shine prodigiously. Thus he was in a condition to relate the exact circumstances of the difference between the Marquis of Misler and Lord Bobby, which it appeared originated in a disputed bottle of champagne, and not in a pigeon pie, as erroneously reported in the newspapers. Neither had Lord Bobby said to the Marquis of Misler, "Misler, one of us two tells a lie, and I'm not the man," as incorrectly stated by the same authorities. But Misler, you know where I'm to be found, and damn, sir, find me if you want me, which, of course, entirely changed the aspect of this interesting question, and placed it in a very different franchise. He also acquainted them with the precise amount of the income guaranteed by the Duke of Thigsbury to Violetta Stetta of the Italian Opera, which it appeared was payable quarterly and not half-yearly, as the public had been given to understand, and which was exclusive and not inclusive, as had been monstrously stated, of jewelry, perfumery, hair powder for 5 footmen, and 2 daily changes of kid gloves for a page, of jewelry, perfumery, hair powder for 5 footmen, and 2 daily changes of kid gloves for a page. Having entreated the old lady and gentleman to set their minds at rest on these absorbing points, for they might rely on his statement being the correct one, Mr. Chuckster entertained them with theatrical chit-chat and the court circular, and so wound up a brilliant and fascinating conversation which he had maintained alone and without any assistance whatever for upwards of 3/4 of an hour. "And now that the nag has got his wind again," said Mr. Chuckster, rising in a graceful manner, "I'm afraid I must cut my stick." Neither Mr. nor Mrs. Garland offered any opposition to his tearing himself away, feeling, no doubt, that such a man could ill be spared from his proper sphere of action, and therefore Mr. Chuckster and Kit were shortly afterwards upon their way to town, Kit being perched upon the box of the cabriolet beside the driver, and Mr. Chuckster seated in solitary state inside, with one of his boots sticking out at each of the front windows. When they reached the notary's house, Kit followed into the office and was desired by Mr. Abel to sit down and wait, for the gentleman who wanted him had gone out, and perhaps might not return for some time. This anticipation was strictly verified, for Kit had had his dinner and his tea, and had read all the lighter matter in the law list and the post office directory, and had fallen asleep a great many times before the gentleman whom he had seen before came in, which he did at last in a very great hurry. He was closeted with Mr. Witherden for some little time, and Mr. Abel had been called in to assist at the conference, before Kit, wondering very much what he was wanted for, was summoned to attend them. "Christopher," said the gentleman, turning to him directly he entered the room, "I have found your old master and young mistress." "No, sir. Have you, though?" returned Kit, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Where are they, sir?" "How are they, sir? How are they, sir? Are they near here?" "A long way from here," returned the gentleman, shaking his head. "But I am going away tonight to bring them back, and I want you to go with me." "Me, sir?" cried Kit, full of joy and surprise. "The place," said the strange gentleman, turning thoughtfully to the notary, "indicated by this man of the dogs, is how far from here? 60 miles?" "From 60 to 70." "Humph! If we travel post all night, we shall reach there in good time tomorrow morning. Now the only question is, as they will not know me, and the child, God bless her, would think that any stranger pursuing them had a design upon her grandfather's liberty, can I do better than take this lad, whom they both know and will readily remember, as an assurance to them of my friendly intentions?" "Certainly not," replied the notary. "Take Christopher by all means." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Kit, who had listened to this discourse with a lengthening countenance, "but if that's the reason, I'm afraid I should do more harm than good. Miss Nell, sir, she knows me, and would trust in me, I am sure. But old master, I don't know why, gentlemen, nobody does, would not bear me in his sight after he had been ill, and Miss Nell herself told me that I must not go near him or let him see me any more. I should spoil all that you were doing if I went, I'm afraid. I'd give the world to go, but you had better not take me, sir." "Another difficulty," cried the impetuous gentleman. "Was ever man so beset as I? Is there nobody else that knew them? Nobody else in whom they had any confidence? Solitary as their lives were, is there no one person who would serve my purpose? Is there, Christopher?" said the notary. "Not one, sir," replied Kit. "Yes, though there's my mother." "Did they know her?" said the single gentleman. "Know her, sir? Why, she was always coming backwards and forwards. They were as kind to her as they were to me. Bless you, sir, she expected they'd come back to her house. Then where the devil is the woman?" said the impatient gentleman, catching up his hat. "Why isn't she here? Why is that woman always out of the way when she is most wanted?" In a word, the single gentleman was bursting out of the office, bent upon laying violent hands on Kit's mother, forcing her into a post-chaise and carrying her off, when this novel kind of abduction was with some difficulty prevented by the joint efforts of Mr. Abel and the notary, who restrained him by dint of their remonstrances, and persuaded him to sound Kit upon the probability of her being able and willing to undertake such a journey on so short a notice. This occasioned some doubts on the part of Kit, and some violent demonstrations on that of the single gentleman, and a great many soothing speeches on that of the notary and Mr. Abel. The upshot of the business was, that Kit, after weighing the matter in his mind and considering it carefully, promised, on behalf of his mother, that she should be ready within 2 hours from that time to undertake the expedition, and engaged to produce her in that place, in all respects equipped and prepared for the journey, before the specified period had expired. Having given this pledge, which was rather a bold one, and not particularly easy of redemption, Kit lost no time in sallying forth and taking measures for its immediate fulfillment. Chapter 41. Kit made his way through the crowded streets, dividing the stream of people, dashing across the busy roadways, diving into lanes and alleys, and stopping or turning aside for nothing until he came in front of the old curiosity shop, when he came to a stand, partly from habit and partly from being out of breath. It was a gloomy autumn evening, and he thought the old place had never looked so dismal as in its dreary twilight. The windows broken, the rusty sashes rattling in their frames, the deserted house a dull barrier dividing the glaring lights and bustle of the street into two long lines, and standing in the midst, cold, dark, and empty, presented a cheerless spectacle which mingled harshly with the bright prospects the boy had been building up for its late inmates, and came like a disappointment or misfortune. Kit would have had a good fire roaring up the empty chimneys, lights sparkling and shining through the windows, people moving briskly to and fro, voices in cheerful conversation, something in unison with the new hopes that were astir. He had not expected that the house would. Where any different aspect had known, indeed, that it could not, but coming upon it in the midst of eager thoughts and expectations, it checked the current in its flow, and darkened it with a mournful shadow. Kit, however, fortunately for himself, was not learned enough or contemplative enough to be troubled with presages of evil afar off, and, having no mental spectacles to assist his vision in this respect, saw nothing but the dull house, which jarred uncomfortably upon his previous thoughts. So, almost wishing that he had not passed it, though hardly knowing why, he hurried on again, making up by his increased speed for the few moments he had lost. Now, if she should be out, thought Kit as he approached the poor dwelling of his mother, and I not able to find her, this impatient gentleman would be in a pretty taking. And sure enough, there's no light, and the door's fast. Now, God forgive me for saying so, but if this is little Bethel's doing, I wish little Bethel was farther off, said Kit, checking himself and knocking at the door. A second knock brought no reply from within the house, but caused a woman over the way to look out and inquire who that was, a wanting Mrs. Nubbles. Me, said Kit. She's at Little Bethel, I suppose, getting out the name of the obnoxious conventicle with some reluctance and laying a spiteful emphasis upon the words. The neighbor nodded assent. Then pray tell me where it is, said Kit, for I have come on a pressing matter and must fetch her out, even if she was in the pulpit. It was not very easy to procure a direction to the fold in question, as none of the neighbors were of the flock that resorted thither, and few knew anything more of it than the name. At last a gossip of Mrs. Nubbles's, who had accompanied her, to chapel on one or two occasions when a comfortable cup of tea had preceded her devotions, furnished the needful information, which Kit had no sooner obtained than he started off again. Little Bethel might have been nearer, and might have been in a straighter road, though in that case the reverend gentleman who presided over its congregation would have lost his favorite allusion to the crooked ways by which it was approached, and which enabled him to liken it to paradise itself, in contradistinction to the parish church and the broad thoroughfare leading thereunto. Kit found it, at last, after some trouble, and pausing at the door to take breath that he might enter with becoming decency, passed into the chapel. It was not badly named in one respect, being in truth a particularly little Bethel, a Bethel of the smallest dimensions, with a small number of small pews and a small pulpit, in which a small gentleman by trade, a shoemaker, and by calling a divine, was delivering in a by no means small voice, a by no means small sermon, judging of its dimensions by the condition of his audience, which, if their gross amount were but small, comprised a still smaller number of hearers, as the majority were slumbering. Among these was Kit's mother, who, finding it matter of extreme difficulty to keep her eyes open after the fatigues of last night, and feeling their inclination to close strongly backed and seconded by the arguments of the preacher, had yielded to the drowsiness that overpowered her and fallen asleep, though not so soundly but that she could, from time to time, utter a slight and almost inaudible groan, as if in recognition of the orator's doctrines. The baby in her arms was as fast asleep as she, and little Jacob, whose youth prevented him from recognizing in this prolonged spiritual nourishment anything half as interesting as oysters, was alternately very fast asleep and very wide awake, as his inclination to slumber, or his terror of being personally alluded to in the discourse, gained the mastery over him. And now I'm here, thought Kit, gliding into the nearest empty pew, which was opposite his mother's, and on the other side of the little aisle. How am I ever to get at her, or persuade her to come out? I might as well be 20 miles off. She'll never wake till it's all over, and there goes the clock again. If he would but leave off for a minute, or if they'd only sing. But there was little encouragement to believe that either event would happen for a couple of hours to come. The preacher went on telling them what he meant to convince them of before he had done, and it was clear that if he only kept to one half of his promises and forgot the other, He was good for that time at least. In his desperation and restlessness, Kit cast his eyes about the chapel, and happening to let them fall upon a little seat in front of the clerk's desk, could scarcely believe them when they showed him Quilp. He rubbed them twice or thrice, but still they insisted that Quilp was there, and there indeed he was, sitting with his hands upon his knees and his hat between them on a little wooden bracket, with the accustomed grin on his dirty face and his eyes fixed upon the ceiling. He certainly did not glance at Kit or at his mother, and appeared utterly unconscious of their presence. Still, Kit could not help feeling, directly, that the attention of the sly little fiend was fastened upon them, and upon nothing else. But, astounded as he was by the apparition of the dwarf among the little Bethelites, and not free from a misgiving that it was the forerunner of some trouble or annoyance, he was compelled to subdue his wonder and to take active measures for the withdrawal of his parent, as the evening was now creeping on and the matter grew serious. Therefore, the next time little Jacob woke, Kit set himself to attract his wandering attention, and this not being a very difficult task, one sneeze effected it, he signed to him to rouse his mother. Ill luck would have it, however, that, just then, the preacher, in a forcible exposition of one head of his discourse, leaned over upon the pulpit desk so that very little more of him than his legs remained inside, and while he made vehement gestures with his right hand and held on with his left, stared, or seemed to stare, straight into little Jacob's eyes, threatening him by his strained look and attitude, so it appeared to the child that if he so much as moved a muscle, he, the preacher, would be literally bleed. That bite? In this fearful state of things, distracted by the sudden appearance of Kit, and fascinated by the eyes of the preacher, the miserable Jacob sat bolt upright, wholly incapable of motion, strongly disposed to cry but afraid to do so, and returning his pastor's gaze until his infant eyes seemed starting from their sockets. "If I must do it openly, I must," thought Kit. With that he walked softly out of his pew and into his mother's, and as Mr. Swiveller would have observed if he had been present, collared the baby without speaking a word. "Hush, mother," whispered Kit. "Come along with me. I've got something to tell you." "Where am I?" said Mrs. Nubbles. "In this blessed little Bethel," returned her son peevishly. "Blessed indeed," cried Mrs. Nubbles, catching at the word. "Oh, Christopher, how have I been edified this night!" "Yes, yes, I know," said Kit hastily. "But come along, mother. Everybody's looking at us. Don't make a noise. Bring Jacob, that's right. Stay, Satan, stay," cried the preacher as Kit was moving off. "This gentleman says you're to stay, Christopher," whispered his mother. "Stay, Satan, stay," roared the preacher again. "Tempt not the woman that doth incline her ear to thee, but hearken to the voice of him that calleth. He hath a lamb from the fold," cried the preacher, raising his voice still higher and pointing to the baby. "He beareth off a lamb, a precious lamb. He goateth about, like a wolf in the night season, and inveigleth the tender lambs." Kit was the best-tempered fellow in the world, but considering this strong language, and being somewhat excited by the circumstances in which he was placed, he faced round to the pulpit with the baby in his arms, and replied aloud, "No, I don't." "He's my brother." "He's my brother," cried the preacher. "He isn't," said Kit indignantly. "How can you say such a thing? And don't call me names, if you please. What harm have I done? I shouldn't have come to take him away unless I was obliged, you may depend upon that. I wanted to do it very quiet, but you wouldn't let me. Now you have the goodness to abuse Satan and them as much as you like, sir, and to let me alone if you please." So saying, Kit marched out of the chapel, followed by his mother and little Jacob, and found himself in the open air with an indistinct recollection of having seen the people wake up and look surprised, and of Quilp having remained, throughout the interruption, in his old attitude, without moving his eyes from the ceiling, or appearing to take the smallest notice of anything that passed. "Oh, Kit," said his mother, with her handkerchief to her eyes, "what have you done? I never can go there again, never. I'm glad of it, mother. What was there in the little bit of pleasure you took last night that made it necessary for you to be low-spirited and sorrowful tonight? That's the way you do. If you're happy or merry ever, you come here to say, 'Along.'" With that chap, that you're sorry for it. More shame for you, mother, I was going to say. "Hush, dear," said Mrs. Nubbles. "You don't mean what you say, I know, but you're talking sinfulness." "Don't mean it, but I do mean it," retorted Kit. "I don't believe, mother, that harmless cheerfulness and good humor are thought greater sins in heaven than shirt collars are, and I do believe that those chaps are just about as right and sensible in putting down the one as in leaving off the other. That's my belief. But I won't say anything more about it if you'll promise not to cry, that's all. And you take the baby that's a lighter weight, and give me little Jacob. And as we go along, which we must do pretty quick, I'll give you the news I bring, which will surprise you a little, I can tell you. There, that's right. Now you look as if you'd never seen little Bethel in all your life, as I hope you never will again. And here's the Katie. The baby, and little Jacob, you get atop of my back and catch hold of me tight round the neck, and whenever a little Bethel parson calls you a precious lamb or says your brother's one, you tell him it's the truest things he's said for a 12-month, and that if he'd got a little more of the lamb himself, and less of the mint sauce not being quite so sharp and sour over it, I should like him all the better. That's what you got to say to him, Jacob." Talking on in this way, half in jest and half in earnest, and cheering up his mother, the children, and himself by the one simple process of determining to be in a good humor, Kit led them briskly forward, and on the road home he related what had passed at the notary's house, and the purpose with which he had intruded on the solemnities of Little Bethel. His mother was not a little startled on learning what service was required of her, and presently fell into a confusion of ideas, of which the most prominent were that it was a great honor and dignity to ride in a post-chaise, and that it was a moral impossibility to leave the children behind. But this objection, and a great many others, founded on certain articles of dress being at the wash, and certain other articles having no existence in the wardrobe of Mrs. Nubbles, were overcome by Kit, who opposed to each and every of them the pleasure of recovering Nell, and the delight it would be to bring her back in triumph. "There's only 10 minutes now, mother," said Kit when they reached home. "There's a bandbox, throw in what you want, and we'll be off directly." To tell how Kit then hustled into the box all sorts of things which could, by no remote contingency, be wanted, and how he left out everything likely to be of the smallest use. How a neighbor was persuaded to come and stop with the children, and how the children at first cried dismally, and then laughed heartily, on being promised all kinds of impossible and unheard of toys. How Kit's mother wouldn't leave off kissing them, and how Kit couldn't make up his mind to be vexed with her for doing it, would take more time and room than you and I can spare. So, passing over all such matters, it is sufficient to say that within a few minutes after the 2 hours had expired, Kit and his mother arrived at the notary's door, where a post-chaise was already waiting. "With 4 horses, I declare," said Kit, quite aghast at the preparations. "Well, you are going to do it, mother." "Here she is, sir. Here's my mother. She's quite ready, sir." "That's well," returned the gentleman. "Now don't be in a flutter, ma'am. You'll be taken great care of. Where's the box with the new clothing and necessaries for them?" "Here it is," said the notary. "In with it, Christopher." "All right, sir," replied Kit. "Quite ready now, sir." "Then come along," said the single gentleman. And thereupon he gave his arm to Kit's mother, handed her into the carriage as politely as you please, and took his seat beside her. Up went the steps, bang went the door, round whirled the wheels, and off they rattled, with Kit's mother hanging out at one window, waving a damp pocket handkerchief and screaming out a great many messages to little Jacob and the baby, of which nobody heard a word. Kit stood in the middle of the road and looked after them with tears in his eyes, not brought there by the departure he witnessed, but by the return to which he looked forward. They went away, he thought, on foot with nobody to speak to them or say a kind word at parting, and they'll come back, drawn by 4 horses, with this rich gentleman for their friend, and all their troubles over. She'll forget that she taught me to write. Whatever Kit thought about after this took some time to think of, for he stood gazing up the lines of shining lamps long after the chaise had disappeared, and did not return into the house until the notary and Mr. Abel, who had themselves lingered outside till the sound of the wheels was no longer distinguishable, had several times wondered what could possibly detain him. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.